122. Shin Pingin's group entered the mountain from the north to the south. At about the same time, another group of people entered the mountain from the south. It was an old Taoist with a peachwood sword on his back and a string of silver bells on his waist. His Taoist robe was old and he wore straw sandals. He didn't look like an immortal at all and looked very shabby. Behind him was a limping young man with a dull expression. Other than carrying a big bag on his back, he also carried a banner that read, "Subdue demons, capture ghosts, eliminate evil and defend the Tao" on his shoulder. It was probably because he had washed it too many times that the cloth had long turned white. The 8 words were also faint in ink. There was also a young girl with a round face who was 7 or 8 years old. She was small and thin. She reached out to support the old Taoist who had his eyes closed for some reason. The old Taoist suddenly raised his head and looked at the continuous green and black mountains. He said in surprise, This mountain is not far from the Jiangshin Temple of the Xihua River. There's actually such an obvious demonic aura that soars into the sky? There must be a secret behind this. Although there are boundaries between mountains and rivers and they don't interfere with each other, this place is strange, very strange." After the young girl with a red face heard this, she asked worriedly, "Master, what should we do then? Last time when you failed to capture a demon on Mount Three Branches, the people who hired us were so angry that they didn't even give us money. Now we really don't have much money left. Why don't we take a detour?" The old Taoist snorted coldly, "Take a detour? If I didn't encounter it, it would be fine. That demon was lucky. Now that I've encountered it, how can I let it go? The banner says eliminate evil and defend the Tao. How can it be for outsiders to see?" The young girl sighed and reminded him, "Master, there are no outsiders here." The old Taoist smiled embarrassedly, "It's just a slip of the tongue. I haven't recovered from Mount Three Branches yet. It's really too infuriating. Even if there's no merit, there's still hard work. They're actually not willing to give me even half a copper coin. There's actually such a shameless and heartless fellow in this world. They deserve their ancestral tombs to be invaded by mountain ghosts and their descendants to meet with misfortune." The young girl reminded him again, "Master, didn't you always say that we cultivators must have a normal heart?" The old Taoist who was still kind a moment ago was furious. He stretched out 2 fingers and pinched the round-faced young girl's arm. He twisted it fiercely and said with a stern face, "Who gave you the courage to teach me a lesson? How dare you go on and on?" The little girl was in so much pain that she burst into tears. She hurriedly begged for mercy, "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Master, I don't dare any more." The old Taoist didn't turn around. He slapped the bell on his waist heavily, causing it to ring. He laughed sinisterly and said, "Little bastard, you still dare to have killing intent towards your master?" The crippled youth remained silent. Soon, blood began to seep out of his nose and ears. However, the dull youth remained silent and motionless. The little girl cried even more sorrowfully, "Master, please let senior brother go. He must have done it unintentionally. I promise Master that within the next 3 days, I will strive to give Master 1 more gene of spring water." The old Taoist smiled and rubbed the little girl's head forcefully. His strength was not light, and the little girl's slender body swayed from side to side. "It's not a fight, it's a must." The old Taoist finally retracted his withered hand and laughed, "Enter the mountain. A horse wouldn't grow fat without wild grass. Perhaps this was a windfall. Speaking of which, ever since I have you 2 little bastards by my side, even though I've been eating and drinking for free, I've been able to cultivate with peace of mind. Thinking of this, I feel that I should treat you 2 better in the future." The little girl supported the blind old Taoist and began to climb the mountain. The crippled youth silently wiped away the blood. He was used to it. The little girl secretly turned her head and smiled. The youth grinned, indicating that he was fine. After the 3 of them entered the mountain, they had been going around in circles for more than 10 days. They could not accurately find the source of the demonic aura. The old Taoist could always feel the subtle demonic aura permeating the surrounding mountains and trees. However, he still could not find the entrance. The old Taoist knew that the big demon's cultivation was definitely not weak. Otherwise, it would not have the ability to cast the camouflage formation that covered the sky. However, the old Taoist was still unwilling to give up. Every day he let the crippled youth carry the banner to scout the way. He brought the round-faced little girl to rest near the mountain path. From time to time he would take out a wooden compass, commonly known as the upside-down compass, which was commonly used by Taoist cultivators and yin-yang magicians. It was not unusual. However, the scarlet thin needles at the bottom of the heaven lake would occasionally flow with golden light, revealing the hidden mystery of the compass. The sky was gloomy and foggy. It could rain at any time. The old Taoist was squatting by the side of the road. He lowered his head and stared at the compass. He muttered, "Upside down, there are mountains of gold and silver in the 24 mountains. Upside down, there are dragons' pools and tigers' caves in the 24 mountains." The old Taoist put away the compass and turned his head to the distance of the mountain path. He chuckled softly and said, "The road to wealth is here. Heaven never bars one's way. It seems that when we arrive at Wanping County, we can have a few drinks." The round-faced little girl followed the old Taoist's gaze and saw a group of people walking slowly. She tried her best to open her eyes wide. As those people were getting closer, she found that the leader was a youth with straw sandals and a big basket on his back. He was holding a chopper and occasionally chopping off the branches beside the narrow mountain path to prevent the branches from piercing his clothes. There were 3 people behind him. They were all young. There was a little sister in a red cotton-padded jacket, a sneaky boy, and a young brother with a cold expression. The 3 people behind them were carrying extremely cute emerald green bookcases. Finally, there was a white donkey with a luggage bag following behind. The little girl lowered her voice and said, "Master, they don't look like rich people. Alas, why don't we just give up?" The blind Taoist raised his eyebrows and said, "Even a mosquito's leg is meat. You are half the head of the family. Don't you know how many copper coins you have left in your pocket? Look at your senior brother's gluttonous stomach. How much money has he eaten? If it weren't for my pity, do you think you can live in this world for a few days?" The sensible little girl hurriedly patted the old Taoist's shoulder and said gratefully with a sincere smile, "So my brother and I have never complained that we work like cows and horses for you. But if you get angry in the future, can you teach me a lesson when my brother is not here? Then my brother won't be angry and you won't have to punish him with the sex rules." The old Taoist slowly got up and the little girl immediately stood aside with her hands behind her back. This group of people was Chin Pingan and the others who went south to Yefu Pass at the border of Dali. In fact, Chin Pingan had already seen the smiling old Taoist and the reserved little girl. After Chin Pingan and the others approached, the old Taoist stroked his beard and smiled. He said in a slightly awkward Dali official language, "If I'm not wrong, you have encountered a bloody disaster on this trip. Don't think that you will have good fortune after surviving a great disaster. In my opinion, you will have a real disaster next. Only when you pass this hurdle can you have good fortune after." Chen Pingan's heart sank, but he didn't show it. Li Baoping looked at the little girl whose face was slightly pale. The latter smiled shyly and Li Baoping also smiled. The little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket and the younger girl immediately liked each other. Li Huai almost blurted out, "Old Taoist, aren't you blind? Why are you looking at this and that?" However, Li Huai engraved the disturbance on the embroidery river in his heart. He immediately covered his mouth and was determined not to cause trouble. The blind Taoist seemed to have noticed Li Huai's thoughts and laughed. "You don't know that there are 10 great supernatural powers in Taoism. Among them there is a saying that, 'Open the heart's eye, clear heaven and earth, ghosts and ghosts retreat.' I happen to have mastered this supernatural power. I don't dare to boast that I've mastered it, but I can be considered to have a small accomplishment. I don't look at people by their appearance." Lin Shui looked indifferent and said, "The Confucian saints have taught that strangers who meet by chance should not talk about strange things." The old Taoist was slightly surprised and soon sighed, "Forget it, Buddhism does not save people who are not destined to be saved. Taoism does not save people who are not destined to be saved. Go, I hope you'll be careful on the way. If there's really trouble you can shout loudly. If I'm lucky enough to hear it, I'll definitely return to help. However, if the journey is far away, even if I want to, I'll be powerless." After saying these words, the blind Taoist turned sideways to let them pass. Chin Pingan smiled and said, "We'll be careful. Thank you for your reminder." The 2 sides brushed past each other. Li Baoping waved generously at the skinny little girl with a round face. The little girl timidly raised her small hand in front of her chest and gently shook it as a silent farewell. The old Taoist waited until Chen Pingan and the others disappeared on the mountain road and muttered, "Along the way, if the Dali people were vulgar martial artists or ignorant people, my method has always worked. Why didn't it work today? Bad luck, bad luck. Everything is not going well. It seems that this demon subduing this time can't fail. The big demon in the mountains must have a strong family background. This time." The blind Taoist's eyelids trembled slightly and he stopped talking. He patted the head of the little girl who was looking at the mountain road reluctantly and said amiably, As long as this succeeds, my thunder cultivation will be guaranteed. I won't have to worry about money anymore. Then I'll treat you and your brother better in the future. The little girl raised her head and smiled. As long as you don't hit the bell often in the future, it'll be fine. The blind Taoist did not comment. He suddenly raised his head and made a gesture with his fingers. Instead of being shocked, he looked happy. The weather has changed. What a strong demon aura. It can actually cause the climate of the mountains and rivers to change. Good, 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 we finally lured the snake out of its hole. Little Jiu, prepare to follow me to eliminate the demon and protect the Tao. The little girl nodded vigorously. Facing the demons and ghosts that frightened the people at the foot of the mountain, she was not afraid at all. The little girl took out a small silver knife that was less than an inch long. She rolled up her sleeves and prepared to use the knife on her arm. She asked, "Master, do you want the talisman spring now?" The old Taoist nodded and said, "Although I still have some, to be careful, I'll give you some first. Let me prepare for emergency so that I won't be caught off guard by the demon. If that happens, I'll harm you and your brother." The little girl took a deep breath and used the knife to cut a wound on her arm. Blood immediately gushed out. She quickly raised her arm and said, "Master, it's done." The blind Taoist skillfully stretched out a finger of his right hand and opened his left palm. He quickly used his finger to draw a talisman on his palm. Then, his fingers and palm interchanged, and a talisman was also drawn on his right palm. The little girl, whose face was getting paler, still asked seriously, "Master, is it enough?" The old Taoist laughed and said, "It's enough for now. Master, let's let the big demon that occupies this mountain taste the feeling of being struck by lightning." About a mile away from the master and disciple, Qin Pingan suddenly stopped and raised his hatchet to signal the three people behind him to pay attention. In the distance, they saw a young man holding a strange banner. His body was as strong as a wild mountain monkey. He jumped out from the depths of the dense forest with his back facing Qin Pingan and the others. The young man landed on the mountain road and shook the banner several times. Then he wanted to follow the mountain road that was good for running and meet up with the old Taoist. However, when the young man turned around, he saw Qin Pingan and the others on the mountain road. The sweaty young man was a little anxious. After thinking for a while, he gritted his teeth and changed his mind. He continued to escape down the mountain and chose to take a detour. At the same time, the young man did not forget to make a gesture to Qin Pingan and the others to leave quickly. Li Huai was stunned. "What's going on?" Lin Shui frowned and said, "There should be evil spirits chasing after the young man. I can feel a foul aura." Sure enough, a blurry figure wrapped in billowing black smoke saw Qin Pingan and the others. It paused for a moment and emitted a thick and eerie aura. However, in the end, it still chased after the crippled young man holding the banner and left quickly. Qin Pingan said to Lin Shui, "Ask Senior Yin Shen what he said." After a moment, Lin Shui replied, "Senior Yin Shen told us to continue forward and not stay. He will take a look at the appropriate time. However, he also said that he is only escorting us to the border of Dali. He reminded us that the purpose of this trip is to travel and study, not to be good people who want to kill demons. He does not want us to take the initiative to cause trouble." Qin Pingan nodded. "Tell Senior Yin Shen to act according to the circumstances. If he can help, he will. If he can't, he won't force it. Also, Lin Shui, you also prepare the 3 talisman. Then you will lead the way and I will be at the back of the group. Baoping, Li Huai, remember, if you really encounter the legendary ghosts and spirits, don't be afraid and don't panic. Don't learn. Forget it, let's hurry." Qin Pingan originally wanted to say that they should not learn from Zhu Lu from Kaidenshin Shiping. She was clearly at the peak of the second realm of martial arts, but she did not even dare to make a move when she encountered the demon White Python. However, when he thought of Alliance's casual remark, "Those who talk about others behind their backs must be inhuman," Qin Pingan swallowed his words back into his stomach. Lin Shui's expression was calm. The stack of talisman treasures of the small Townsley family. Among them there were 3 yellow paper talisman of the lowest grade. Lin Shui could now barely control them. A pearl on a plate was a water talisman. A fire talisman called Fire Rain. The last one was the 5 Mountains Barrier Breaking Talisman, which belonged to the category of Mountain Spirit Talisman. However, Lin Shui's real reliance was still not the 3 talisman of unknown power, but himself. It was the secret thunder technique recorded in that book. However, Lin Shui certainly would not ask for trouble and put everyone in danger just because he wanted to test the power of this hand thunder technique. The group of people walked quickly. Li Huai raised his hand as he walked and wondered, "It's raining now? Why didn't you tell us in advance?" The rain was not heavy, but it made the cold air in the mountain forest much thicker. Chin Pingan took out 4 bamboo hats from the basket on his back. All of them were purchased in Red Candle Town for this kind of hurried journey in the wind and rain. After everyone put on a bamboo hat, they did not stop walking. Chin Pingan looked back from time to time. In the distance, the blind old Taoist faced the limping youth running all the way towards him and laughed. "Come on! Little evil spirit, you're courting death. Die for this poor Taoist." The old Taoist stepped forward and after drawing a talisman with his palm, he reminded the limping youth, "Get down." The youth threw himself forward and rolled on the muddy mountain road. The old Taoist's palm glowed with golden light. Every stroke of the talisman lit up with golden light, and there was a faint sound of thunder from his palm. This dazzling golden light was particularly eye-catching in the middle of the wilderness where the wind and rain were obscuring the sky. The black smoke behind the youth suddenly stopped. Just as it was about to escape, it was already hit by the golden light. It was like a big golden net covering the youth's body. With a sizzling sound, the black shadow wailed and soon disappeared. The youth bent his back and ran behind the old Taoist. Panting, he inserted the spirit-summoning banner into the ground. Seeing the worried look on the little girl's face, he grinned and shook his head, indicating that he was fine. After killing the ball of Een with one palm, the old Taoist laughed heartily. "A low-level otherworldly item born of withered bones dares to show up in front of this poor Taoist?" A wisp of gray seemed to be pulled into the banner. The old Taoist rose into the air and waved his palm. "Come, come, come, come. Turn it all into this poor Taoist's immeasurable merit." The otherworldly item behind the youth and the little girl was blown away by the old Taoist's thunder technique. Soon, another wisp of gray flew into the banner. On the mountain road, the old Taoist's body twisted and turned. His hands moved quickly and he waved his palms. Every time, golden light shone and thunder rumbled. The momentum was astonishing. The old Taoist laughed heartily. In the rainy weather, the lightning reflected on the blind old man's old face. His imposing manner was domineering, and he indeed had the ability to slay demons. This poor Taoist thunder technique is mighty. Otherworldly items like you can't compete with it. Does that sneaky big demon behind the scenes still want to send these minions to their deaths? Quickly surrender and hand over half of your belongings. Maybe this poor Taoist will be merciful and let you go. For thousands of years, the thunder technique had always been at the top of all Taoist techniques. Once it was used, its power was acknowledged to be vast and unstoppable. However, the so-called Five Thunders technique was only understood by a few Taoist sects in the Aquarius continent. Most of the other inheritances were incomplete, or they only had the appearance but not the will of the gods. Therefore, there would be a backlash to the person who used the technique. After a long time, his vitality would be depleted and it would become the source of his lifespan. Therefore, this old Taoist's blindness might not be inborn. The rolling black smoke that was moving quickly in the forest around the mountain road gradually reduced. The disgusting sounds of whimpers, howls and growls that were gathered together completely calmed down. The little girl said softly, "Master, there are many lanterns behind us." The blind old Taoist turned his head and looked. He sensed that white paper lanterns appeared out of thin air from the mountain road in the north. They were lit up out of thin air like a fire dragon that was thousands of feet long, slowly swimming in the wilderness. The old Taoist's expression was solemn. He rubbed his palms. The talisman that was painted with his female disciple's blood was almost used up. The old Taoist reached for the peachwood sword on his back as if he was facing a great enemy. A woman in a bright red wedding dress came slowly with an oiled paper fan in her hand. Her lips did not move but a gloomy voice sounded in the ears of the master and disciples. "This Taoist priest, you can continue to draw talismans. It's okay even if you draw all over your body. I can wait. After that, I will invite the 3 of you to my residence as guests. I will personally wash your faces, pull out your tendons and drill your hearts." The red-clothed female ghost with the paper fan seemed to be most interested in the round-faced little girl. Her hoarse voice continued to sound. At the same time, she reached out her hand to cover the little girl's snow-white face. For example, washing your face like this. The next moment, the round-faced little girl was so frightened that she quickly closed her eyes. It turned out that after the red-clothed female ghost raised her hand to cover her face, she gently wiped it down. It was as if the entire face was peeled off and washed, revealing a horrifying bloody face. 123. The blind Taoist held the peachwood sword and pointed it at the ghost in the wedding dress. "Are you a demon or a ghost?" The ghost in the bright red wedding dress gently twisted the umbrella handle and stood alone on the mountain road in the distance, giving people a sense of loneliness. Along the way, the hem of her dress was already muddy. Somehow she didn't use any magic. Instead, she condensed the invisible miasma of the mountains into clothes that didn't get stained with dirt. The bright red wedding dress on her was obviously made of real silk and satin. It might even be the work of a tailor in a shop at the foot of the mountain. The ghost first went down and peeled off the skin on her face. Then she slowly raised her palm and covered a pale and colorless face. She was young and beautiful like those unmarried girls at the foot of the mountain. If it weren't for her sickly face, she would be no different from an ordinary girl. Even the blind Taoist couldn't feel the demon aura on her when she was so close to him. This kind of big demon who cultivated Taoism could walk in the cities of the human world without hindrance. As long as they didn't approach the city god pavilion or the civil and martial temples, they wouldn't be suppressed by the secular forces. Of course, the premise was that this kind of big demon was willing to restrain their aura and suppress their murderous nature so that they wouldn't harm the world. The ghost twitched the corner of her mouth, but her lips still didn't move. Taoist priest, you are dedicated to killing demons and accumulating immeasurable merits, so I came. I'm looking forward to your so-called Five Thunders righteous method. The old Taoist was more and more shocked. The inside and outside of the upside-down plate in his sleeve had a total of 4 layers. They were aimed at demons, spirits, ghosts, and the gods of mountains and rivers respectively. It was spinning crazily. Except for the first layer of spirits, the other 3 layers were all spinning and shaking violently. It meant that this thing in front of him had a complicated identity. It was very likely that it was a big demon who cultivated Taoism before it died. After it died, it became a fierce ghost. However, before it completely fell into the evil path, it already had the qualification to be promoted to the gods of mountains and rivers. The blind Taoist was complaining in his mind. Compared to the treacherous mountain ghost in the 3 Branches Mountain, this one was much more difficult to deal with. The old Taoist tried his best to keep a straight face and not let the female ghost notice his guilty conscience. He slowly put away the peachwood sword and held it upside down to show his goodwill. He laughed loudly and said, although this young lady has a majestic demonic aura and has the aura of being in charge of a region, what is commendable is that when I observe with my heart and eyes, there is very little murderous aura and not many sins on you. Even if there is some lingering resentment, it is the remnants of many years ago and is not worth mentioning. As an itinerant cultivator from the mountains, I can be considered to be half of the same kind as this young lady. I have offended the Dragon King Temple and disturbed your cultivation. I have sinned. The wedding dress ghost, who had been looking up at the umbrella, suddenly retracted her gaze. She stared at the wandering Taoist who was skilled in thunder spells. This time, she opened her mouth to speak. Miss, can't you see my clothes? Call me madam. The last few words were practically a roar from the woman's lips. In an instant, torrential rain poured down and the mountain winds howled. Bah! The female ghost put away the umbrella. She held the umbrella in one hand and stroked the umbrella with the other, gently wiping away the rain. But when she looked at the master and disciples, her face was constantly distorted. You are indeed blind, old blind. You can observe with your heart and eyes, right? I will take you back to the mansion and let you, a wicked old Taoist, know what is the pain of having your heart pierced. The old Taoist tried to ease the atmosphere inside. Why do you have to be so aggressive, madam? It is not like there is no room for negotiation. The female ghost began to move forward slowly, step by step in the mud of the path. She held the umbrella in one hand and lifted her dress with the other, revealing a pair of wet and dirty embroidered shoes. She smiled and said, You are not good at Taoism, yet you dare to have evil intentions. It is good that you are dead. It is good that you are dead. Otherwise, you will delay Longjuan's study and his achievement in the imperial examinations. At the end of her speech, the female ghost murmured softly with a gentle look in her eyes. Those words that seemed to be whispering were completely covered up by the storm. The blind Taoist sneered and said, Madam, do you really want to perish together with me? The old Taoist saw that they were in a situation where they would fight to the death. After decades of traveling, he had visited half of the Aquarius continent. He was not a person who was afraid of trouble. He said softly, Little cripple, as long as we can work together to defeat the enemy this time, I promise you that Xiao Jura will not have to hand in the talisman spring for a year. The crippled youth nodded and reached out to hold the spirit-summoning banner with the words, Subdue demons and ghosts, eliminate evil and defend Taoism. He said in a low voice, It is done. The blind old man stomped heavily on the ground. He put 2 fingers together and made a Taoist sword gesture. He quickly recited a series of sword gestures and finally finished with the words, Urgent as the law command. All of a sudden, the originally rolled-up surface of the spirit-summoning banner stuck in the ground fluttered in the wind. The 8 words on it turned pale white, like 8 soldiers in silver armor on the battlefield who began to listen to military orders. They began to run on the banner and arrange the soldiers into formations. Then the 4 words, "Subdue demons and ghosts," moved along the banner, the wooden pole, the crippled youth's arms and shoulders. They moved rapidly and finally ran into the youth's ears and nose. The youth's eyes turned pure white. Every time he breathed, black smoke would curl around his 7 orifices. The crippled youth clenched his fists and roared to the sky. His whole body was covered in black smoke. The raindrops the size of soybeans evaporated into water vapor 3 feet above his head. Compared to the female ghost who had restrained her yin chi, the crippled youth was more like an otherworldly ghost who chose people to devour. The ghost in the bridal dress had been sizing up the round-faced girl. When the boy began to run towards her, she looked at the blind old Taoist who looked relieved. She said indifferently, "I'm so disappointed. You can't even be counted as a heterodox sect. You're just an unorthodox sect. A thief crying stop thief. You don't deserve to die. You deserve to suffer a fate worse than death." The crippled youth reached the ghost in the blink of an eye. He jumped high and swept his leg toward the latter's head. The ghost in the bridal dress did not evade or block. She held her dress with 2 fingers and moved forward in a straight line. There was a bang. The ghost's head was uprooted and flew down the mountain. The headless woman continued to move forward. After landing, the youth swept his leg again, but this time, it was aimed at the headless woman's waist. The hand that held the umbrella only used the back of her hand to lightly block the youth's powerful kick. The youth's kick did not move the back of the ghost's hand at all. With the help of the rebound force, the youth twisted his body in the air and pushed his palm toward the ghost in the bridal dress's heart. He said in a low voice, "Demon subduing." The silver characters appeared on the back of the youth's hand. Then with each stroke, they broke up and gathered into a murderous silver short sword. It was covered in a green and white light. It flew out of his hand and aimed at the ghost's heart. The ghost pinched the sharp flying sword that was about to pierce through the red bridal dress with 2 fingers. The flying sword, which was less than a foot long, was shaking and buzzing. The ghost's voice sounded leisurely. "I don't care about the head, but the dress can't be damaged. If it's dirty, it can be cleaned. But if it's damaged, it won't be beautiful anymore. Otherwise, why would Lang Jun laugh at my needlework?" After the crippled youth's palm attack, his fist hooked upward almost at the same time. However, he did not yell out the words, "Ghost subduing." A flying sword made of runes on the banner flew out of his fist. Apparently the youth was not really an idiot. It was a perfect match to kill the enemy. There was a loud roar. "Bitch ghost, I'll enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Even if I lose my head, I'll still strike you with lightning." A bolt of white lightning struck down from the sky about 30 meters above the ground. The ghost still held the umbrella in one hand. With the other hand she pinched the first demon-subduing flying sword with her index finger and thumb. Then she raised her arm slightly and caught the second demon-subduing flying sword with her ring finger and little finger. Then she elbowed the youth's forehead lightly. The latter flew backward and fell on the muddy path. He slid back about 3 meters. The ghost raised the hand holding the umbrella and opened it gently with a snap. The white lightning struck the top of the umbrella and exploded brilliantly. The ghost standing under the umbrella increased the strength of her 4 fingers. The 2 flying swords were broken in the middle. They fell to the ground and turned into 2 puddles of silver liquid. Soon they mixed with the mud. With a wave of her hand, the head flew back and landed on the neck again. Flesh and blood grew, and the head soon returned to normal. The ghost in the bridal dress raised her free arm and picked 1 or 2 strands of grass on her head. Again. The blind old Taoist's heart trembled. He knew he couldn't do it again. He was ready to die and let go of all his strength. After taking a deep breath, his face became dignified and covered with a pale yellow color. The old Taoist's foot left the ground. He clenched a fist on his abdomen and hammered it heavily. His other hand was facing the sky. His sleeve slipped down, revealing a red talisman on his arm. The old Taoist said in a low voice, "Sh for clouds and rain, he for thunder. The clouds are full of jewels, immortals show the way." The female ghost held the oil paper umbrella and the corners of her mouth twitched. She passed by the crippled young man who was seriously injured and couldn't get up. She felt that he was blocking her way, so she casually lifted her leg and kicked the young man down the mountain. The round-faced girl cut her palm and arm with a knife and smeared the blood on her face. Then she charged at the ghost desperately. However, the little girl forgot that it was raining heavily. She didn't have the immortal skill of the blind old Taoist to keep the talisman's aura. When she rushed to the ghost in the bridal dress, her face was already clean. Only the rainwater was left. The blood had been washed away by the rain. The ghost casually slapped the little girl's cheek. The petite and thin body immediately flew into the air and flew out. Like the crippled youth, she disappeared in a flash. After that, with every step the ghost in red took, a white thunder as thick as a bucket fell on the surface of the umbrella. Electric sparks flew and the white thunder shattered. If someone were to look at the mountain from afar, they would see streaks of white snake-like lightning descending from the sky time and time again before splashing brilliantly between the mountains and forests. A continuous rain that could be withstood with a bamboo hat turned into a torrential rain without warning. It was really difficult to move forward. When Qin Pingan suggested finding a place to hide from the rain, Lin Shui reached out to hold the bamboo hat so that it wouldn't be knocked askew by the rapid rain. He said in a low voice, "Something's wrong." Li Huai pulled Li Baoping's sleeve and shouted, "I'm a little scared." Li Baoping scolded, "Senior Yin's spirit is a ghost, isn't it? Then what are you afraid of?" Li Huai's eyes lit up. "Oh right." He turned around and scolded the white donkey behind Lin Shui. "Little white donkey, don't lose track of them." The donkey snorted. The Yin spirit appeared beside Qin Pingan and said in a hoarse voice, "There's a female ghost guarding the surrounding mountains and rivers. Now she's fighting with the old Taoist. If there's no accident, she'll definitely win. Her origin is unknown and her cultivation is not low. If it's any other place I can capture her. But now it's very dangerous." Yin Shen looked around cautiously and explained, "In the mountain and sea register, as long as the mountain and sea god has a name, they will have their own territory or territory. If they fight in their own territory, they will have a significant advantage in terms of time and place. Other than that, the imperial court didn't specify the mountains and rivers of the gods. Even if there are demons and ghosts with outstanding strength and all kinds of spirits that can stand out, it's harder than ascending to the heavens to have something like the Confucian school's palace, the Taoist sect's blessed land, or the military's ancient battlefield ruins. It's not just about having a strong cultivation, but also a great opportunity. But the heavenly axiom has never liked us otherworldly items. If we want to openly occupy a territory, it's no different from a secular dynasty's vassal towns. It's easier said than done." Li Huai muttered to himself timidly, "This senior Yin spirit must have been a scholar when he was alive." Yin Shen's tone was solemn as he pointed at the mountain path beneath everyone's feet. "I have a piece of bad news. The female ghost who is leading the evil group here is no less than a mountain god. She might even be Granny He at the same time. She has been acting strangely from the start. Furthermore, the path beneath your feet has been cast by the female ghost since the beginning. You are now walking on the Yellow Springs road that she had secretly paved. I'm an otherworldly item so I can enter and exit freely. But if I try to force you out of this road, I might hurt your bodies and souls." Lin Shui said indifferently, "Senior Yin spirit, since you can't win against her and we can't leave, what should we do?" The Yin spirit said in a low voice, "Let's wait for her to appear. Don't worry, I won't let you get hurt." He felt a little guilty. He regretted going against the flow of the Great Spirit. Although it would be beneficial to his cultivation in the future, and it could even be said that the benefits were immeasurable, the problem was that his cultivation had been reduced to only 70 to 80%. He had also fallen into the trap of the female ghost. Her target from the beginning was most likely Qin Pingan and his group, and not the blind Taoist master and his 2 disciples. Those white lanterns that were a few miles long on the mountain path were just a diversion to lure him to find out what was going on. The Yin spirit had mixed feelings. The blind Taoist master's cultivation was not high, but his nonsense mouth was really vicious. The Yin spirit said, "All of you stand behind me." Soon the Yin spirit stood at the front of the path. Qin Pingan and Lin Shui stood at the back, one on the left and one on the right. Qin Pingan had already replaced his hatchet with the auspicious symbol. Lin Shui's hands were hanging down, and there was a talisman in each of his sleeves. Li Baoping and Li Huai stood further behind. The white donkey at the back was a little irritable and restless. It stomped heavily on the ground, splashing mud. A female ghost in wedding dress holding an oil paper umbrella slowly walked over from the distance. She was holding the leg of the blind Taoist master. She finally stopped when she was several feet away from Qin Pingan and his group. On the mountain path, lanterns were lit. Even behind Qin Pingan was no exception. Red lights shone on everyone's faces. The female ghost casually threw the blind Taoist master between the 2 parties. With a very surprised expression, she stretched out her finger and pointed. She said, There are so many distinguished guests. 1, 2, 3. There are 3 scholars. Which one is the Confucian gentleman? My Langjun once vowed to be a virtuous gentleman in this life so that he could balance the scales for the people. I didn't expect that at such a young age, he would achieve my Langjuan's long-cherished wish. Chen Pingan wanted to take a step forward, but Yin Shin shook his head and said in a low voice, "Don't rush." The female ghost tilted her head and looked left and right, sizing up the 3 little guys who were carrying small bookcases on their backs. Langjun used to say that only well-behaved scholars could be called scholars. So, whenever I miss Langjun who has not returned from his travels, I will ask people to invite some scholars who pass by here to visit my house. I will give them beautiful young maids, unique ancient books and 1,000-year-old guqin. I like to hear their moving words of eternal love. In the world, only scholars with a full stomach can say those words of love so tenderly. The female ghost in wedding dress finally focused on Yin Shen. She smiled and said, "Senior Yin Shen, you are really unlucky. If this happened a few years later, I wouldn't dare to show up in person this time." She talked to herself and lowered her head slightly. She covered her mouth and smiled coquettishly. It is indeed not good for a woman to show her face in public. But even under the illumination of the light, that face was still deathly pale and colorless. It was too creepy. Li Huai only poked his head out to take a look. He was so scared that his legs trembled. She smiled and asked, "I haven't talked to anyone for too long. I can't help myself. You don't mind, do you?" She remembered something and gently closed the umbrella. Almost at the same time, the heavy rain suddenly stopped. There was not a single drop of rain in the air. Lin Shui smiled and asked, "Madam, what happened to those scholars who were invited to your house?" She continued to walk forward, her smile gone. "Them? In the end, I cut those scholars who violated the oath in half. After I helped stop the bleeding, I planted them in my garden. Because I want to know if the seed of learning that you mentioned will blossom in the soil. Will it bear fruit one day?" But I was very disappointed. They only turned into skeletons. But maybe it's because those scholars can't be considered scholars, so your appearance makes me overjoyed. Lin Shui's face was livid. Li Baoping was so angry that her whole body trembled. Li Huai simply covered his ears with both hands. "I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I used to like scholars the most, but I hate unfaithful men the most." The ghost in the wedding dress slowly raised her head. Tears of blood flowed out of her eyes. The most infatuated love in the world had never been let down. The white paper lanterns hanging on both sides of the mountain road all slid down from the top. Blood finally covered the candles. In the end, I realized that there is no scholar in the world who is not a heartless man. The ghost's face was covered in blood. She threw away the umbrella that she and her husband used as a token of love. She covered her face with both hands. She tried hard to suppress the sobbing between her fingers. "Husband, I don't blame you. Please come back." 124. On both sides of the mountain path, white paper lanterns without branches hung in the air, swaying in the wind. They had long since become large red lanterns. Blood boiled like boiling water. The blood droplets that splattered everywhere constantly hit the lanterns, producing a terrifying crackling sound. The wedding dress ghost continued to sob, unwilling to put down her hands. She didn't care about the Yin spirit at all. The Yin spirit's mind moved slightly, and he used telepathy to tell Lin Shui to use the obstacle-breaking talisman when he had the chance. He would try his best to hold the ghost back. Once the road to the underworld was broken, he would take Qin Pingan and rush out of the mountain. He didn't need to care about the Yin spirit. Remember not to walk on the mountain path under their feet. He wanted Qin Pingan to use the auspicious symbol to open a new path. After Lin Shui agreed, he tentatively asked if he needed to leave the saber auspicious talisman with him. The Yin spirit shook his head, saying he couldn't pick it up at all. The sword chi was too heavy and it was best used to open a path. The grass and trees were stained with the sword chi of the sun and moon. It was innately effective against otherworldly items. It was not good for the Yin spirit to continue using ghost tricks. The wedding dress ghost wiped her hands, revealing a pale face without a trace of blood. She grinned. "First you came uninvited, then you left without saying goodbye. That's not what a gentleman does." The Yin spirit's face blurred, like a candle melting quickly. Finally, it turned into a cloud of black smoke and rushed toward the wedding dress ghost. She raised her hand and waved her sleeves. Her sleeves spread out like a bird's wings, protecting her body. The female ghost was still knocked back 7 to 8 feet in an instant. The bright red lanterns along the way exploded one by one. The blood in the lanterns did not splatter onto the mountain. Instead, it flew towards the female ghost who was knocked back by the Yin spirit like swallows returning to their nest. The situation was similar to the old Taoist spirit summoning banner, which absorbed the essence of the otherworldly item's remaining soul. Lin Shui said in a low voice, "Get ready to follow behind me. Let's get out of this mountain path first. Qin Pingan, we have to cut a new path through the trees. The Yin spirit wants you to use the auspicious symbol to open a path." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "I'll carry the old Taoist on my back. I can't just leave him to die." The blind Taoist was lying a dozen steps away, dying. Qin Pingan ran over and carried the poor old Taoist on his back before turning around. Lin Shui stood still. With 2 fingers he took out a yellow paper talisman and began to chant in a low voice. It was the obstacle-breaking talisman, one of the mountain and river talismans. According to the explanation of the Yin god, there were thousands of types of mountain and river talismans. It was one of the essential talisman for qi cultivators when they traveled to the mountains or rivers. It was to prevent the so-called ghost going around the wall that the common people talked about. In fact, it was because they were worried that they would fall deep into the mountain protection formation secretly set up by their peers. Or they were afraid that the mountain ghosts with profound Taoism would play tricks on them. This was especially true when they entered the ruins of ancient battlefields and mass graves. If ordinary cultivators did not have a few obstacle-breaking talismans, yang qi lighting talismans, and 3 purity tranquility talismans, they would simply be walking into a trap. Lin Shui suddenly opened his eyes. In the depths of the youth's eyes, there was a flash of golden light. He said in a deep voice, "Let's follow the talisman." The obstacle-breaking talisman between the youth's fingers floated away. After it was suspended in the air, it began to wobble, like a drunkard trying to find his way. The talisman came to the side of the road near the mountain wall and stopped. Li Huai asked, "Are we going to crash into it?" Lin Shui took the lead and stepped forward. His figure suddenly disappeared. Li Baoping and Li Huai walked in one after another. Qin Pingan carried the old Taoist on his back and led the donkey, disappearing on the mountain road. The yellow paper talisman originally wanted to follow in, but it seemed to be quietly pulled by someone. Its aura faded and it fell to the ground. A group of people appeared in the depths of a dense forest. They looked at each other. Even Lin Shui, who used the obstacle-breaking talisman, was at a loss. Qin Pingan first asked Lin Shui to help carry the old Taoist. He began to climb the tree. At the highest point, they seemed to be in a valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Even with Qin Pingan's eyesight, he could not see clearly. He only had a vague outline. Before leaving the mountain road, far away from the mountain road, the Yin spirit and the bridal dress ghost were fighting fiercely. The sound of lanterns bursting was endless. After leaving the mountain road with the help of the obstacle-breaking talisman, everything was silent. There was no sound. The huge difference did not make Li Huai feel at ease. Instead, it made him even more frightened. Qin Pingan took a deep breath. He held the auspicious symbol saber in his hand. No matter what goes south, only there is no mountain blocking us. In a valley with towering ancient trees, there were rows upon rows of tall buildings. The mansion was splendid. Its standard was even better than that of a general or a minister in the mortal world. Perhaps only the county king's mansion could compare. This mansion had a golden plaque with the words, "Xiao Shui Gaofeng" hanging high. The strokes were vigorous as if written by an immortal. On both sides of the gate stood a pair of huge stone lions. They were as tall as 2 people. One of the lions stretched out its claws and pressed down on a life-size stone sculpture of a child. An old man in a green robe walked out with a big red lantern. The air rippled and the old man walked out. It was the doctor of the Dali Bureau of Rites. The old man sighed and frowned. Apparently he felt that this visit would be very troublesome. He inserted the lantern under the feet of a stone lion. Almost in an instant, the originally gloomy and deserted mansion lit up. Thousands of lanterns in the mansion were lit up at the same time. Countless doors were pushed open, and out walked delicate and pretty women, old stewards, coachmen, cooks, maids and guards. There were no less than 100 people, and they seemed to have received the orders of the master of the house at the same time, and they were about to start working. However, almost all of them looked pale and their eyes were dull. In a garden, a crippled boy and a round-faced girl were leaning against the wall. The crippled boy was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He was seriously injured. Even if he was allowed to leave, he would not be able to walk more than a few steps. Earlier, in order to deal with the female ghost in the bridal dress with amazing Taoism, the boy pulled the banner into the aperture acupoint on his face. It was an insidious method that damaged the divine will and soul. The girl had cut her skin several times and lost a lot of blood. Even now, she was more or less contaminated by the female ghost's yin qi. She was still dizzy and nauseous. When the lantern was lit, the crippled boy looked worse and worse. He quickly covered the girl's eyes with his hands. In the boy's sight, there were decaying skeletons. Only half of the body was exposed on the ground. They were densely packed like vegetables planted in a vegetable garden. There were no less than 40 or 50 of them. The crippled boy was in despair. Because one of the skeletons, with the spine as the center, was actually pale gold. The bones of the limbs were as white as jade, showing the appearance of a cultivator of the middle 5 realms with golden branches and jade leaves. Moreover, according to the blind old Taoist, only great Qi refinement warriors of the middle 5 realms with very high levels could have such a scene. For a wild Qi refinement warrior like the old Taoist who barely touched the threshold of the middle 5 realms, he did not even have golden branches, let alone jade leaves. No wonder he lost so badly. The difference in strength was too great. At the entrance of the mansion, the middle door was wide open. One of the 3 most powerful doctors in Dali was welcomed with a grand ceremony. The old man did not cross the threshold. Instead, he sat on the threshold and looked at the wide street outside the mansion. He said softly, "Madame Chu, can you listen to my advice and not make things difficult for those boys and girls?" The big red lantern placed at the foot of the stone lion outside the door shook violently. Someone had written the words "Soul comes and goes" in red ink on the lantern. As the lantern swayed, it rippled with traces of bright red light. The old man emphasized and reminded, "Madame Chu, once something happens to those children in your territory, not to mention this mansion of yours, even our great Li will suffer together with them." Unfortunately, there was no news. The old man was a little angry. Madame Chu. An old man who looked like a steward stood inside the door. He wore a felt hat and had his hands behind his back. He bent over and coughed. He laughed softly and said, "Dali has divided these mountains and rivers into my young lady's territory for countless years. My young lady and your Dali have always lived in harmony. Even before this old man became a steward, I heard that my young lady had once been indebted to an ancestor of your Dali. Even now, our mansion still has the golden certificate of eternal harmony with mountains and rivers. After that unfortunate incident, your late emperor and the current emperor all tacitly agreed to my young lady's venting of anger. Why can't she do it today?" The old man in green stood up and turned to look at the old man in the felt hat. He said slowly, "Not only today but also in the future. I will tell Madame Chu the reason in person. However, if Madame Chu is unwilling to stop and is unwilling to see me, then don't blame my Dali for not remembering our old friendship." The old steward patted his chest and stopped coughing. He said with a smile, "Dali's mountains are in turmoil now. Unless that Master Yuan personally takes action, my young lady really isn't afraid of anyone. Even if she can't defeat some of the secret consecrators of your Dali imperial court, if my young lady really wants to hide, do you really have the courage to dig up hundreds of miles of mountain roots in one breath and cut off the Xihua River at the same time? Aren't you afraid that this will implicate Chiduan Mountain and the fallen Pearl Grotto heaven?" The old man in green's face was gloomy. "Our Lord is not one of those consecrators of Dali who are more arrogant than the sky. He has always been disgusted by others who want a yard after taking an inch." The door slowly closed. The old steward stood at the threshold and said with a smile, "My young lady has spoken. She wants your Dali to try." "Then let's try." The Dali Minister of Rites shook his head. He was also a straightforward person. Without further ado, he walked down the steps, took back the big red lantern and threw it into the sky. His figure disappeared. The lantern rose into the sky like a red moon. On the street at the entrance of the mansion, Qin Pingan and the others stood in the same place with heavy hearts. No one thought that they would suddenly walk to the front of this rich mansion from the mountains and dense forests. Qin Pingan was responsible for cutting through the thorns and opening the way with the auspicious symbol. At this time he was also a little out of breath. Although he didn't use much physical strength, it was more because of the burden on his heart. The blind old Taoist on Lin Shui's back suddenly stopped pretending to be dead. He slapped himself in the face and said with tears streaming down his face, "I didn't expect this female ghost's cultivation to be so terrifying. This poor Taoist actually took the initiative to provoke her and even wanted to slay the demon. I was really blind, my dog eyes weren't blind for nothing." Lin Shui was shocked and quickly put the old Taoist on his back. Li Huai hid behind Li Baoping. Li Baoping's face was slightly pale. She pulled Qin Pingan's sleeve and whispered, "Young martial uncle, are you scared?" Qin Pingan raised the back of his hand and wiped the sweat on his forehead. He nodded and said, "Of course I'm scared. But it doesn't matter. Lin Shui and I are here." Lin Shui smiled bitterly and said, "I thought I could try before. Now I feel that my weight is only enough to be hooked by her little finger." Chen Pingan sheathed the auspicious symbol and handed it back to Li Baoping. Seeing that she and Lin Shui were puzzled, Chen Pingan explained, "Let me try later." Li Huai asked naively, "That female ghost isn't afraid of the auspicious symbol saber or Lin Shui's talisman. Instead, she's afraid of fists?" Chen Pingan didn't say anything. He began to hold his breath and concentrate. 125. In front of the mansion that hung the plaque, Xiao Shui Gao Feng. The blind old Taoist who was seriously injured probably felt that he was about to die, so he spoke carelessly as if he had lost his mind. Lin Shui held the two talisman of pearl and pan and fire rain in his hands and his sleeves. He did his best and left the rest to fate. Chen Pingan silently drove the Qi dragon in his body to the two Qi residences to make sure that the sword Qi was still there and that there were no accidents. How to verify this was extremely simple. As long as the fire dragon that gave the meridians a warm feeling didn't dare to stay in front of the two Qi palaces, it meant that there were two extremely small strands of sword energy entrenched in them. This time, Chen Pingan felt that one sword Qi might not be enough to kill the wedding dress ghost. Then two sword Qi. It was better to die of heartache than to die for real. However, Chen Pingan had not used the sword Qi yet, but he was already dying of heartache. Therefore, the young moneygrubber's face seemed a little stiff and murderous. Li Huai suddenly realized that the white donkey beside him had been stomping heavily on the ground. From its initial impatience and uneasiness on the mountain path, it immediately became somewhat cheerful and joyful. Even when the wedding dress ghost appeared at the top of the steps outside the door, the donkey only slowed down its hooves slightly. The female ghost lowered her head to look at the bright red wedding dress. There were a few places that were tattered. She suppressed the monstrous anger that filled her heart and looked at the young boys and girls. Her figure floated to the ground. The female ghost turned sideways and curtsied. Her voice was soft and delicate. "Welcome to my home. You can call me Mrs. Chu. It's a pity that my Lang Jun has not returned from his travels. I have no choice but to entertain you." In the small bamboo forest that was covered by a formation on Chiduan Mountain, Wei Pai, who had recovered his mountain god position with the help of an opportunity, looked at the broken bamboos piled up into a mountain. They were all green bamboos that had been cut in half by Alliance. Even though the gains from this incident far outweighed the losses, when he saw the green bamboos that had absorbed the spiritual qi of Chiduan Mountain for thousands of years, they were like beauties that had been cut in half at the waist in Wei Pai's eyes. He still sighed. Wei Pai's golden earrings had been used as a camouflage. Usually, even if he revealed his true self in his own territory, the black snake would not be able to see through him. At this moment he flicked his finger beside his ear. The broken bamboos on the ground began to disappear into thin air. After everything was tidied up, Wei Pai walked out of the bamboo forest. Other than the black snake, who was curled up not far away in fear, there was also a young swordsman with a sword behind his waist. There was also an acquaintance who was holding a wine pot and drinking wine with his head tilted back. It was the Dali master who had been knocked back to Kaidenshin Shiping by Alliance's rainbow light. Wei Pai only knew that his surname was Lu. In the end he was carried away by the swordsman. Wei Pai revealed a trace of doubt. The man who had been on the verge of death not long ago still looked a little dispirited. However, he was able to walk so quickly. Even if he had cultivated a superior secret technique to temper his body, it should not have been so miraculous. However, on the path of cultivation, to be able to reach the last two realms of the middle five realms, who did not have some hidden skills? Of course Wei Pai would not ask. The rule that the Tao did not speak of longevity and the monk did not speak of his surname had been since ancient times. Wiping the wine stains on the corner of his mouth, the strong man said in a deep voice, "Old man of the Chiduan Mountain, my name is Lu Yu. Although I still don't like you, I will definitely repay you for saving my life in the future. If you have any urgent requests, just crush the message talisman. As long as I, Lu Yu, am not on a mission from the imperial court, I will come even if I am in the southernmost old dragon city of the Aquarius continent." The brawny man casually threw a white jade plate made of fine suet jade to Lu Yu. "Lu Yu, are you a cultivator from the Wind Snow Temple or the True Martial Mountain?" Catching the plate, Lu Yu caught it and said with a smile, "You have a clear distinction between love and hate. You are an upright person, and you also have a peaceful plate that is unique to the military mountain temple." The strong man snorted coldly, "It's none of your business." The young swordsman who had just returned from the embroidery river said with a smile, Lu Yu is a typical person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Don't lower yourself to his level. Wei Pai hurriedly waved his hand, I don't dare, I don't dare. The swordsman casually rested his elbow on the long sword and said with a gentle smile, It just so happens that I have something to deal with in Longquan County. If you don't mind, why don't we go out together? Although I have already informed the Longquan County magistrate, Wu Yuan, there shouldn't be any twists and turns, but it's better to be safe than sorry. After all, in the Luapa Mountain area, there are now Qintianjian, Mr. Qing Wu and many other foreign forces. I don't want your relationship with Dali to be broken again. Wei Pai said casually, looking at the movements of the previous battle, could it be that one of your Dali's 5 mountain gods has unfortunately fallen? What could it be that I, Wei Pai, can take this opportunity to get a small share of the soup? Sir's so-called temporary mission, could it really be related to me? The seemingly rough and reckless Lu Yu narrowed his eyes. The young swordsman was still calm and said with a smile, Don't worry, I won't burn the bridge after crossing the river. The final outcome of this trip to Longquan still depends on your personal wishes, Wei Pai. The Dali Imperial Court will definitely not force you. As for the specific matters, to be honest, I'm not too sure. I only know that after His Majesty heard about this matter, he attached great importance to it and added the words treat with courtesy, in the end. Wei Pai sighed, I've always had a bad temper. In this case, do I still have the nerve to refuse? I'm really afraid of you. Lu Yu sneered, You're the one who's unmoved, right? Wei Pai said with a smile, You flatter me, you flatter me. The young swordsman glanced at the obedient and docile black snake and joked, You have good eyesight. Remember not to cause trouble when you go to Luapa Mountain in the future. There's a snake of your kind living in the mountain lake nearby. Even if you want to fight, it's best not to involve mortals. Other than that, there's nothing else worth paying attention to. Now that you have the identity of a Dali mountain spirit, at least you don't have to worry about being casually killed by passing cultivators. The black snake nodded its head heavily. After swallowing the bag of snake gallstones from the Pearl Grotto, its body size decreased instead of increasing. However, its 4 dragon claw-like claws became thicker, and its body was covered in shiny pitch-black scales. An imperceptible thin golden line appeared on its abdomen. There was no one on this trip to Longquan for the time being, so even with the black snake, they still didn't need to hide during the day and come out at night. After entering Tiefu River and receiving the young swordsman's nod of approval, the black snake carefully slid into the river. Although it was extremely happy, it still tried its best to suppress its instincts and didn't dare to wantonly shake its body and splash the river water. The 3 of them stood on the black snake's body. Like travelers on a boat, they easily went north along Tiefu River. Wei Pai frowned and gently flicked his sleeve. He scooped up a handful of water in his palm and shook it as if he was weighing its weight. He said in surprise, From a river to a river, I know, but, the young swordsman explained, after the river god successfully merged into Tiefu River, she had a fortuitous encounter and alarmed one of the Mr. Qing Wu. He hurriedly reported it to the imperial court. His Majesty the Emperor was overjoyed and promoted her by another level on top of the previous 2. Wei Pai gently shook his palm, and the water of Tiefu River slowly rotated in his palm. He clicked his tongue and said, Doesn't this newly promoted lucky one have already reached the peak of the human world? Interesting, really interesting. In just a few days she completed the journey that her colleagues took hundreds or even thousands of years to complete. This kind of talent and opportunity is simply fate. The most important thing is that this river god's ascension doesn't seem to occupy the fate of other rivers. I have to say, Dali is really lucky. The young swordsman showed a solemn expression for the first time. Wei Pai, are you sure that her ascension didn't steal the fate of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers? Instead, it all came from the small Tiefu River in the past? Wei Pai smiled but didn't say anything. In the past, the North Mountain god of the Holy Water Country had a unique vision. Naturally, he was not comparable to Qintianjian Mr. Qing Wu, who was an outsider among insiders. Due to the previous battle in Dali Imperial Court, the country's fate was unstable. 3 of the 5 mountain gods were greatly injured, so they could only hand this matter to Mr. Qing Wu for the time being. The young swordsman said in a deep voice, Wei Pai, I believe that you will be rewarded by the imperial court for this matter alone. Wei Bian raised his head. A cool breeze brushed past his face, making the young man, who already looked like a banished immortal, look even more ethereal. His eyes were gentle as he smiled and said, Can you exchange it for a small opportunity? For example, Let a new disciple of Changchun Palace who already has the aptitude of the middle 5 states walk more smoothly on the longevity bridge in the next 100 years? The young swordsman smiled and said, "What's so difficult about that?" Wei Pai murmured, "I owe the Lu family of the Holy Water Country." Lu Yu said impatiently, "It's been so many years. Even the gods of the mountains and rivers who live as long as the country are not as sentimental as you. It's already a great fortune that the statues didn't collapse after the change of dynasty. If you can choose a good master to rely on and continue to enjoy the worship of incense, it's a good thing that you can only dream of. Even if you are indebted to the Lu family of the Holy Water Country, it's been hundreds of years. Those who deserve to die have all died. Why are you, Wei Pai, being so pretentious?" Wei Pai turned a deaf ear to him. All he could hear was the sound of the river. Lu Yu, who had a strong temperament, said angrily, "A stinky stone in the latrine. I can't believe I owe you a favor. I, Lu Yu, am so unlucky." The young swordsman laughed heartily and said, "Ill fate is also fate. You two just accept it." Lu Yu smiled casually and asked, "I wonder if Old Lantern will have a conflict with Madame Chu on the way to the south? If they fight, I think Old Lantern will have to bear the consequences." The young swordsman shook his head and said, "I hope there won't be any trouble. Madame Chu means a lot to Dolly. Moreover, Madame Chu has a strong temperament. If you weren't seriously injured and she didn't need to rush back to the Eternal Spring Palace to pick up that Empress, I wouldn't have let Dr. Han escort us to the south. Dr. Han is outwardly but inwardly outwardly. His temper is worse than yours." Lu Yu laughed and said, "It's fine, there's no handsome scholar in the group. Madame Chu won't like him. Old Lantern, if you were 30 or 40 years younger, you might have been left in that mansion to be the commander-in-chief, right?" The swordsman teased, "If you have the ability, say that in front of Madame Chu." Lu Yu laughed and said, "If she dares to walk out of that mountain, I dare to say that." The young swordsman sighed and said, "The reason why saints are called saints is because they have their own little world. If they sit in it, they can take advantage of the time, place, and people." Lu Yu said regretfully, "It's a pity that you're a sword cultivator. There's no such thing for sword cultivators. Otherwise, if you have a saint's little world with both offense and defense, then you—" The young swordsman raised his eyebrows and laughed, "I already have one sword. Isn't that enough?" It was only at this moment that the young swordsman, who had a mediocre aura, gave off a dazzling feeling. Lu Yu smiled embarrassedly. Wei Pai suddenly stood up and looked over. He saw a willow tree sticking out of the water by the shore. A lady wearing a green robe and face armor was sitting on the branch of the willow tree. She had a head of rare golden hair that spread out on the surface of the Chefu River and swayed slightly with the water. For some reason, Wei Pai thought of a popular poem for no reason. Yang Hua floats on the water like duckweed. When the young swordsman saw the lady, he explained softly, "She's the Chefu River's main god. She just formed her golden body not long ago, and the imperial court hasn't built a temple yet. Therefore there are still some signs of her spirit being unstable." Wei Pai didn't even turn his head and asked, "What's her name?" Lu Yu snorted and said, "This little girl's name is very good. Yang Hua is in the water Yang Hua. She was born in the countryside, but her bone structure was chosen by Mr. Qing Wu, and she was recognized by the famous Taoist sword, talisman, in the capital of our great Li dynasty. Now she has become one of the few first-class Jiang deities. With her good fortune she will definitely ascend to the heavens in the future." Wei Pai nodded and his expression returned to normal. He sat back on the black snake's back and said, "She's the Rain Master's elephant. No wonder she can go so smoothly. With such a powerful guy as a neighbor, we'll meet frequently. God knows if it's a good thing or a bad thing." Although the young swordsman felt a little strange, he couldn't think of a reason. However, the Rain Master's elephant was indeed rare. Wei Pai and the others rode the black snake past Yang Hua. The river god Yang Hua was indifferent. In the past, there were many poets in the divine water nation. Their farewell poems were especially praised by the world. Once the women in the brothel sang them, they were often popular in the continent. Among them Yang Hua was Lu Su. However, as the rough man Lu Yu said, it was all in the past. If Wei Pai didn't mention it, who would care? Even if he did, who would be willing to listen? Only the scholarly sage had a note. Yang, the one who rises from the willow. Wei Pai suddenly turned his head, but he wasn't looking at the water god Yang Hua. Instead, he was looking at the land further south than Chestun Mountain. There was a big red lantern rising slowly. The young swordsman held the hilt of the sword at his waist with one hand and said with a solemn expression, "It seems that I have to go there personally. But at this moment, in a towering mountain at the border of Dali, a white light broke through the top of the mountain and flew rapidly to the north. It was like a comet dragging an extremely long snow-white rainbow. It was actually caused by the sword chi of a flying sword. And the owner of the sword was nowhere to be seen. The sword chi was long and heavy. This sword landed not far from the embroidery river. The sword broke through a powerful array that was close to the sage's domain and landed right in front of a white donkey. End of this chapter. 126. The sword broke through the sky and landed on the street in front of the mansion. The rainbow light of the sword chi, which was like a comet, did not disperse for a long time. It was like a ray of dazzling sunlight shining through the window into the lifeless house. The white donkey ran in circles as if it had met an old friend in a foreign land. The ghost in the wedding dress was obviously shocked. As the owner of this place, she felt the power of the sword more clearly than anyone else. The mountain was shaking and the water vapor was boiling. If she had not used her chi to cover the mansion behind her, half of the thousands of lanterns in the mansion would have been extinguished. The ghost was shocked and angry. She did not look at the place where the flying sword landed, but at the gap in the gloomy sky that could not be repaired. At the same time, drops of blood seeped out from the surface of the bright red wedding dress. They rolled on the lotus leaves like water droplets. Eventually there were more and more of them. The ghost shook her sleeves and roared angrily, "Trespassers will die. How dare you, sword fairy? I will take your head and plant it in the garden. I will let you live for 10 or even 100 years. Laughter came from afar. Eventually, the voice condensed on the flying sword on the ground. The voice was not only warm but also had a unique charm. It was like the romantic scene described by the children of aristocratic families. It gave people the feeling of bathing in the spring breeze. However, in his words he did not hide his soaring heroism. "Miss, please wait for a moment. My body has not completely stabilized. I can't compare with the speed of the flying sword. But I wonder how the scenery of your garden is. The place is not big and the scenery is not good. It is enough to plant a head." The ghost in the wedding dress's pale face turned a gloomy purple. Her smile was ferocious. From the sleeves of her wedding dress, 2 scarlet streams gushed toward the gap in the sky. Someone shouted loudly, "Sword chi, retreat!" The thick sky shook violently. The 2 streams of blood that flowed backward and gathered at the gap suddenly exploded in all directions on the dome of the small world. It was like a rain of blood. The ghost's body trembled. She shook her sleeves gently and countless raindrops returned to her sleeves. A young man in a white robe descended from the sky. He was surrounded by a layer of white mist, like the mist of a big lake or the wind of a mountain peak. The man's hair was tied up without a hairpin or crown. His hands were together like swords. There was a strong sword chi that was as thick as a young man's arm. It was bright and dazzling, like a white flood dragon circling around him. The moment the yin chi and the scarlet blood met the sword chi, it dissipated instantly. Looking at the handsome man who was less than 30 years old, who landed between Qin Pingin's group and the ghost in the wedding dress, the flying sword on the ground whooshed to the side of the man and pointed at the plaque on the door, "Xiao Shui Gao Feng." The man withdrew his 2 fingers. The condensed and abundant sword chi paused for a moment. The man turned his head and saw the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket with a small bookcase on her back. The man suddenly remembered that there was an old object that he had depended on for many years that no longer belonged to him. Then he smiled and waved his hand. Li Baoping's green bamboo bookcase shook slightly. The silver gourd hidden inside shook slightly. A snow-white flying sword less than 2 inches long flew out of the sword-nourishing gourd. The sword chi reluctantly went into the flying sword, and the flying sword rushed to the middle of the man's eyebrows and disappeared in a flash. The sword fairy man rubbed the middle of his eyebrows and joked, "Let's go everywhere together. You are not a girl waiting to be married. You must stay in the embroidery tower and not go downstairs." The white donkey trotted briskly to the man's side and rubbed its head against the man's shoulder intimately. The man smiled and reached out his hand to stroke the donkey's head. "Old buddy, long time no see. I really miss you." The gap in the sky was slowly closing as the man forced his way in. However, he had consumed a lot of spiritual chi of mountains and rivers. In a short time, at least 50 years of accumulated wealth was swept away and turned into useless turbid chi. The ghost in the wedding dress regained her calmness and sneered, "Sword chi, natal flying sword, each is more powerful than the last. What an outstanding land sword fairy. You are not from Dali, are you?" The sword fairy man smiled and said, "I am just a rootless duckweed. My name is not worth mentioning." After saying this, the man did not turn his head. Instead, he turned around and showed his back to the ghost in the wedding dress. The land sword fairy who had just come out of seclusion said gently, "I am Alliance's half-friend." Well, only half. Half is his disciple. Unfortunately, Alliance did not want to acknowledge me as his disciple. He said that I was too pedantic and soft, so my sword was never fast enough. If he acknowledged me as his disciple, he could not afford to lose face. I came all the way here because I sensed something strange in my old buddy and the sword-cultivating gourd. If I may ask, where is Alliance? And you are? Qin Pingan explained, "We are also Alliance's friends." The gourd was given to Li Baoping by Alliance. The donkey was taken care of by Li Huai. As for Alliance's whereabouts, I believe that you will hear about it in the future. Compared to the ghost in the wedding dress, this land sword fairy who claimed to be Alliance's friend, Li Huai, who always had strange thoughts, was not unfamiliar with this person at all. In the child's opinion, Alliance's friend was Li Huai's friend. As for whether you were a sword fairy or not, was it more important than being friends? However, the incident at the Xiuhua River ferry made Li Huai afraid of ropes after being bitten once. He did not dare to speak casually. He just kept winking at the white donkey. The young sword fairy listened carefully to the words of the straw sandals youth, then nodded and said, "I have a general understanding." Almost everyone felt the ground tremble slightly, like a turtle turning over, or the precursor of a mountain collapsing. The ghost in the wedding dress's expression changed greatly. Just as she was about to leave, she found that her vital flying sword had pinned her vital chi to the spot. The snow-white flying sword had unknowingly stopped 3 feet above her head. The ghost in the wedding dress was full of anger and shouted angrily, "Dr. Han, water god of the Xiuhua River, are you two not going to do anything? If the Yin spirit really breaks the mountain's roots and heads north, not only will the 3 rivers of the Xiuhua River be affected, but also the Chiduan Mountain, the Tiefu River, and the Dragon Whisker River in the north. Which side will be spared and not be affected?" An old man holding a big red lantern stood in the sky outside the canopy and sneered, "Where did Madame Chu's previous imposing manner go?" The ghost's expression darkened. Beside the old man stood a general in armor with a green snake coiled around his arm. He came out to mediate the situation, lest the Doctor of Rights and Madame Chu fall out and ruin Dali's luck. He said in a deep voice, "Madame Chu, Dr. Han and I can persuade the Yin spirit to stop breaking the mountain's roots, but we also hope that Madame Chu will not do anything extreme in the future." The bridal gown ghost smiled sweetly and said, "If I wish to spar with this sword immortal, would that be considered extreme?" Dr. Han was so angry that he laughed, "What a bodhisattva, Madame Chu. I have learned my lesson today. Good. The Ministry of Rights of Dali will repay you in the future." The ghost sneered and said, "You are just a little doctor spouting nonsense. Are you trying to scare a child? Wait until you become the Minister of Rights of Dali, then you have the right to order me around." The green snake on the arm of the Jiangshin quickly spat out a white fog. He was obviously more familiar with Dali's officialdom and its future trends than the ghost in the wedding dress who was isolated from the world. He said with a displeased expression, "Madame Chu." The ghost in the wedding dress covered her mouth and laughed coquettishly. She lifted her dress with one hand and curtsied sideways, "I will apologize to Sir Han." The old man with the lantern was so angry that his lips turned blue. However, he still did not say a word. Everything was for the stability of Dali's situation. If not, with Madame Chu's brutal behavior of wantonly killing passing scholars, how could the Ministry of Rights of Dali choose to turn a blind eye for decades? But then again, the old man did not think that the Dali imperial court did anything wrong. The hegemony of the mountains and rivers lasted for thousands of years. What was the death of a few people? Innocent or unfortunate, what was the point? If he was not a Dali official, not the Minister of Rights who was responsible for contacting and recruiting Qi cultivators, according to his temperament as a Confucian student, he would definitely resolutely take action, even if it meant that both sides would suffer losses. However, the old man had walked step by step to reach his position today. He had seen tens of thousands of casualties on the battlefield. He had seen the names of the noble mansions in Dali's capital changed. He had seen the assassination of the death soldiers of other countries like moths to a flame. He had seen the tragic situation of hundreds and thousands of people at the foot of the mountain when 2 immortals fought on the mountain. In his position, he planned for his government. He, Han, was no longer the poor scholar who studied the books of the sages and only knew the principles in the books. He even personally killed the chivalrous warrior who was righteous when he saw injustice and only sought revenge on the immortals on the mountain for the sake of the innocent people in Dali's law. Before the man died, he cursed loudly, saying that Dali was ridiculous and that he was the lackey of the immortals on the mountain. He calmly told the man that perhaps in 30 years or even 50 years, there would definitely be a day when there would no longer be such a tragic death in the greatly. That chivalrous martial artist spat blood on his face before he died. How could there be such a simple thing in the world? The old man with the lantern in his hand looked to the north with complicated thoughts. He did not know why his master was not in a hurry to show up and take action. The young sword immortal ignored Mrs. Chu and the Dali minister. As for the water deity and Een deity, he was too lazy to care. He turned around again and faced the wedding dress ghost who was stunned by his flying sword. He smiled and asked, "Do you want to exchange swordsmanship with me?" The wedding dress ghost smiled and said, "If you want to stop, I am willing. After all, I have never seen a young sword immortal like you in my life." The young sword immortal waved his hand and the white donkey quickly ran back to Li Huai. The man reached out to the sword hanging beside him and nodded, "Okay." The wedding dress ghost narrowed her eyes. "Oh? Are you serious?" The young sword immortal grasped the sword hilt and said softly, "The name of the sword is Gao Zhu." A simple slash of the sword. But it changed the color of the sky and made this small world full of gloomy aura suddenly shine brightly. The sword chi instantly slashed at the ghost. Panicking, the wedding dress ghost could only raise her hands to cover her face and her wide sleeves to cover her whole body. The ghost was slashed into two on the spot. The wail of Mrs. Chu resounded through the street and the magnificent mansion behind her. The servants and maids stood where they were in a daze and began to bleed from their 7 orifices. Some directly collapsed to the ground and turned into a pool of pus. Inside the mansion there were noble ladies who were learning needlework. Needles were piercing into their arms without them realizing it. There were guards who were practicing martial arts standing where they were and punched each other's heads. Even if half of their heads were broken, their movements did not stop. The ghost hurriedly rushed to the gate of the mansion. The two halves of her body were connected by countless red threads. The scene was like a lotus root that was cut in half. At this moment, the two halves quickly merged together in the air. The young sword immortal said indifferently, "Again." A slash of the sword. The slash of the sword spread out in the air like a sparkling water surface. The wedding dress ghost was like a beauty who had just come out of the bath. Her waist was covered by the water surface. The wedding dress fell limply to the top of the stairs. The ghost turned into billowing smoke and flew into the golden plaque. Blood constantly fell to the ground. A woman's face, contorted in pain, protruded from the surface of the plaque from time to time. She begged for mercy, "Spare me, sword immortal." The young sword immortal attacked twice. After only 2 attacks, the soul of the arrogant ghost in the bridal dress was split into 4 parts. She had to return to the plaque where the mountain root and water source of this small world was entrusted. She could only catch her last breath. There was a saying in the world, living under the eaves of others. Actually, it had already revealed part of the heavenly secrets. Under the eaves of ordinary people, be it the beams or the plaques, there were often great mysteries. Lin Shui's mind wavered. No wonder Alliance said that among the chi practitioners in the world, sword immortals were the most carefree, the most lethal, and the most unreasonable. It was a pity that although Lin Shui had a good aptitude for cultivation, he was not suitable for the path of sword immortals. Lin Shui felt a little regretful, but soon he made up his mind. Wouldn't it be better if he could rely on the heavenly Taoist method to defeat a sword immortal on the land who was so good at sword art? However, Lin Shui was very clear that the man in front of him was most likely the legendary Qi cultivator of the upper 5 realms. If the pure martial artists outside the Qi cultivators were always one level lower than the Qi cultivators, then the sword cultivators among the Qi cultivators were always one level higher than the other Qi cultivators. The reason was very simple. No one was willing to fight with a sword immortal who had achieved Tao. It was said that someone once calculated that among the Qi cultivators who broke the longevity bridge of the enemy, the sword cultivator was undoubtedly the most, accounting for 1/3 of the total. They were even more decisive than the military cultivators who killed decisively and were not tainted by karma. One must know that there were thousands of paths of cultivation, and each path was predestined. The sword cultivator was just one of them. Qin Pingan's thoughts were not as complicated as Lin Shui's. He was just thinking about one thing. It turned out that the sword could be used in this way. The young sword immortal put one hand behind his back and held the long sword in the other hand. He smiled and said, "You can't do the same thing more than 3 times. Mrs. Chu, why don't you take my sword?" A figure quietly appeared under the horizontal board. It was a man who was also young, but he looked ordinary. He held the sword behind his waist and said slowly, "Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple. That's enough." The sword immortal in white smiled and said, "Wei Jin of the Immortal Stage." Without saying anything more, the sword immortal on the land, who claimed that he had not stabilized his realm, waved his sword again. The young swordsman in front of him was expressionless. He reached out to hold the sword hilt and slowly pulled it out for more than an inch. Then he stopped. However, between the two sword immortals, a small and cute mountain range appeared. The mountain range was winding and hanging in the sky. The young sword immortal Wei Jin cut the mountain range with one sword. However, there was not much spirit left in this sword, so he did not continue to attack. Thousands of miles away, there was a huge valley at the top of a mountain range that stretched for hundreds of miles. It was as if an immortal had cut it with his sword. 127. Wei Jin smiled and asked, "Are you that person from the Imo family?" The young swordsman's expression was not good. He thought, "Senior Alliance, can't you say one more name?" He said to Wei Jin, "Wait a moment. 888 read book. 2 infinity 30 is not equal." The young swordsman turned to the female ghost attached to the plaque and frowned. "Madame Chu, now that things have come to this, can you show some sincerity?" The female ghost whose soul was hidden in the plaque nodded. Then the sky gradually disappeared. This was a sign that the boundary between the mountains and rivers was dissipating. It was similar to the common people opening the door to welcome guests. No matter how ignorant and inexperienced she was, she had also heard of the various legendary deeds of this person. He was born in the school of Mo's ranger lineage, and after joining the Great Li Song clan, he was immediately treated as an honored guest by the Great Li's emperor. Now he was one of the gatekeepers of the Great Li's capital city, and one of the key figures in the Great Li's power to intimidate the forces on the mountain. It was said that when he had free time he would travel alone. Every time he saw a mountain or river he would turn it into his sword will. As a result, the Ministry of Rights doctor and the embroidery river god appeared on the street and bowed to the young swordsman. The latter only nodded in acknowledgement. It was clear that this person had a high status in Dali. The Yin spirit also stood beside Qin Pingan with a murderous aura. Just now, he had almost sacrificed his cultivation to break the mountain's root. He wanted to fight to the death with the ghost in the wedding dress. Once the mountain's root was broken, it meant that the ghost's amulet was no more. She would completely lose the confidence to fight against the cultivators of the 10th realm. A suet jade-like arm stretched out from the horizontal inscribed board. The wedding dress on the ground floated towards the horizontal inscribed board. When the female ghost came out from the horizontal inscribed board, she put on the wedding dress again. Previously, her body was cut into 4 by the immortal deity stage Wei Jin. Even though she was in a life-threatening situation, she did not forget to keep the wedding dress intact. It was enough to show how much she cherished the wedding dress and how obsessed she was with it. After the female ghost landed on the ground, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of the bookcases on the backs of the children. Her eyes instantly changed and a vicious aura erupted from her body. Although she tried her best to suppress it, the strangeness of the female ghost was clearly displayed. The young swordsman sighed and looked at the young man with straw sandals whom he had met once on the ferry of the embroidery river. He pleaded sincerely, "Can you please put away the 3 boxes first?" Mrs. Chu's resentment towards scholars was the crux of her abandonment of the god of mountains and rivers. The reason for this is really difficult to explain in a few words. Qin Pingan, I only hope that you can be lenient. Seeing that we didn't make a big mistake, let's forget about this enmity. How about it? The young swordsman thought for a moment and said with a smile, "If it's possible, you just need to promise me to use a camouflage technique." Qin Pingan nodded. "Sure." Very soon, the 3 emerald green bookcases disappeared from everyone's sight. Of course, if the Qi refinement warriors focused on them, they would reveal their true forms. The young swordsman finally looked at Wei Jin again. This was the youngest cultivator of the upper 5 realms in the Eastern Treasure Bottle continent. Moreover, he was a sword cultivator whose combat strength could be 1 realm higher. A cultivator of the upper 5 realms at the age of 40. No matter which continent he was in, even if it was the vast central divine continent, he was still a shocking god's favored son. Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple and Song Zhangqiang of Dali. Among the young cultivators on the mountain, they were the well-deserved twin annulus of the north and south. Now, one of them had broken through the 10th realm and reached the 11th realm of sword cultivator, while the other had reached the legendary 10th realm of martial arts. Indeed, they did not disappoint. The 2 of them were 1 scholar and 1 warrior. Their future achievements were limitless. The young swordsman asked with a smile, I wonder if Sword Immortal Wei has any other plans for coming to Dali this time other than solving today's crisis? The white-clothed Sword Immortal, who had always traveled the Jianghu with the identity of a chivalrous man, asked back with a smile, if there are no other plans, what will happen? If there are, what will happen? The young swordsman said bluntly, if it's just for sightseeing, except for a few forbidden areas in Dali, Sword Immortal Wei is welcome to visit the rest of the places. If you don't mind, I'm willing to accompany you. If you have ulterior motives while the situation in Dali is unstable, then I'll block you here and personally test how fast Sword Immortal Wei's flying sword is. Wei Jin put away the famous sword named Gao Zhu in his hand and hung it by his waist. In the Wind Snow Temple, I've always respected Master Ruan the most, but for various reasons I've never met him. Therefore, after receiving the message from Master Ruan's peace token from Pearl Cave, I accepted a mission to escort these children to Yefu Pass at the border of Dali. Along the way, I met a senior swordsman named Alliance who gave me some advice on swordsmanship. Only then did I have the opportunity to undergo closed-door training and break through the realm. Therefore, you don't have to worry about me going north this time. The young swordsman opposite him, whose mountain-moving swordsmanship was extremely amazing, treated him with sincerity. Wei Jin was an upright and open-minded person, so he did not take his slightly stiff attitude as a provocation. Instead, he bared his heart and said, if you want to compare swordsmanship with me, I'm very willing. Previously, I thought that there was no need to continue traveling in my hometown, the Aquarius continent. However, after hearing a lot about the outside world from Alliance, I really want to go to the inverted mountain to take a look. I want to go to the place where Alliance trained and really sharpened my swordsmanship. It was precisely because he had traveled to many places and met many people that Wei Jin knew the value of the word perseverance. The blind old Taoist could not interrupt at all, nor did he have the courage to speak. The famous Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple was enough to make this unorthodox old Taoist feel suffocated. Cultivators of the upper 5 realms, in the eastern Aquarius continent, were extremely rare existences. It must be known that a cultivator of the 10th realm was already the cornerstone of a country, and all of them were worshipped by the kings and emperors to protect the country's fate. Chi cultivators of the upper 5 realms, which one of them was not a dragon that appeared and disappeared. They were existences that could establish a sect. In the Aquarius continent, there were many dynasties, but how many immortal mansions with the word sect as the suffix? It could be counted with one's fingers. Wei Jin clasped his fists and said to the young swordsman, we will meet again someday. The young swordsman also clasped his fists and returned the greeting, I hope that in the future I can hear news about you from the inverted mountain in the Aquarius continent. The two sword cultivators looked at each other and smiled. Old hairs are like new, old friends are like old friends, this was the principle. Qin Pingan said softly, let's go. Li Baoping, Li Huai and Lin Shuyi nodded. The blind old Taoist gritted his teeth and mustered up his courage to ask carefully, Immortal Master, I have 2 disciples that Mrs. Chu asked to stay in the mansion as guests. Can I take them away? I am afraid that my disciples are uncouth and naughty, and might accidentally break Mrs. Chu's rules. The young swordsman turned to the ghost in the wedding dress and said gently, Mrs. Chu, can you let us go? The ghost in the wedding dress nodded and said, since you have spoken, how can I dare to disobey? This hidden gatekeeper of the capital could block Wei Jin's 3rd sword with just an inch of his sword out of the sheath. The ghost in the wedding dress knew very well how powerful he was. In short, he was not someone she could contend against. Even if she was at her peak with the protection of the mountains and rivers, it would be meaningless. Moreover, she was not a true 10th realm cultivator, and this strange swordsman from the school of Moism might be like Wei Jin, an 11th realm sword immortal. She was somewhat annoyed and narrowed her eyes at the young boys and girls. If not for one of them causing her to be unable to light the lantern and seeing their disgusting appearance of traveling, she would not have been reduced to such a miserable state. Not to mention that she had taken 2 swords from the sword immortal Wei Jin, even the water source of the mountain was almost destroyed by the Yin spirit. Wei Jin led the white donkey and asked Qin Pingan and the others with a smile, then shall we hurry on our way? Qin Pingan naturally had no objections. With the addition of a traveling sword immortal, the traveling group slowly left just like that. Li Baoping came to Qin Pingan's side and said, Little martial uncle. Qin Pingan asked softly, what's wrong? Li Baoping chuckled. Nothing. Qin Pingan rubbed her head. The girl in the red cotton-padded jacket walked side by side with Qin Pingan. Actually, she was somewhat missing her elder brother. The ghost in the wedding dress waved her hand and casually pulled the crippled youth and the round-faced girl out of the garden and threw them beside the blind old Taoist. After that, she glanced in a direction out of the corner of her eye. Coincidentally, the ghost in the wedding dress saw the straw sandals youth looking back. They stared at each other. The youth's eyes were cold. For a moment, the ghost in the wedding dress felt her heart palpitate for no reason. However, she soon found it ridiculous and quickly retracted her gaze, no longer wasting time on an ordinary youth. The ghost in the wedding dress did not understand why she was so suspicious. Then, for some reason, she looked again. The straw sandals youth had his back to her and was slowly walking away. Naturally, he was at the back of the group. For thousands of years, the 4 great clans and 10 great clans in the Peach Leaf Alley of Fulu Street had been filled with scheming against each other, and there was no lack of bloodshed. However, now that it had become Longquan County, they had no choice but to band together and gather their forces. However, in private, who was not secretly in contact with the Imperial Court of Great Li and those immortal forces who had bought the mountains. There were some rumors that were spread as if they were true, but the people on the streets and alleys didn't take them seriously. For example, one of the 4 surnames, the Li family's Dragon Lin and Phoenix, had a sad end after Li Baoping's teacher, the Cliff Academy's Mountain Lord, had become a joke. On the other hand, a few young scholars including Zhao Yao had the potential to become immortals on the mountain. They were existences that the big families in the small town did not dare to underestimate. However, it was said that the second son of the head of the Li family, Li Baozhen, had met a noble in the capital and became a supervisor of the Imperial College. He had followed the famous scholar Lu Wenhu to learn the great etiquette, which had caused a small stir in the small town. As for Li Hong's eldest son, all the elders in Fulu Street had the impression that he was a bookworm who had become stupid from studying. The youngest daughter, Li Baoping, was a crazy girl who had not been at home since she was young. Other than that, there was nothing special about them. Only Li Baozhen had some hope of bringing glory to the family. In the study of the Li family, a young man with a distant expression handed a letter from the capital of Dali to his father, Li Hong. Li Hong smiled and said, "Baozhen is like his sister. He would rather send it to you, his big brother, than to his parents." The young man smiled bitterly and said softly, "Father, you have to be mentally prepared for what is written in the letter." Li Hong's expression instantly became serious. After taking out the letter, he roughly skimmed through the greetings. The more he read, the gloomier his expression became. The man stood up and lit an oil lamp. He placed it in the brush washer and burned the letter bit by bit. The ashes slowly fell into the plum-green brush washer. The man used 2 words to conclude his son's actions: nonsense. Li Hong asked, "What do you think about this matter? Do you want to listen to your brother's suggestion and have Zhu He and Zhu Lu, father and daughter, remove their lowly status from our Li family through the county yamen and help promote them to commoners? If the father and daughter of the Zhu family successfully changed their household registration, they would be removed from the lowly servant status of the Li family on Fulu Street in Longquan County and obtain commoner status. Henceforth, their descendants would not have to be slaves for generations. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a carp jumping through the dragon's gate." However, the Prime Minister's concierge had 7 ranks of officials. Who was better and who was worse depended on the ability of the person who left the lowly status. For those who only knew how to flatter, of course, it would be safer to rely on a big tree. If they had real talent, naturally it would be more promising to establish their own family. The young man smiled bitterly and said, "Father, you already have an idea." Li Hong leaned back against the chair and rubbed his temples with both hands. "But I still want to hear your opinion. In a family, not everyone can think of riches and honor and danger." The young man sat there quietly with bright eyes. The truly tricky part is that no matter which side you favor, it will cause estrangement between the other side and the family. Therefore Baozhen did wrong this time. Baozhen was stubborn and did not leave a way out for himself and the family, which was even more wrong. It was not kind to do so. It was wrong to let down that Chin Pingon from Mud Bottle Alley. Li Hong looked at the eldest son with a complicated expression. How can you not know Baozhen's temperament as his brother? If you knew it would be such an awkward situation, why didn't you go with him to the capital? The young man said helplessly, "Grandfather is in seclusion, Baozhen left home, and now the situation in the small town is turning upside down. It is a critical time to decide the future of the major families. Our Li family can't be in the dark. I don't feel at ease leaving. Even if I want to leave, I have to wait until the situation here is clear. If it really doesn't work, the imperial examination can be put aside." Hearing the mature and prudent words, Li Hong nodded slightly. When the eldest son said the last sentence, Li Hong suddenly became anxious. She straightened her back and said loudly, "Absolutely not. The imperial examination is the most important national policy of Dali. It is not inferior to the imperial court's recruitment of the forces on the mountain. Li Baozhen is more impatient than you. Before leaving home, although in front of me and your grandfather, he said that after leaving the small town, he would follow the rules and do things openly. He would not take any chances and take risks. But in the end, didn't he act first and report later? So we can only let him do as he pleases. In this way, if you delay the imperial examination, it is equal to slowing down the family's pace for at least 3 years." The young man silently swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. As long as he said it, it meant that his relationship with his brother, which was not very good, would fall to the bottom in an instant, and there would be no possibility of mending it. Moreover, it was meaningless to say it because deep in his heart, his father did not deny his brother's pursuit of riches and honor. On the wrong path he rose early and worked hard for 3 years. On the right path, he restrained himself and lay low for 3 years. The difference in the impact of the two on the next 30 years of the family and on the 2 generations was self-evident. After the young man walked out of the study, he walked alone in the elegant and spacious outer corridor. He suddenly heard the tinkling of a string of wind chimes under the eaves. He closed his eyes and looked up slightly. Listening to the ethereal tinkling sound, he murmured, "It's not good to have too many smart people." The scholar in green was called Li Shixing. 128. Without the ghost in the wedding dress causing trouble in the dark, Qin Pingan and his companions can go on without any hindrance. There is a road leading to the mansion in the valley. Originally, it was wide enough for 2 carriages to go side by side. Now, although it is covered with weeds and cold rain, it is much better than when Qin Pingan had to open the road with the auspicious symbol with the narrow saber after he left the road to the underworld with the barrier-breaking charm. The man who was called the Land Sword Immortal by the ghost in the wedding dress does not speak after he suddenly joins the team. This sword practitioner of the immortal level of the Wind Snow Temple leads the white donkey with one hand and holds the hilt of the sword at his waist with the other hand. He walks with his eyes closed and his mind wandering. If there was a chasm between the lower 5 levels and the middle 5 levels, then there was a chasm between the 10th level and the 11th level. Even the Qi refinement warriors of the 10th level, who were the pillars of the dynasty in the mortal world below the mountain, had to sit like dead bones for decades or even centuries. In the end, they finally found the opportunity to break through the level after a long period of silence and walk down the mountain from the blessed land and the mountain gate. However, in the end it was all for naught. There were still many of them who returned to the mountain and continued to sit and face the wall. Wei Jin quietly ended the unique breathing method of the Wind Snow Temple. He opened his eyes, turned around and looked at the children who were familiar with Aoliang. However, this white-robed sword immortal's mind was more focused on the memorial ceremony in the Wind Snow Temple. Since he couldn't break through the realm, he hadn't gone to his master's grave to propose a toast to him for many years. Besides, after hearing Aoliang's so-called *T stories, Wei Jin was full of longing for the inverted mountains that connected the 2 worlds. He was even more fascinated by the Great Wall, which was filled with sword cultivators. Wei Jin sighs and feels that it is not enough. If he had been under the banner of Xiao Shui Gao Feng before, his body would have been stable and perfectly integrated with the sword intent. Then there would be no flaw in his sword. At that time, the paladin of the school of Mo who blocked his way would have drawn his sword more than an inch away. At least half of the sword would have been out of the sheath. Li Huai looks at the white sword immortal whose eyes are drifting. He is very curious but also regretful. If only Alliance were here. Li Huai wants to pat Alliance on the shoulder and tell him that he is a master of swordsmanship and that Alliance is still not good enough. In the future he should learn more from others. Look at Wei Jin's appearance. Before he arrived, his sword had already arrived. His white robe was surrounded by sword qi, and he beat the evil woman until she cried for her parents. This earth-shattering appearance is not the same as Alliance's wearing a bamboo hat and walking by the river with a donkey. Lin Shui finds that after Wei Jin is looking at them, he also notices that the sword practitioner of the Wind Snow Temple is absent-minded. The cold-looking young man quietly holds the book box and thinks about his own cultivation. Lin Shui had experienced the unfathomable spells of the female ghost in the bridal dress and witnessed the superb swordsmanship of the 2 sword cultivators. Lin Shui's heart was heavy. There was still a long way to go. His little cultivation was not even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Wei Jin draws back his unfocused gaze and stops. He takes out a jade plate that emits a sheepish luster from his sleeve and says frankly with a smile, "I can't follow you all the way to Dali's Yefu Pass. I need to go to Liju Cave immediately. I need to go to the dragon beheading platform there to sharpen my sword Gao Zhu and natal flying sword in preparation for the heart of the inverted hanging mountain in the future. Because Senior Alliance said that we can go to that place through the inverted hanging mountain. Now it's a once-in-a-century battle. I can't miss it." Seeing that no one takes the jade plate, Wei Jin explains patiently, "Although you are escorted by a Yin god whose strength is not to be underestimated, in order to prevent today's accident from happening again, I give you this jade plate. This is the Mountain Temple Peace Plate, unique to our Wind Snow Temple and Martial Mountain. Once you are in danger, as long as the holder injects his genuine qi and speaks to it, it will fly to the Mountain Temple on its own and send a call for help to its sect." Wei Jin saw that no one had taken the jade token of great significance. He didn't blame these children for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Instead, he smiled and said, "If you think that I'll be safer accompanying you to Yefu Pass than holding a small jade token, of course, I won't shirk my responsibility. I'm just discussing it with you. In the end, it's up to you." Chen Pingan says, "Senior Swordwiz can go to Longquan County by himself and find the dragon beheading platform to sharpen his sword. We just need to take this jade plate. Senior Yin God is escorting us to Yefu Pass this time. In addition, the Dali Imperial Court has promised us before. That's why those 3 people appeared beside the female ghost. Although they are a little late, it proves that they keep their word." Chen Pingan thinks for a moment and says seriously, "I believe that such a big accident as today won't happen again and again." He takes the plate and passes it to Lin Shui. He whispers, "Remember to keep it well. It's best not to put it in the box. If it's too far away, it'll be inconvenient to take it out in an emergency." Lin Shui nods and says softly, "I know. I'll hide it in my sleeve with the other 2 talisman." Wei Jin smiles knowingly. He is a little surprised by this straw sandal boy's understanding. In fact, Wei Jin was a little puzzled. Why did this person make the decision in the group? Earlier, on the street in front of the female ghost's mansion, Wei Jin saw that the boy named Lin Shui has already set foot on the Longevity Bridge. His Qi Palace is full of vitality, magnificent and stable. He is a rare cultivator. The boy still has that kind of noble and arrogant personality. How can he be willing to be under others? And the key is that the boy himself doesn't seem to feel that there is anything wrong with it. As for the youngest and strong-minded guy, since he was arranged by Alliance to look after the white donkey, there is no need to say more about his good fortune. This is because no matter what, Wei Jin will give Li Huai a parting gift. Wei Jin has traveled the countries alone. For so many years he has no worries. He has encountered all kinds of fortuitous encounters and obtained many good things in his pocket. Most of them are casually distributed to the fated people. The things that can be kept until now are naturally the most important things. What's more, when Wei Jin uses his clear sword heart to illuminate Li Huai and sweep away the fog that was deliberately created by someone, he discovers that Li Huai's innate foundation is actually better than Lin Shui's. He is a first-rate fine jade that the forefathers of the School of War dream of. In Sword Immortal Wei Jin's eyes, the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket who is shrouded in white mist opens her mouth and asks, "If this plate encounters today's situation, can it really fly out? If it encounters the road to the Yellow Springs from before, and the layer of darkness that Senior used the flying sword to break open, will it block its path?" Wei Jin laughed and said, "You can rest assured. Even the sage's domain of a cultivator in the 10th realm can't trap it. This thing is extremely fast, far faster than the flying sword. When the jade plate is flying, the cultivators of the Wind Snow Temple who travel down the mountain will lead it to their side with secret skills as long as they can sense its existence. They are often willing to save it. Therefore, most of the crises can be solved without the help of the sect." The little girl nodded and said, "I understand. The jade plate itself is a kind of customs document. If the opponent can't even defeat Senior Yin Shin, his identity must be very complicated. With their age and experience, they will recognize this piece and peace plate of the Wind Snow Temple at a glance. They will definitely be afraid of Senior Sword Immortal and your sect. Therefore, even if the jade plate can't reach the Wind Snow Temple in time, as long as the jade plate is used, it is already a kind of deterrence. It is equivalent to advising the other party not to provoke the Wind Snow Temple." Wei Jin was stunned. He was amazed by the little girl's early wisdom and insight. Looking at the little girl with a serious face, he suddenly felt happy. Naturally, he felt that she was close and cute. In the end, Wei Jin inadvertently glanced at the boy with straw sandals again. Is it because he is older that he is the leader of the three children? Wei Jin looked away and looked at Li Huai, the child who had helped him take care of the donkey all the way. After weighing the pros and cons, he shook his wrist and a row of clay figurines appeared in his palm. They were only half a finger high. There was a swordsman with a sword, a Taoist with a horsetail whisk, an armored general, a woman riding a crane and a gong and drum watchman. There were 5 of them in total. Wei Jin handed them to Li Huai. These 5 clay figurines are considered half-dead objects. They are a combination of the school of Yin Yang, the school of Moism's puppetry techniques, and the profound knowledge of the Taoist talisman lineage. I don't understand the profoundness behind it. I only know that if they are nurtured properly and familiarized with your aura, they may come back to life one day. In the future they will need to be constantly fed with the essence of the 5 elements, such as fire spirit and water essence. Their highest cultivation level is limited by their small body's chi residence, meridians and so on. At most they will be equivalent to a 7th or 8th realm chi refinement warrior. At this point Wei Jin felt that he had misspoken and stopped talking. He only smiled and looked at Li Huai. The child did not forget to turn his head and look at Qin Pingan. The latter quickly nodded. Li Huai then hugged the 5 clay figurines. He thought to himself, including the painted puppet that lives in the book box on my back, I already have 6 minions. Wei Jin flipped over and rode on the donkey. Then I'll take my leave. I hope all of you have a safe journey. Although Wei Jin was heroic and chivalrous by nature, he was not the kind of child of wealth. On the path of cultivation the great Tao was long. It was actually very difficult to know if it was a good or bad fate that was formed after a short contact with each other. Without the right timing and right amount of fate, with the current rich fate of the Wei and Jin dynasties and the unpredictable will of the heavens, if the person who received the gift from the Wei and Jin dynasties did not have a strong fate, who knew if they would be harmed and die halfway? Why did the people on the mountain go down the mountain to accept disciples and be so cautious? Many experiences and tests would last for years or even decades. Wei Jin believed that these children were definitely not simple since Alliance had traveled with them previously. As for who was the person that Alliance cared about the most and valued the most, it could be Li Huai, who had a great background and great fortune. It could also be the naturally likable girl in the red cotton-padded jacket. It could also be Lin Shui, who had a firm Taoist heart. It could be any of the 3 children, or it could even be one of them. However, it was urgent for Wei Jin to rush to the inverted mountain. Otherwise he would miss the soul-stirring peak battle. Otherwise he would really want to accompany this group of children to the border Yefu Pass. As a sword cultivator who aspired to reach the peak of swordsmanship, how could he miss the once-in-a-century event? Qin Pingan subconsciously cupped his fists in return. However, it was the first time he cupped his fists in salute on the Embroidery River Ferry. He was used to covering his right hand with his left hand. Now, looking at Wei Jin and the young swordsman in the Wind Snow Temple, it seemed that they were covering their right hand with their right hand. As a result, Qin Pingan felt a little awkward. He was afraid that he did not know the rules of etiquette, so he quickly changed the position of his left and right hands. Wei Jin saw this detail. When he saw the straw sandals youth's embarrassed state, he could not help but laugh. He bent down and patted his old friend's back. Let's go. The white donkey stomped its hooves happily. After taking a few steps forward, it suddenly turned around and ran towards Qin Pingan. It rubbed against the young man's cheek before carrying its long-awaited master on its back and continuing its journey. Along the way it was said that Li Huai was taking care of the white donkey. However, how could Li Huai have such patience and perseverance? Wasn't it still Qin Pingan who silently fed the donkey, blew its nose, and drove away the mosquitoes and flies? Qin Pingan smiled and waved goodbye to the donkey. The white-clothed sword cultivator could not help but laugh. His body leaned back and moved up and down along with the donkey's hooves. Well, it turned out that this land sword immortal was not as popular as his old friend. The world was lonely, desolate, and barren. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be only a city wall of unknown length and height left. Even from 100 miles away in the south, one could still clearly see the 18 large words carved with sword chi. From this, one could see how big the words were and how tall the city wall was. Taoist techniques, vast western heaven. The sword chi existed forever, the lightning pool important place. Qidongqin. Meng. Hundreds of miles south of the Great Wall, a bugle horn that seemed to be able to shatter the dome of the world suddenly sounded. Countless black shadows gathered together densely. As the bugle horn sounded, bits of fire lit up and finally connected into one. If one stood at a high place in the north and looked into the distance, it would be a resplendent sea of fire. On the city wall, an old voice sounded majestically. "Raise your swords." On the city wall that had stood here for 10,000 years and was tens of thousands of miles long. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of flying swords left the city wall at the same time and flew towards the south. The sword chi was brilliant. It was like a flood breaking through a dam and pouring down. There was no greater wonder in the world than this. 129. Under the plaque of the mansion, the young swordsman habitually put his elbows on the hilt and the end of the scabbard. He didn't look lazy at all. He said softly, "Mrs. Chu." After that he didn't say anything else. The Minister of Rites holding a lantern and the water god of Embroidery River with a green snake wrapped around his arms slowed down their breathing and stood solemnly at the same time. The ghost in the wedding dress sneered, "Why? Do you want to settle accounts with me?" The young swordsman looked up at the place where the flying sword of the Wind Snow Temple broke the sky and said slowly, "Mrs. Chu, you don't have to be angry. I don't mean that." But the children left here and the blind Taoist master and his disciples continued to go north. I hope Mrs. Chu won't cause any more trouble. Whether Mrs. Chu did it intentionally or not, the Song clan has always been grateful to Mrs. Chu. After all, she helped the Song clan to continue the dynasty. After that, the great Li Song clan was once again guilty to Madame Chu. Even if an outsider like me wasn't filled with righteous indignation when I heard of that tragedy, I definitely had a heart of compassion. Silence fell again. The ghost in the wedding dress raised her arm and stroked the hair on her temples, showing the gentleness of a woman. She squinted and smiled. "Next you can say, but." The young swordsman nodded and said, "But the more we delay the matter of Mrs. Chu indiscriminately killing scholars, the more we can't hide the truth, just like today. I don't dare to guess what His Majesty will think. But if I hear that a scholar has disappeared here again, I'll visit alone and bring Mrs. Chu back to Dali's water prison. Don't worry. His Majesty cares about friendship, but he'll definitely pay more attention to the rules. Besides, no matter how much friendship there is, it will be used up one day." The young swordsman sighed and said sincerely, "Mrs. Chu, whether you believe it or not, I don't want such a day to come." The ghost in the wedding dress looked into the distance and gently twirled the sleeves of her wedding dress with 2 fingers. She rarely had a calm state of mind and said softly, "Because you're willing to talk to a young man so humbly, I believe what you said." She paused for a long time and her expression turned cold. "I can promise that I won't harm any passing scholar, but I want you to know that once I accidentally see those traveling scholars, I may not be able to control myself. I'm not pleading with you. I just want to tell you the truth. When the time comes, you can do whatever you want with me. Do you want me to be thrown into that water prison, or do you want me to break the water source of this place? You and I will each depend on our own abilities and we will be responsible for the consequences." The young swordsman smiled. "Sure." The water god of the Embroidery River wanted to say something but hesitated. Before the young swordsman left, he said to the water god, "There's no need to hide. Just tell Madame Chu the truth. After so many years, Madame Chu should have known the truth long ago. Regarding this matter, if there is any responsibility, just put it on me. You don't have to worry about the imperial court blaming me." The water god cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "Thank you, my lord. In the future, even if it's your personal matters, I will not hesitate to go through fire and water for you." The young swordsman waved his hand and left with Dr. Han. Madame Chu stood where she was, looking at the river god who was deeply trusted by the Dali imperial court with some disdain. She did not invite him into the residence as a guest, but she also did not chase him away on the spot. The water god of the embroidered river strode up the steps and sat down casually. "I know you have always looked down on a rough martial artist like me, so I will make a long story short. The Langjun you have taken a fancy to did not betray your sincerity. It's just that the Dali imperial court took the overall situation into consideration. They were afraid that if you left this place, they would no longer be able to suppress the remaining fate of the holy water country led by the Chestun Mountain. Therefore they never told you the truth, deliberately making you misunderstand that scholar." Madame Chu's sleeves billowed and her eyes were red. Blood kept flowing out of her eyes, but her expression was still calm. "Now that things have come to this, you still want to lie to me? Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? Although after he left, I never went to places other than the mountains and rivers here, and I no longer went to Wanping County and Red Candle Town to enjoy the scenery of the mortal world, I'm not deaf when he went to Lakeview Academy. I passed by so many scholars and many of them inadvertently mentioned it, so I know a lot. In the end he fell in love with another woman. Madame Chu murmured, I know that if he fell in love with someone, it must be true love. The water god of the embroidered river looked calm. Then you should also know that as the first scholar in Dali to enter the academy with his own ability, he was set up miserably in Lakeview Academy. First, they deliberately flattered him, and then someone secretly spent a lot of money to hire the most famous brothel girl to pretend to admire his talent and make him famous. Then, they made the great scholars of the nearby dynasties deliberately treat him as a friend despite the difference in age. They also made each of his copybooks worth a lot of money. There were many other methods, which were all linked together, making him half a step away from becoming the first gentleman in Dali to be recognized by the Confucian Academy. But overnight, the world was turned upside down, and his reputation was tarnished. Someone framed him for plagiarizing poems, and that courtesan slandered him for being inhumane. Several literary masters joined forces to criticize his moral essays, calling him a hypocrite, and scolding him as the turbid current of Lakeview Academy. A great scholar who was originally in high spirits went crazy just like that. He went crazy for a long time, and this scholar who was born poor became the laughing stock of the entire Lakeview Academy. The saying that Dali was a northern barbarian became more and more true. But in the end, no one expected that he would actually wake up. At this point, the water god of the embroidered river turned to look at Madame Chu, who was in a daze. Do you know why he could wake up? Madame Chu slowly sat at the top of the stairs, and her wedding dress slowly spread out like a bright red peony. Was it your Dali Chi refinement warriors who did it? The burly man smiled, his eyes cold as he said bluntly, if Dali really wanted to do something, it should be to kill this scholar. Madame Chu's lips twitched and she nodded. It is indeed harmful to the country's prestige. In the battle between two countries, it's only logical that they would resort to any means possible. The man let out a turbid breath. The reason why that scholar could wake up was because a woman he was familiar with went to his side. Madame Chu's body stiffened. The water god slowly got up and walked down the stairs. That woman's face was covered with a mask, and her appearance was exactly the same as yours, Madame Chu. If I'm not wrong, Madame Chu's voice, habits and preferences have all been copied by her. If you say that tricking the scholar before involved the battle between two countries, then forcing the scholar to a dead end and playing with him in the palm of your hand, I'm afraid it was a battle between the scholars. The water god strode away. In short, after that scholar knew the truth, he jumped into the lake and died. It's that simple. According to the words that this scholar had with his two best friends at the directorate of Dali's capital before he went to Lakeview Academy, he had long known of your inhuman identity. That was why he insisted on becoming a gentleman above the sages of the Confucian sect. In this way, when he returned to Dali in the future, he would have the confidence to ask the imperial court for a legal marriage. The water god had already left. The female ghost in the wedding dress, who had committed countless crimes, was still sitting in the same place. Her expression was serene, and her movements were gentle. She smoothed and folded here and there, and she was never tired of it. Not long after the Wei and Jin dynasties left, a hurried shout came from behind Chen Pingan, asking his benefactor to stop. He turned around and saw the blind old Taoist and his two disciples chasing after them. The old Taoist had been through a lot, and he certainly knew that this group of children of unknown origin was the key to safely leaving the mountain. Who knew if that eccentric ghost would regret her words and capture them to wash their faces and hearts? According to the two disciples, many scholars were planted in the mansion's garden. It seemed that someone had struggled to climb out of the soil. Now it seemed that it was a pitiful person who had been cut in half at the waist. The old Taoist was supported by the round-faced girl and ran all the way. His old Taoist robe was full of barbs on both sides of the grass and trees, but he did not notice it at all. It could be said that he was in a mess. To be honest, although the old Taoist thunder method could not suppress the female ghost in the wedding dress, he was actually an old immortal in the marketplace at the foot of the mountain. On this trip to the north, he was often worshipped as an otherworldly master. In the Three Branches Mountain, he was regarded as a swindler with poor skills. After all, it was a rare and bleak situation. The old Taoist no longer pretended to be mysterious like when they first met. He squeezed out a smile and asked, "May I ask where the great sword immortal Way of the Wind Snow Temple is? My common name is Suingjin and my Taoist name is Shen Guzi. I have admired the great sword immortal Way for a long time. This time it was a blessing in disguise. I was able to meet great sword immortal Way and witness the three sword moves of the immortal with my own eyes. It is really a great blessing for me. Lin Shui sneered and said, "This Earth Sword Immortal has gone to the north alone. If you want to get close to him, you can go ahead of us. Maybe you can catch up with him." The old Taoist smiled embarrassedly and said, "Let it be. Fate has not arrived, so I can't force it." The old Taoist knew that Wei Jin was an immortal in the upper 5 states who was like a hidden dragon. If he really met the sword cultivator of the Wind Snow Temple, he was afraid that he would not be able to get any benefits except being annoying. Compared to the common people at the foot of the mountain, the Qi cultivators on the mountain were certainly rare. However, it was true that the encounter between cultivators was fate. However, there were good and evil fates and there were good and bad karma. The old Taoist had been subduing demons and devils all the way to accumulate good karma for himself. After 40 to 50 fights, he was still alive today. It was not only because he had the cultivation of the 5 states of Qi cultivators and the unorthodox thunder method that he had relied on. Seeing that there was an awkward silence, the old Taoist hurriedly looked around and said with a smile, "Xiao Jur, little cripple, kowtow to your benefactors and thank them." The round-faced girl was about to kneel down after hearing the words, but the crippled boy, who was holding a banner full of mud, looked gloomy. Chen Pingan quickly stepped forward and gently pulled the skinny girl's arm. He said with a smile, "No need, no need." Then Chen Pingan said to the crippled boy, "Thank you for your reminder on the mountain road." The crippled boy was stunned and blushed for the first time. For a moment, he stammered and did not know how to answer. In the end, he simply turned his head away. The boy had faced the ghost in the wedding dress on the path and fought with her in close combat. Although there was a big gap between their cultivation, his momentum was not weak at all. He did not expect that he was such a shy boy. The old Taoist was pleasantly surprised. After kicking the crippled boy, he pretended to be angry and said, "You're not worthy of being shown in public." Then the old Taoist said in a low voice, "My benefactors, after you leave the mountain, head south. It will take about a day and a half to pass by Sanji Mountain. Remember not to travel at night. There is a malicious ghost that uses the tomb as its nest. It steals the blessed land and absorbs the ancestral Yin aura of a family. Otherwise, according to the fortune-telling, the family's grandchild should have been a high-ranking official in their previous life. The malevolent ghost's cultivation is not weak. It should have the strength of a 4th realm Qi refinement warrior. The main reason is that it appears and disappears unpredictably and is very difficult to capture. It also uses some kind of unknown evil dharma to create more than 10 Yin corpse puppets. I have fought with it before and failed several times. Not only did I waste several precious thunder talismans, I was also mistaken by the local villagers as a swindler. It is really infuriating. Lin Shui's heart was slightly moved. He heard the secret reminder of the senior Yin Shen and asked, "Taoist, are you good at the 5 thunder spell? May I know which sect you belong to?" The old Taoist was a little embarrassed. He thought that this cold boy was really inexperienced and did not know the rules of the Jianghu. Who would ask someone's background so directly? No matter if he was a celestial cultivator in the mountain or a martial artist in the Jianghu, this was a big taboo. However, with the pitiful experience of his fellow sufferers and the help of the land sword immortal like Wei Jin, the old Taoist did not care about this. After careful consideration, he slowly said, "It's a long story. My benefactors, please don't mind my nagging. My hometown is the famous Southern Stream Kingdom, where Taoism is respected. There is a Taoist sect at the border, which is the leader of the Aquarius Continent's Taoist sect. It occupies one of the 72 blessed lands, Qingtan Blessed Land. Not to mention that the sect leader is the imperial tutor of the Southern Stream Kingdom. Due to the profoundness of his Taoism and his great magical powers, the kings of several nearby countries have personally come to the mountain to worship the sect leader as the #1 immortal of the country. Therefore, this Taoist immortal has the title of Immortal of the 4 countries and is recognized as one of the top 10 immortal masters in the Aquarius continent. To be honest, if the great sword immortal Wei of the Wind Snow Temple met this immortal master before he broke through the realm, Senior Wei would not be able to be on equal footing with him." Chen Pingan and Lin Shui listened very seriously, not wanting to miss a word. There is always someone better than you. Especially the words, immortal. Wasn't Lu Jimao who appeared in the small town, known as the immortal master Jiangjie? Li Baoping and Li Huai on the other hand were not so focused. Li Baoping looked at the round-faced little girl from time to time. The latter timidly hid beside the blind Taoist, looking shy and shy. The blind old Taoist became more and more interested. With the help of Xiao Jur, he unknowingly walked between Qin Pingan and Lin Shui and said, "In the world, the sects that are qualified to have the word sect are generally divided into three sects: Ancestor, Orthodox, and Lower Sect. Among them, Ancestor is often called the ancestral court. The Lower Sect will have many affiliated sections. The names of these sects are not so particular. As long as they do not use the word sect without permission and do not have the same name as other sects, such as Taoist temples, Buddhist temples, and so on, they can be named casually. Periodically, they will give some tribute to the Lower Sect and build a good relationship with the imperial court at the foot of the mountain. They will find a place with good feng shui and cultivate peacefully in the mountain. They will try their best to recruit disciples with cultivation aptitude and pass down the flame for hundreds and thousands of years. This humble Taoist came from the truth-seeking temple, and it was once one of the top-ranked large sects in the Southern Stream Kingdom. But it fell into decline over 100 years ago, and when it came to this humble Taoist generation, almost all of my masters and seniors had passed away. Not many of my senior and junior brothers were left, and there wasn't a single one of them who was truly promising. The Five Thunders cultivation method of our truth-seeking sect is indeed not orthodox. It mainly cultivates the two chi acupoints of the liver and gallbladder. The knowledge is all about the two words shu and he, which are derived from the meaning of shu is clouds and rain, and he is thunder. Once it is cultivated, you can see that in several important chi acupoints, there are mysterious scenes of clouds and rain rising and thunder rumbling. Then you can resonate with heaven and earth. Raising your hand or raising your foot, you can attract the heavenly thunder and expel evil spirits. Of course, in front of the great sword immortal weighs great sword immortal, this unorthodox cultivation method of the truth-seeking sect can only be a joke. Lin Shuyi frowned and asked, "The five viscera are the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. The five places gather chi like five thunders. Why did your sect cultivate the gallbladder, outside of the five viscera, as the place to attract thunder?" The embarrassment on the blind Taoist's face this time was absolutely not fake. He sighed heavily, and his face was filled with exhaustion as he said helplessly, "I really had no choice. The Five Thunders technique is a secret technique of the orthodox Taoist technique. To put it bluntly, even if an outsider obtained the complete cultivation technique, who would dare to cultivate it without permission? The truth-seeking sect mainly cultivates the two related chi acupoints of the liver and gallbladder. In fact, even if it is the liver, it is only because of a chance encounter that the founder has learned a little bit. In the end, it is barely similar in form but not in spirit. This is the root of why there are so few orthodox cultivation methods in the world and so many unorthodox cultivation methods." Lin Shuyi suddenly understood and said, "I see." The old Taoist sighed from the bottom of his heart and said, "It is more than 1,000 times harder to walk on the great Tao than this muddy mountain road. It is precisely because my sect is not the orthodox cultivation method of thunder that there are advantages and disadvantages when I cultivate it. For example, once the yin-yang cultivation method of thunder reveals the secrets of heaven, it is easy to be punished by the invisible heaven. My sect cultivates this thunder method and usually chooses disciples with congenital defects to join my sect. Because these people are pitted by the way of heaven, even if they frequently use the truth-seeking thunder method of thunder that hurts the origin of the liver and gallbladder, it is not an extravagant hope for them to attain Tao and live a long life if they are lucky. Legend has it that once the chi cultivators of the orthodox cultivation method of thunder of a big continent take action, the god of thunder, the goddess of lightning, the rain master, the wind master, the cloud official, and all kinds of gods will be driven to help boost the momentum. Think about it, after such a great effort is launched, how can the mountains and rivers not change color? Speaking of these things that were completely unrelated to him, the blind Taoist's face was full of spirit, and there was no trace of discouragement. This was probably one of the reasons why cultivation was as difficult as ascending to heaven, but people still flocked to it. Once one embarked on the path of cultivation and walked on the bridge of longevity, one would have seen or heard of the beautiful scenery at the top of the mountain. One could live a long life, no spells, summon the wind and rain, move mountains and seas, and all kinds of unimaginable magnificent scenery could be expected. In this way, who would be willing to hang around at the foot of the mountain? The old man sighed and said, "My two disciples and I have relied on each other for survival these years. We have traveled everywhere, subdued demons and devils, and caught ghosts and exorcised evil. We have done a lot of things and we also collect money. There is no other way. Cultivation also requires money. The Bridge of Longevity built is the biggest money-squandering place in the world. Even if there are evil spirits causing trouble in the noble families, I have no connections and no one to recommend me. Of course I have no chance to enter. As for the water and land Taoist temples opened by the local rich people, they only invite the famous local monks and old Taoists. They do not trust outsiders. My sect's thunder method, which I am good at, can't scare the ordinary people and prove that I am not a liar. So, I have to end up like this. If I succeed in catching demons, I may not be able to earn much money. But if I fail, I must be unable to make ends meet. It is not easy to cultivate. As they walked, they talked. When they woke up, it turned out that they had already walked out of the cage like Colonel. They did not know whether it was an illusion or not, but they all felt that it had returned to the original beautiful scenery, and there was no previous gloomy and cold atmosphere. In the end, Qin Pingan found that even if the blind Taoist did not speak, he did not mean to leave. He was still going south with them. He could not help but ask, "Taoist priest, aren't you going north?" The old Taoist laughed and said, "It is just a little delay. It is okay. I can't repay you for saving my life. Just take it as me taking my 2 disciples to see you off. It is nothing more than a small matter of walking a few more steps." After that, the 2 groups of people walked together. There was no wind or rain along the way and everything went smoothly. When they completely walked out of the boundary of the mountains and rivers, the blind old Taoist's tensed heartstrings finally relaxed. He casually found a place by the roadside and sat down. The round-faced girl nicknamed Jiao Air quickly handed him a kettle. The lame boy stood behind the old Taoist and looked back at the mountains. No one knew what he was thinking. When they were about to leave, the old Taoist took out a well-preserved scroll from his bag. It was made of silk and handed it to Qin Pingan. "This is a scroll passed down from my sect. There are almost 100 kinds of mountain ghosts depicted on it for reference. This is the first time you are traveling to study, so you will definitely pass through many mountains. Maybe it will be useful in the future. I have already memorized it by heart, and it is only a little bit of souvenir value left. It is better to give it to you. Things have their uses, so it is useful." Lin Shui pulled Qin Pingan's sleeve. The latter understood and accepted the scroll. However, Qin Pingan also took out the remaining snake gall stone and gave it to the lame boy. He only said that it was a local product of his hometown. It was not valuable, but there was not much of it. The lame boy wanted to refuse, but the blind Taoist hurriedly asked him to accept it, saying that it was his benefactor's kindness. The lame boy, who was extremely introverted, had to accept it silently. He wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he was too embarrassed to say the word "thank you." Qin Pingan finally smiled and said, "After you pass Red Candle Town and Chiduan Mountain, you can go to the Chaotu or the New Year shop and find a girl named Yuan Xiu. Show her this snake gall stone and she will know that you are my friends. Maybe she can help you settle down in the town. When I reach the nearest post station, I will send a letter back to the town to explain everything." After that, the 2 sides parted ways. The blind Taoist would rather take his 2 disciples and take a long detour than walk into the mountains and rivers. As they continued to go south, Qin Pingan looked back and slowly withdrew his gaze. The boy suddenly wanted to practice swordsmanship. 130. Strangers meeting by chance in the river of life would often go their separate ways after a whirlwind. The blind old Taoist named Xian Guzi was silent all the way, which made Jiao a little uncomfortable. Although the crippled youth was unwilling to hand over the snake gall stone, after hesitating, he still took the initiative to hand it to his bad-tempered master. The old Taoist took the fine stone and rubbed it in his palm for a moment. Then he returned it to the youth for the first time. "Keep it for yourself." The crippled youth took the stone in confusion and looked at Jiao. The latter also shook her head quietly, indicating that she could not guess her master's thoughts. The old man said softly, "Little cripple, this is your fate. Master can't take it away. If I really take it, it won't be a good thing." Why do you think that young man named Qin Pingan sent a letter back to Longquan County through the post house? I reckon that if we go to that Tai Sui or Chaotu shop, and it's not you who personally takes out the stone, our days there won't be easy. We might not be troubled by others, but we won't be able to gain a foothold smoothly, let alone find a mountain and cultivate under someone else's roof. The crippled youth nodded. He was not a person with a complicated mind and was not good at thinking about these problems. The blind old Taoist rubbed the little girl's head. "The 2 of you are really lucky." Compared to her brother, Jiao was more meticulous. She asked, "Master, is the background of the little sister's group unusual?" The old Taoist nodded and said, "That Longquan County was originally the Dragon Pearl Grotto heaven above the Dali dynasty. After it shattered, it took root. Previously, the scholarly sage Qi Jingchun was in charge for 60 years. Now these children are carrying bookcases and each one is smarter than the other. They said that they are going to the Great Sway Kingdom's Academy to travel. Then, whose students do you think they are? The little girl was a little envious. The scholarly sage's students are really amazing. The blind old Taoist sneered and said, otherwise the first thing that Wei Jin, the sword immortal of the Wind Snow Temple, would be to come and save them? Besides, these children have a Yin spirit as their retainer, and they can actually threaten the mountain and water source of that fierce female ghost. None of these children are easy to deal with. The old man sighed, their future is limitless, limitless. The little girl was a little slow and asked curiously, since Master knows that they have experts protecting them, why do you have to tell them about the situation of the 3 branches of mountain? They don't have to worry. The old Taoist habitually reached out and pinched the little girl's cheeks. He smiled and said, silly girl, this is called benefit without cost. You can be a good person without spending a single copper coin. Why not? 2. All these years, I've always wanted to pick up a heavenly treasure and casually pick up a talented disciple from the side of the road. I've always despised the 2 of you for not having a good background and not having a good background. Unexpectedly, when I look back, I'm the one who's in the dark. The little girl was a little scared. The old Taoist was too strange. Her face turned pale. Master, are you possessed? Jiao Er doesn't recognize you. The old Taoist laughed and suddenly said in a low voice, Jiao Er, I promised not to take the talisman spring for a year. Now, I want to discuss it with you and change it from a year to half a year. What do you think? Think about it. Master's mission of subduing the demon is really one step higher than the demon. Not only did I beat up that female ghost, but I also lost 4 words on the banner and gave away a painting that was passed down by my ancestors. As disciples, don't you feel sorry for your master and show some filial piety? The little girl was relieved. This was the master she was familiar with. So she said directly, half a year it is. The lame boy carefully put away the stone and said in a muffled voice, the stone is already mine. The blind old Taoist was angry and scolded, you can't change a dog's habit. The little girl covered her mouth and laughed. The little cripple also laughed. In a secluded area, the Yin spirit revealed his true form. However, his face was still blurry, and his body was shrouded in black smoke. He spoke with a hoarse voice, I wasn't able to protect you and even caused you to be taken to the female ghost's residence. I'm sorry. Qin Pingan really didn't know how to comfort him. After a long time he said, it's good that you did your best. The Yin spirit smiled bleakly. No matter what, I can't absolve myself from the blame this time. Especially because I was greedy for personal cultivation, I caused you to fall into such a situation. I really feel guilty. If something happened to you, even if I destroyed the mountain root and water source and died with the female ghost, it would have no meaning. Li Baoping said with a smile, when I was young my big brother liked to tell me some strange things. Once he told me a story about Lord Xingwang. He said that the way to judge the merits is different. I remember it very clearly. It's called, if you want to do good, you won't be rewarded. If you don't want to do evil, you won't be punished. There is a limit to human strength. If you do your best and do your best, you don't have to feel guilty. Otherwise, it's tiring to be a human and a ghost. The Yin spirit was speechless. Being taught the truth by a little girl, even if she showed the aura of a gentleman before, it was still a little awkward. The little girl fell into her own world again. She was a little annoyed. She punched her palm with her fist. Big brother always said these strange things. At that time, I just listened to it as an interesting story. If I had known, I would have paid more attention. Qin Pingan wanted to say something but stopped. The Yin spirit looked at Qin Pingan and said with a smile, can we talk alone? Qin Pingan nodded and let Lin Shui and the other 2 go first. The Yin spirit waited until Lin Shui and the others were about half a mile away. He said, I was arranged by old Yang of the medicine shop to protect Li Huai. Qin Pingan scratched his head. I thought you were here to protect Bao Ping or Lin Shui. The Yin spirit said with a smile, Li Huai's father, Li Er, almost killed the vassal king Song Jianqiang. He is very powerful. Once, Li Er went to old man Yang and told him that his wife had been bullied by someone. He wanted to leave the mountain and settle the score with that family's ancestor. He had to leave the Pearl Grotto heaven. Old man Yang couldn't resist and had to agree. In the end, I heard that there was an immortal sect in Baoping continent. Li Er used his fist to destroy the ancestral hall, and he fought all the way from the foot of the mountain to the top. Qin Pingan's mouth was wide open. Didn't they say that Li Er was the most useless man in the west of the town? Even his son Li Huai always thought so. Qin Pingan asked curiously, why didn't Li Er tell Li Huai? The Yin spirit seemed to be in a better mood after mentioning Li Er. Li Er's temper is very stubborn. Otherwise he would not have married Li Huai's mother. Qin Pingan laughed heartily. When he knows the truth, Li Huai will be very happy. The Yin spirit asked, you don't plan to tell Li Huai? At Pillow Inn you told Bao Ping the truth directly, even if Alliance advised you not to tell her. Qin Pingan walked forward slowly. When it is about me I think it is right. Of course I can make my own decision. But Li Huai's father did not want to tell his son. As an outsider, what right do I have to tell Li Huai the truth? Is it because I think Li Huai will be happier? That is not good. The Yin spirit nodded. No wonder Li Er did not think highly of the other geniuses. Instead he thought highly of this young man from Mud Bottle Alley. He did not hesitate to break the rules and wanted to give the golden carp and the Dragon King basket to Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan suddenly stopped and asked, because I have good eyesight and I was worried that you were a bad person, I remember very clearly that when you first appeared the first person you looked at was me. Then you looked at Li Huai. Why was that? Was it just an unintentional move? If you are not willing to answer you can pretend that I did not ask. If the Yin spirit was still alive, his mouth would be dry and he would be sitting on pins and needles. How could he have imagined that Qin Pingan would be so meticulous? At that time his gaze had flashed and disappeared. He had hidden it quite well. But when he thought of Qin Pingan's performance along the way, the Yin spirit understood. This was probably the reason why Qin Pingan was able to convince everyone. Even if Lin Shui was now in the middle 5 realms and had become a true immortal, Li Baoping would not listen to him. Li Huai was the same. As for the Yin spirit himself, he was not an exception. In his eyes, Lin Shui was still an extremely intelligent and talented young man. This feeling was very strange. It was as if the young man from Mud Bottle Alley had a temperament that made people feel at ease and at ease. If the young man said that this was not right, then the others in the group would feel that it was not right. If the young man said that this could be done, then it could be done. But what was even stranger was that the young man had never deliberately shown off any of his strengths. On the contrary, he would humbly ask the little girl who called him little martial uncle about how to read and read. He had never even treated Li Huai as an insensible child. He was also willing to chat with Lin Shui and listen to the latter talk about the outside world. The Yin spirit finally smiled. I will not answer this question first. Anyway, you do not need to worry, I will not harm you. Qin Pingan jogged forward, turning his head and smiling. If I did not believe you, I would not have asked this question. The Yin spirit's figure slowly faded away, sighing. Traveling with this group of children was really tiring. Actually, that servant girl Zhu Lu, who had a terrible temperament, could be considered a genius that could not be underestimated in an ordinary family of the Mountain Foot dynasty. Unfortunately, in this group she was left in the dust from start to finish. She could not even compare to a single person in any aspect. Further south there was the Longshu River and the Tiefu River, followed by the Xihua River and the Chongdan River. There was more water than mountains. But for the next day and a half, it was as if the water transportation had been used up. It was difficult to even find a mountain stream. Actually, there was water, but it was all stagnant water that could not be drunk. Most of them were sickly willow seedlings. They were not tall nor lush and most of them were crooked. Along the way, flying insects flew everywhere, making people feel uncomfortable. Li Huai was a little afraid because the blind old Taoist with the crow's mouth said that they would soon pass through a ghostly place called Mount Sanji. There were evil spirits and some Yin corpses as the evil spirits' minions. At the thought of this, Li Huai was depressed. His painted puppets and clay figurines were too small. Even if they were alive, their fighting ability would still be weak. Moreover, the 5 clay figurines given by the white-robed sword immortal could not be revived no matter how he warmed them. Could it be that the white-robed sword immortal was a liar? He did not want to give him good things, but he could not put down his pride as a sword immortal, so he deliberately gave him a big pie in the sky? At dusk, Qin Pingan stopped to set up a stove to cook. Li Huai, who was familiar with the place, ran over to pick up a large handful of dried branches. Then he squatted at the side and complained to Qin Pingan, Qin Pingan, I think the Wei and Jin temples of Wind Snow are not as good as our house. Qin Pingan ignored him. Li Huai went to his bookcase and took out a painted puppet and a clay figurine. He used the puppet to bully the little clay figurine holding a sword and made the latter kneel and beg for mercy, shouting, Lady Ghost, please spare my life. I Wei Jin know my mistake. Qin Pingan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could only explain, Wei Jin is a very good person. Li Huai rolled his eyes and moved his hands, continuing to let the painted puppet trample on the clay figurine. Lin Shui sat on a rock not far away and was flipping through the painting. He looked up and said, "If I'm not wrong, Wei Jin seems to look down on you, or rather, he thinks the least of you." Li Baoping, who was silently packing the small bookcase, was furious. "There's such a thing?" Qin Pingan squatted on the ground and slowly lit the firewood. He squatted down and prepared to cook. "What does looking down on me have to do with whether he is a good person or not?" Li Huai was shocked. "Qin Pingan, what are you thinking? How can someone who looks down on me be a good person? He's definitely not a good person." Qin Pingan started to get busy in an orderly manner. He said to himself, "Wei Jin is such a powerful person and is called a sword immortal of the land. But when he speaks to us, he is still polite and is willing to reason with us children. Do you think all the immortals on the mountain are like this? That's not it. Before I left the town, I met more than one immortal who killed people based on their mood and reason." The youth casually talked about the murderous past and did not want to say more. He continued, "If you want people to think highly of you, you have to rely on yourself. You have to do well in farming and burning porcelain. You have the greatest strength when you go into the mountains to chop firewood and burn charcoal. You have to fight in the alleys for water and not be afraid of being beaten. If you dare to charge in front, you will naturally be thought highly of." Qin Pingan looked at them. "This is our hometown. In the future, when Baoping goes to the college of the Great Sui Kingdom, if she is good in her studies and Lin Shui who has become a Qi refinement warrior at a young age, of course, people will think highly of her. As for you, Li Huai, you can talk about it when you are older. There's no hurry now." Li Huai was anxious. "Qin Pingan, you are not anxious, but I am." Qin Pingan asked, "You wake up early every day to practice the stances with me. Are you able to wake up early?" Li Huai did not hesitate. "Of course I can't." Qin Pingan asked again, "Then I'll teach you the stances of the sword furnace?" Li Huai had a look of disdain. "What's the point of learning that? I'm so young." Qin Pingan said helplessly, "Now you know that you are young? Then why were you so anxious with me in the beginning?" Li Huai was dumbfounded. He thought for a long time but still did not have an answer. In the end, when everyone was sitting around to eat, Li Huai picked up a piece of pickled vegetable. After a big mouthful of rice, he asked, "Do you think there is a shortcut in the world that can be achieved overnight? For example, if you practice it today, you can become a god tomorrow?" Alliance said that there isn't. If I had known, I would have asked him before Wei Jin left. What if Alliance doesn't have it, but he does? Then I would have struck it rich. This time, when I go to the Great Sui Kingdom to study, I will step on a flying sword. Whoosh 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 back and forth. I will be faster than Qin Pingan's stances. I will be like the wind. You guys can just follow behind me and eat my dust." Li Baoping asked with a straight face, "Who's eating the dust?" Li Huai swallowed his saliva and looked at Lin Shui. Then he silently turned to look at Qin Pingan. In the end, Li Huai was a little sad. Suddenly he had a flash of inspiration. He quickly picked up the painted puppet from the ground. "It eats. She is now an A-rank general under my command. There's nothing I can do about it. They're the biggest, the prettiest, and the most experienced. They've followed me, Li Huai, to conquer the world for the longest period of time. After that, the 5 dirty little clay figurines can only be ranked up to B, C, D, and V." Lin Shui smiled and asked, "What about the little things in that book?" Li Huai shook his head and said, "Them? I don't like them very much." Li Baoping's words hit the nail on the head. "It's because you don't like to read. You don't like to see them because you need to open the book first." Li Huai looked like he didn't hear what she said clearly. Qin Pingan looked up at the slightly tall Mount Sanji in the distance and asked, "After passing Mount Sanji, we will reach the market in the town. Do you want to buy anything?" Li Baoping said excitedly, "Junior uncle, I want to buy some miscellaneous books. Mr. Qi said that the various schools of thought outside of Confucianism all have their own classics. We can read more. Mr. Qi said that the stones of other mountains can be used to improve the jade. Qin Pingan, if possible, I want to buy a set of chess. The cheapest one will do. Li Huai, what about you? Give me money and I won't buy anything, okay? I want to save it. My mother taught me that as long as I have money, I won't panic." Qin Pingan asked, "What do you think?" Li Huai chuckled and said, "I'm just trying my luck. What if you, Qin Pingan, find your conscience?" Qin Pingan chuckled. Li Huai's smile froze and he quickly changed the topic. "Didn't that old Taoist tell us not to go to Mount Sanji when it's dark?" Lin Shui shook his head and said, "I've discussed with Qin Pingan and Senior Yin Shen. If we travel at night and the malicious spirit comes out to hurt us, we will suppress it. At first, Senior Yinshin will not do anything. He will let me attack first and try to use the talisman and thunder magic to repel the enemy. The main thing is to let me gain some experience. If the malicious spirit hides and doesn't come out, then forget it and we will continue our journey. As night fell, the group slowly climbed up the mountain. Mount Sanji was not high, but the terrain was gentle and the slope was very big. Qin Pingan purposely took a detour. There were a lot of unmarked graves on the mountain. Of course, there were more graves where the descendants paid their respects. They were clean and tidy. There were tombstones with words on the tombstones. Some paper money that was not completely burned were scattered in front of the tombstones. In less than 2 hours they had crossed Mount Sanji. Other than the slightly cold night wind, there was nothing strange. Lin Shui felt a little regretful, but he would not force anything. After that, the journey to Yefu Pass at the border of Dali was even smoother. After passing by a small town market, Li Baoping bought 5 or 6 books. There were travel books, Buddhist scriptures and literary notes. Lin Shui bought a set of chess. After teaching Qin Pingan the rules, they often played chess whenever they were free. Li Baoping could not sit still and wanted to throw 7 or 8 chess pieces on the chessboard in one go. She also complained that Lin Shui played chess too slowly. As for Li Huai, he was simply too lazy to use his brain. However, the one who played chess with Lin Shui the most was the Yinshin. Li Huai probably spent nearly 10 taels of silver to buy a lousy book in Red Candle Town. This time he did not buy anything. Although Qin Pingan wanted to practice swordsmanship, other than occasionally taking out the scholar-wood sword from his basket, he did not really start practicing swordsmanship. In Qin Pingan's view, the most important thing was to practice martial arts. He would practice swordsmanship when he felt that he could divert his attention to other things. Qin Pingan had only practiced a small part of the method that Alliance taught him. At the 6th stop he could not go on. Although he could not practice swordsmanship for the time being, Alliance said that 18 stops was something that many sword cultivators had to go through untold hardships to figure out. Diligently practicing 18 stops could be considered as building a good foundation for future swordsmanship. When Qin Pingan thought of this, he felt full of motivation and strength. Whenever he had free time, he would either sit on the branches of a big tree on a mountain peak or at the edge of a cliff near the water. There were youths who formed hand seals and stood alone, silently cultivating while facing the mountains and rivers. When there was a mountain, he looked at the mountain. When there was water, he listened to the water. 131. The county magistrate of Longquan County, Wu Yuan, left the Li family's mansion on Fulu Street with a trusted secretary. Wu Yuan, who was dressed in official attire, suddenly stood on one leg. He bent down and took off his boots, then poured out the gravel inside. The secretary, who was born in an aristocratic family, was not surprised by this. However, Fulu Street was much more lively than before. The young man, who was still an official for the time being, immediately tried his best to cover up for his superior. At the same time, he said softly, Li Hong had clearly relented earlier and was willing to take the lead to compromise on the matter of the immortal tomb. Why did he suddenly change his mind? Isn't he afraid of leaving an impression on you that he's two-faced? Wu Yuan, who looked tired, said helplessly, it's most likely Li Hong's second son, Li Baozhen, who has made a name for himself in the capital. Perhaps he has already found a backer and sent a secret letter back home, warning Li Hong not to act rashly. Or perhaps it's his eldest son, who lives in seclusion, who reminded Li Hong to act quietly. It's hard to say. In short, we're the ones in trouble now. There's no other way. The original arrangement was mostly based on my master. Sai, let's not talk about it. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Let's drink. Let's have 2 pots of peach blossom wine first. It's my treat and you'll pay. Just put it on young Master Fu's tab. The secretary with the surname Fu was already numb to the fact that his superior was taking credit. He only asked curiously, rumor has it that the 2 sons and 1 daughter of the Li family on Fulu Street were once told by a certain fortune teller that they were dragons and phoenixes? Wu Yuan rubbed her slightly pale and thin cheeks and said casually with a smile, you believe in these things? In the capital of Dali, if one wants to stand out, especially those who came from humble beginnings, who doesn't have some unique experience in raising the prestige of famous scholars and accumulating reputation? Even if it's a rich family, how good can it be? Your Fu family's saying of splendid and dazzling lineups, whether or not there's any exaggeration in it, outsiders may not know, but don't you Fu Yu know in your heart? Fu Yu, who was exposed, said angrily, Lord Wu, you have the nerve to talk about our Fu family? Wu Yuan's mood turned for the better. She laughed and patted her best friend's shoulder. Let's stick together and play dirty. Fu Yu laughed as well. Like-minded and like-minded. Doesn't that sound better? Wu Yuan laughed and scolded, aren't you being too pretentious? It's very tiring to be a hypocrite, but it's much more fun to be a real person. Fu Yu shook his head and said regretfully, Lord Wu, your words have gone with the flow. Wu Yuan sighed and changed the subject. I miss my daughter-in-law a little. Fu Yu smiled and said, County Magistrate, shouldn't we release the restrictive spells on the brothels in Longquan County? Wine, 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 it's unreasonable to only have wine. Wu Yuan nodded and said in all seriousness, among those exiled felons of the Lu dynasty, there are some women who just happen to fit the bill. Instead of dying in the arduous labor deep in the mountains and forests, why don't we give them another choice? Of course this matter cannot be forced. The key is still up to them. Fu Yu, from now on, you don't have to accompany me to eat supercilious people every day. You'll be personally in charge of this matter. This time it was Fu Yu's turn to be surprised. He had just casually mentioned it earlier, and now he asked doubtfully, really? Wu Yuan tugged at the collar of her official uniform and said with a smile, what's there to be serious about? So many mountains have been opened up, and in the future, most of the immortals living on the mountains will be living in immortal mansions. If we want to keep these men with high standards and fat wallets and let them spend a fortune in our small town, do we have to rely on a lowly county magistrate like me who's about to lose his position as supervisor, or do we have to rely on you, Fu Yu? In the past, according to my master's tone, those arrogant people living on the mountains often have no interest in the so-called beauty of the women of the mortal world, because compared to the immortals who cultivate the Tao, there's a huge difference in their appearance. Then the only thing left for the women at the foot of the mountains is their status. For example, a golden-branched jade leaf whose country has fallen, or a daughter of a wealthy clan whose property has been confiscated, is more or less tempting. This is something that the felons of the Lu dynasty do not lack. Fu Yu said indignantly, at this time the imperial court has the intention to use the new supervisor of kiln affairs. If it's not picking fruits, what is it? For the past 2 months, my lord, you've walked step by step through more than 60 mountains and talked with those old foxes until your mouth was dry. From the groundbreaking of the county yamen to the city god pavilion, to the negotiation of the location of the civil and martial temples, to the preparation of the timber, to the resettlement of the Lu dynasty's survivors, you've done everything in detail. When have you ever slept for more than 6 hours? Well, if the old men of the imperial court just talked, then does it mean that Lord Wu is really incompetent? Perhaps the 4 families and 10 clans are making things difficult for you at the behest of someone in the imperial court. They deliberately want my lord's official career to start in Longquan County and end in Longquan County. Fu Yu probably felt that the last statement was too unlucky and unrealistic, so he said sullenly, at the very least, they want my lord to be unable to successfully take charge of a department before the age of 50, and have to rely on the endure formula to slowly climb to a high position in the department. Wu Yuan opened her cracked lips, but in the end she didn't say anything. Fu Yu suddenly laughed. Wu Yuan turned her head and looked over. What happy thing are you thinking of? Fu Yu nodded and said, this Longquan County is small, but compared to the bustling capital, I still like this place. Soju, pastries, and the meat buns every morning. As long as I want to eat, I can walk over and buy them myself. A round trip takes at most an hour. Sometimes, when my mind is in a mess, I'll sit at a wine shop and order a caddy of loose wine. I, Fu Yu, can sit there quietly for 2 hours and no one will come over and call for young Master Fu. Then I'll order a small bowl of soy sauce meat and a plate of pickled vegetables. I really want to continue living like this. Therefore, right now, I want to make some achievements here even more. No matter how difficult it is, I'm not afraid. Wu Yuan grunted in agreement. If one can only lie down and enjoy life and be supported by others, then what's the point of being an official? One has to do something for the common people in a down-to-earth manner. You're stronger than me. Because I was born in poverty, I know that the common people and rural villagers don't have it easy. You're the noble young master of the Fu clan, and I'm very surprised that you can think this way. The two of them walked side by side. Fu Yu said helplessly, but here's the problem. Even if you do something useful, the common people might not necessarily think highly of you. In the history books, there are plenty of capable officials who made progress in their respective areas, but in the end they were reduced to curses and had to leave with their tails between their legs. How many hundreds of years later, the court finally realized that all they passed down was a few poems that sang the praises of virtue. What's the use of that? Wu Yuan shook her head and said, "It's not right to think this way. Doing something is just doing something. Your original intention was to do something that made you feel particularly proud. As for whether the common people would appreciate it or not, and whether the court would approve of it, you don't have to think about these things right now. If you think too much, you'll only bring trouble to yourself. One wrong thought and you might even lose your will to fight." Our Confucian school is different from the Taoist school, which pursues the highest level of Taoism, and is different from the Buddhist school, which pursues the highest level of Buddhism. Fu Yu sighed. Wu Yuan seemed to be talking to herself. Among the three schools of thought, the Taoist school is particular about tranquility. It's a matter of one's self. If the heavens fall and the earth rends, I'll be able to live forever. That's enough. It doesn't pay attention to the previous life or the next life. Instead, it cares about this body in this life because it's necessary to rely on this body to attain Tao and complete the bridge of longevity. Legend has it that Buddhism is divided into big and small sections. The small ones are similar to the Taoist school, while the big ones tell the common people that the sufferings of this life and the blessings of the next life are very important. Only our Confucian school is the closest to the secular world, and we're the most deeply entangled. We're also faced with the predicament of not being inferior to those who are close, but resenting those who are far away. The greater one's knowledge, the higher one's cultivation, the more restrained one's actions are. We always feel that if we stretch out one's leg or raise one's head, we'll touch the wall of rules. For example, that Mr. of Mine put forth the purpose of learning. He wants to get rid of those corrupt Confucians and cynics. It's a bit like cleaning up the door. Those who do will make enemies on all sides, and it's inevitable that they'll be ostracized. Wu Yuan shook her head. Mister's idea is good, but there's always the fear of going to extremes. Moreover, everyone has a lazy nature. It's very possible that after 100 years of prosperity, there will be 500 years, or even 1,000 years of decline. This is because although the scholars are still diligently studying the sages' books, each one of them putting on a sanctimonious appearance, in the end, they're no longer doing it for the sake of cultivating the noble spirit, as the sage said. It's still all right now. The Confucian school's three immortals, the sage and the gentleman, are still pursuing the word virtue. But once Mister's knowledge gradually becomes the moral standard of the world, won't it be forcefully pulled down to the level of performing meritorious service? For a long time, it's actually the scholars who look down on cultivating virtue through studying the most. Just by reading a few words, flipping a few pages of a book, it's as if they can be exchanged for a lot of copper coins. How frightening would that be? Fu Yu was stunned at first, but soon her expression changed drastically. She stretched out her hand and grabbed Wu Yuan's arm with all her strength. She said in a low voice, "Wu Yuan, you must never say these words to your mister. Absolutely not. You're not a chi refinement warrior and you're not a cultivator. You don't know the cruelty of the struggle for the great Tao. A careless word, a careless action, can bring about a fatal disaster." Wu Yuan patted the back of Fu Yu's hand. She laughed hoarsely and said, "Of course I don't have the guts. Besides, with that Mr. of Mine's knowledge and wisdom, it's very likely that I've been thinking wrongly and too shallow. Mister definitely won't take a liking to my little idea." Fu Yu released her hand. "You must not let it slip. I don't want to see you end up like Song Yuzhang one day inexplicably." Fu Yu did not continue speaking. "The more you speak, the more likely you'll slip up." Wu Yuan changed the topic. "If I take the wrong path in the future, no matter how high an official I become at that time, Fu Yu, you must remember to scold me to my face. It's best if you can wake me up with a scolding. Don't worry. When the time comes, I'll definitely give Wu Shangshu a punch without a second word. The minister of the 6 ministries? Just a rank 2. That's a little small, a little small." "It's not small. Think about it. When I, Dali, take over half of the Aquarius continent, how can a minister of the 6 ministries be small? I think the position of assistant minister is already very big. Anyway, Lord Wu, I'll say this. I'm a person who only knows how to come up with some small ideas. I know how to scheme, but I'm not good at making decisions. So, I'll consider myself as following you to death. When you become a minister in the future, you can give me the position of assistant minister. How about that?" The 2 scholars who were already in the officialdom laughed as they walked back to the Yamen's official residence. In the Li family's residence, a scholar dressed in green picked up his book again. He smiled and said, "Regarding the matter of merit, Wu Yuan, you're not wrong. But you've indeed thought too lightly." The small town was bustling with activity. Other than going to the abandoned school to study every day, the young Cui still lived in the Yuan family's old mansion. Every day, he would move a chair and sit beside the courtyard where the wind and water gathered. He would often be in a daze for 2 to 4 hours at a time. Occasionally he would go to the new school opened by the Chen family in Dragontail Creek to take a stroll. He would skim the surface of the water and quickly leave. The county magistrate of Longquan County, Wu Yuan, had already officially stepped down from her position as the supervisor of kills. It was said that the person who replaced her was a young talent from the Chao family of Upper Pillar State. The Chao family and Wu Yuan's future father-in-law, the Yuan family, were famous rivals in Dali's imperial court. They could fight on all kinds of occasions without saying a word. In the small imperial court where Huangzi met, the two powerful pillars of Upper Pillar State pointed at each other's noses and scolded each other. It was a common occurrence. His Majesty mostly advised them with kind words. Sometimes when he was really annoyed he told the two of them to go home and argue. After all, the two families had been neighbors since their ancestors. It was said that the children of the two families had learned to throw all kinds of objects at their neighbors through a wall. You throw bricks, I throw mud. Wu Yuan visited this time to humbly ask her teacher for advice. Teacher, the Chao family has always controlled the land in the Ministry of Personnel of the Imperial Court. Are you preparing to move me back to a government office in the capital and sit on the cold bench for a few years before I can open up the situation? That's not it. Cui Dong was still sitting calmly on the big chair. He said indifferently, how's Chao Ji's family background? How's his ability? Wu Yuan smiled bitterly. His family background is far better than mine. His ability is also quite good. Fighting with such a person just shows that you, Wu Yuan, still have some ability, don't you? Besides, you are the county magistrate of Longquan County. Chao Ji is only the supervisor of kills. Now that the dragon kiln has been reopened, it's just doing some finishing work related to the natal porcelain. It's not as serious as you think. The young imperial tutor with a cinnabar mark between his eyebrows looked at the courtyard. Of course Chao wants Chao Ji to step on you to climb up. Now it depends on whether you have the ability to become Chao Ji's obstacle in the officialdom. If you can't stop him, it's hard to say whether Lady Yuan is still willing to marry her daughter. If you can stop Chao Ji, who Lady Chao has placed high hopes on, Lady Yuan might beg you to marry that daughter. Cui Dong glanced at Wu Yuan. When His Majesty uses people, it's inevitable that there will be differences between those who are close and those who are distant. After the meritorious service, he has always given preferential treatment. But in the end it still depends on your own ability. Wu Yuan smiled and said, after listening to teacher's explanation, this student's mood is much better. Cui Dong sneered and said, kid, your mood is much better. But what about me? Wu Yuan pretended to be deaf and mute. She was determined not to speak. Cui Dong suddenly said out of the blue, do you have any thoughts about the conflict between Master Ruan's only daughter, Ruan Xiao, and an outsider? Wu Yuan thought for a moment and quickly said, although Ruan Xiao's attack was a bit heavy, it was still that self-proclaimed romantic idiot who started it. She has reminded him several times. It's not reasonable, but it's reasonable. There's nothing wrong with it. What's more, her father, Ruan Fei, fought fiercely and killed Li Zhu in the sky above the cave. After that, no cultivator dared to violate the rules. Like father, like daughter. Cui Dong was a little impatient. He probably thought that this student was too stupid, so he poured out a bunch of beans from a bamboo tube. My Lord Wu, I'll have to trouble you to investigate carefully. Why would that idiot have the leisure to wander around and happen to pass by Ruan Xiao's small shop in the Riding Dragon Alley? Moreover, he didn't know her identity at all. Moreover, he did it at the moment when his family was buying the mountain and making friends with Dali. If one or two coincidences are coincidences, then don't you find it strange that there are so many coincidences? There are many stupid and lustful men in the world, but how could a young man who is qualified to represent his family to show his face here, and whose cultivation aptitude is quite good, be so unlucky? The young man said humorously, but Wu Yuan's expression was solemn. She was not relaxed at all. In the end, the young man began to complain again. He rubbed his cheeks hard with both hands. Speaking of which, I'm even more miserable than that lustful man, but I'm really unlucky. Wu Yuan, why don't you extend your face over and let me slap you a few times to vent my anger? Wu Yuan was not stupid. It was obvious that she would be slapped for nothing. Sir, I think we should just forget about it. The young man said angrily, a teacher for a day is a father for life. You're just like me. You're most likely the kind of person who deceives his master and destroys his ancestors. When the affairs of Longquan County are more or less settled, try to find time to go to the capital and continue to discuss the matter of building an academy in Mount Covering Cloud with me, me. Wu Yuan nodded. Her expression did not change at all. The young man waved his hand to chase her away. Go about your business. Wu Yuan stood up and bid farewell. In this Yuan family's old mansion, other than the quiet young man with a delicate face, Wu Yuan had brought back a young felon named Xia Yulu for her master, Cui Dong, after a secret trip. He was 14 years old. His body was slender and he did not lose out to a strong young man. His face was like a jade crown, and his skin was like a jade tree. He had a first-class appearance. For some reason Cui Dong had asked him to change his name to Yulu. Even though the young man was very unwilling, he could only accept it silently. The tall young man who changed his name to Yulu had probably escaped from the abyss of suffering, or perhaps he was born with a cheerful personality. He cleaned this Yuan family's old mansion from the first floor to the second floor. In the end he even climbed up to the roof to renovate the old tiles. If Cui Dong did not find the young man noisy and scolded him, the young man would probably even paint the walls of the old mansion. The bowls, dishes and vases in the house were all wiped clean by Yulu. Every time Wu Yuan visited her master, she could see Yulu busying himself over there. When he saw her, other than smiling, he would stand in the distance, holding a broom and patiently wait for her to leave. After politely sending off the guests, the young man would begin to clean the footprints, wipe the chairs and other servant chores. The young man's enjoyment in it puzzled Wu Yuan. Could it be that the young man's mind was a little muddled due to the destruction of his country and his entire family being reduced to felons? After Yulu had adapted to the quiet and busy life in the old mansion, Cui Dong, who had a secret letter in his sleeve, quietly brought a stranger back to the mansion. It was a slim young girl with a dark face. Her appearance could only be considered below average. Her expression was stiff all day long, but her eyes were still delicate. Even when facing the Dali imperial tutor, she was expressionless. She was fearless and did not try to please him. This made Yulu admire her. When he heard that she was also a felon who had immigrated, he wanted to be more attentive to her. Unfortunately, the young girl ignored him completely. She was clumsy when it came to household chores. She made a lot of mistakes and broke the bowls and plates more than once or twice. In the end, Yulu could not stand it anymore and asked her to sit down and rest. He took care of all the chores, big and small, by himself. Buying vegetables, washing rice, cooking and washing clothes. She did not stand on ceremony and just sat on the chair every day. She was more like a master than her master, Cui Dong. The young girl did not seem to appreciate Yulu's good intentions. She did not even look at the young man. Instead, she would occasionally catch a glimpse from the corner of her eyes. In the eyes of that mediocre face, there would be a hint of sarcasm. Cui Dong clapped his hands heavily. All three of you come here. The tall and handsome young man, Yulu, the young girl with an excellent figure, and the young man with a flawless appearance stood in front of Cui Dong. Cui Dong tilted his head and looked at the three of them. Finally, his eyes stopped on the tall young man. Yulu, you were a chess piece that I fought for from the beginning. As for you, you were something that the Empress was determined to get. But now that she has lost her power, she's a little desolate. She's been banished to the Changchun Palace to cultivate her heart and mind. As for the other me in the capital of Great Li, after I took control of the Green Bamboo Pavilion, I took advantage of the situation and brought you to me. Can be said that I brought you out of the fire pit. You should thank me. According to the Empress' usual style of doing things, you might not end up better than that Yang Hua in the future if you fall into her hands. Cui Dong shifted his gaze and looked at the young girl. What's your name in the future? Or do you want to learn from Yulu and change everything? The young girl said with a gentle voice, Imperial Tutor Darren, it's fine as long as my surname is Xie. Cui Dong thought for a moment and laughed. Oh? Then why don't you call yourself Xie and name Xie? This name is so convenient. Thank you, why don't you thank me? The young girl was still expressionless, but her eyes were burning with anger. No matter how the young girl tried to hide it, she couldn't hide it. Cui Dong said sadly, I won't be called Cui Dong in the future. If you like, you can call me Cui Dong Shan or Young Master. Cui Dong's face was disheartened. Yulu, thank you. Pack up your things. We'll leave tomorrow and follow the south road to the border Yefu Pass. The two of them didn't question him. Cui Dong looked at the young boy who was full of expectation. You just stay here. You can go to the Qin school to study. It's up to you. The young boy was full of grievances. Just when he was about to pluck up his courage and ask to go with him, Cui Dong already glared at him. Get lost. The young boy was shocked and quickly left. Chui Dong stood up and walked to a small study on the second floor. He began to write a letter. It was full of nearly 10,000 words. Too much is as bad as too little. Dali Imperial Court praises literati too much. So many people fishing for fame use poetry as a shortcut to enter the officialdom. We must change the current atmosphere in the capital of Great Li. We must not let the imperial court be filled with officials, peddlers and servants, who blindly worship the superficial style of learning of beautiful prose. We must attach importance to the classics, to the current affairs and to the actual situation. We must firmly grasp the word merit. Even if the Song clan of Great Li were to change dynasties, no matter who is going to sit on the dragon throne, we must not lose the foundation of our achievement in the Great Tao. It's just that it's the right thing to do. The Imperial College must be in our hands. When appropriate, we can withdraw Kintianjian's arrangement in exchange for complete control of the Imperial College. At the end of the letter, Chui Dong suddenly threw his pen on the ground. What's the use of writing this now? I'm not me anymore. You're just a guy who doesn't know how to feel. You still have the face to ask me to not contact you for the time being and take care of yourself. You should give me half of your family's property. You're indeed old Chui Dong, a stingy chicken. You're enjoying life in the capital, but I'm going to be someone's student. God, why don't you just strike me with lightning and kill me? The young boy with a cinnabar mole between his eyebrows burst into tears. He was heartbroken. 132. At dawn, a carriage stopped outside the Yuan family's old house. The tall young man Yu Lu and the tan girl, Xie Xie, were waiting beside the carriage with their bags on their backs. The young man, Chui Dong, walked out of the house with a yawn. He was wearing an ivory white robe with exquisite craftsmanship. Behind him was a young man with a face as delicate as porcelain. Yu Lu couldn't help but ask, "Young master, where are we going?" Chui Dong said in languid, "I'm going to take you to study to the great Sui kingdom. You two are originally students of Cliff Academy." Yu Lu and Xie Xie, the two prisoners of the Lu dynasty, looked at each other. The coachman was a great spy from the Li dynasty stationed in Longquan County town. He sat motionlessly on the driver's seat. After Chui Shi got on the carriage and bent down to lift the curtain, he suddenly turned his head and said, "Go and call Wang Yifu over to be the coachman. You will continue to stay in the county town and be responsible for keeping an eye on the movements in Dragon Rider Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley." The spy nodded and left without saying a word. About 10 minutes later, a tall man strode over. The tall young man looked straight ahead with a calm expression. The girl's eyes were cold. She didn't seem to like the man named Wang Yifu. Wang Yifu was the man who was ordered to twist off Song Yuzhang's head. He was a fierce general of the Lu dynasty in the past. He didn't become a prisoner of Dali, didn't become a guest of the new dynasty, and didn't regain military power. Instead, he became the lackey of the empress. As she was banished to the Eternal Spring Palace to cultivate, Wang Yifu's master changed from the Empress of Dali to the young imperial tutor in front of him. The carriage was large enough to accommodate 3 people because of the post road. However, Chui Dong still let the young man and girl sit outside. He occupied the spacious carriage alone. Not long after, the sound of reading came from the carriage. The imperial tutor of Dali, the famous Go player of the continent, had to recite such elementary knowledge every day. It was really funny. The carriage drove out of the town from the east gate. Chui Dong lifted the curtain and looked at the newly built county government near the east gate. It wasn't completed yet, just a prototype. Under the supervision of the government official, the young people in the town were already busy, causing dust to fly around the east gate. Chui Dong put down the curtain with a gloomy look. After leaving the town, they drove along the post road for about 2 hours. Chui Dong asked Wang Yifu to stop the carriage and walked alone to a small hill. The gentleman of Lakeview Academy, Chui Minghuang, had been waiting for a long time. When he saw his ancestor who had been expelled from the family, he bowed respectfully. Chui Dong stood on the top of the hill and looked back at the town. Unfortunately, his state had dropped greatly and his cultivation was low. Even if he used all his eyesight, he couldn't see the scenery over there. The matter of worshipping Mount Biyun as the north peak of Dali still needs some time to prepare. It won't be successful in a short time. However, building a new academy at Mount Biyun is imperative. There will be results in half a year at most. Don't worry. You took such a big risk this time and almost lost your life. I won't burn the bridge after crossing the river. A deputy hill master of the academy can't run away. In the future, Dali will definitely use all the national resources to build this new academy. It will be more like one of the 72 academies of Confucianism than Cliff Academy. Cui Minghuang breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes were firm as he promised, I won't let you down. Cui Dong didn't say a word and continued, I'll leave the porcelain youth to you. When the time comes, you can place him in the new academy. If nothing unexpected happens, his cultivation will be very smooth. He might even reach the middle 5 realms at a frightening speed. You have to be mentally prepared. However, you'd better hide him. Don't come out too early. I picked out tens of thousands of pieces of broken porcelain from the porcelain mountain and spent a lot of effort to piece together a porcelain man with a soul. This young man was able to grow from a pile of broken porcelain pieces to a lifelike being no different from a human being. Not only is it the condensation of my life's efforts, but it also has a lot to do with luck. Therefore you must pay more attention. To say something inauspicious, this is equivalent to me entrusting my child to you. Cui Minghuang's emotions surged. He bowed and cupped his fists. Rest assured, ancestor. I, Cui Minghuang, will definitely treat him as my own child. Cui Dong looked a little tired. In this town, other than the vassal King Song Jianqiang, you can order the other 2 groups of spies and death warriors as you wish. I've already helped you talk to them. Also, when you're free, talk to old Yang of the Yang family's shop. That old bastard is the most fair person. He doesn't talk about good or bad, good or evil, friend or foe. Try to make that old man agree to do business with you. As for Yuan Tong, I advise you not to ask for trouble. The 4 great surnames and 10 great clans of Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley are now in disarray. Their hearts are scattered. You should pay more attention to the Li family. Yes, it's the Li family that Li Shixing belongs to. As for that second young master Li Baojun, whose heart is higher than the sky, now that his backer has fallen, although it can't be said that he has been beaten back to his original state overnight, it can be said that he has experienced the treachery of our great Li's capital. Between these 2 brothers, you can choose either, but you can only choose one. As for Wu Yuan, you can do as you see fit. Just deal with the matter as it is and don't reveal your heart. When Cui Shi reached the end of his speech, he clearly had the handsome appearance of a young man, but he gave Cui Minghuang the illusion that he was an old man, that everything was over. Cui Minghuang asked tentatively, that student Wu Yuan, could it be? Cui Dong walked down the mountain with his shoulders drooping. He nodded and said weakly, he's the Empress man. She likes to choose people like this. They don't come from good backgrounds, but they're smart, ambitious, and patient. It's just that they all have their own fatal flaws and are easy for her to control. Cui Minghuang was enlightened. No wonder. Ancestor, I always felt that something was wrong when you revealed the heavenly secret at the Yuan family's ancestral home. It was only later that I realized it was because Wu Yuan was there. Cui Dong sighed. He didn't hide the truth and said frankly, at the Yuan family's ancestral home, I gave him a chance. He leaked all the information about the trifling matter before, so I didn't bother to pursue it. But if he chose to reveal that matter to the Empress after leaving the house, then he'd be dead. A disciple deceives his master and destroys his ancestors, so it's only right for a teacher to kill a student. Cui Minghuang was speechless. Cui Dong patted this junior's shoulder. I have high hopes for you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be telling you all this. Cui Minghuang smiled bitterly. I'm afraid. All right, you don't have to send me off. Cui Dong quickened his pace and walked down the mountain. After a dozen steps, he turned around and said with a smile, you and I are both smart people. You must be thinking that since I set a trap for Wu Yuan, I won't let you go. In fact, you're right. But where the trap is and when you need to make a life and death decision, you have to figure it out yourself. Cui Minghuang didn't panic, nor did he feel wronged. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. I've read all the books I need to read. The fun of life from now on will be here. Cui Dong turned around and looked at the carriage at the foot of the mountain. He clicked his tongue and said with his hands in his sleeves, sure enough, we have all 3 kinds of disciples. You, Cui Minghuang, Wu Yuan, and the porcelain man are all here. From now on, it's up to the 4 of us. As he walked, Cui Dong shuddered and murmured, if he finds out the truth one day with that kid's temper in Mud Bottle Alley, he'll definitely kill me. Maybe he won't even blink. The young man with the cinnabar mole between his eyebrows looked anxious and sad. The point is, it's only right for a master to kill a disciple. No, I, Cui Dong, can't be so miserable. I have to think of a way. The young man suddenly squinted his eyes and laughed. He swaggered as he walked and said, you can pour all the dirty water on Dali Imperial Tutor. I'm Cui Dong Shan, not Cui Dong. The body he was living in now could be regarded as an extremely precious treasure. It was born with no impurities, but it was born with dementia. Before the age of 6, his soul had completely dissipated. Chui Dong had refined it with a secret method for many years into an inn that was easy for souls to stay in. Back then, because the fairy cave was too important and involved his great way opportunity, he had to be there in person. Therefore he moved out of this body and divided his soul into it. In this way there were 2 Chui Dong in the world, one old and one young. The old Chui Dong stayed in Dali's capital city as his imperial tutor, devising strategies thousands of miles away. The young Chui Dong came to the small town and hid in the Yuan family's old house to prevent accidents. Of course, deep in his heart, Chui Dong had the intention of watching Qi Jingchun finish his last journey. He wanted to defeat Qi Jingchun fair and square for once. Unfortunately, Chui Dong did not expect that he would first lose to Qi Jingchun. Not only did he suffer a crushing defeat, but it was even worse after that. The old man who had clearly died in the meritorious forest of the Learning Palace came to him and casually cut off his connection with his original body, Chui Dong. He also punished him to read a few lousy books every day. The funny thing was that there was not a single book written by the old man. In the end, the old man even made a ridiculous decision to make Chui Dong a student of the young man surnamed Qin. What could Chui Dong learn from Qin Pingan? Should he learn how to burn porcelain or how to burn charcoal? As for what the old man was thinking, God knows. It was the literal meaning of God knows. The old man's highest rank in the secular world was only that of a scholar. But when he was in the Confucian temple of Confucius, he was ranked 4th. At that time the old man was like the sun in the sky. Otherwise, how could someone move the statue and erect it when the old man was not dead? The old man himself could not stop it. However, Chui Dong always felt that the old man was actually secretly happy at that time and did not really want to stop it. In short, this case was destined to disappear from the official history and unofficial history. As time passed, the remaining traces would also disappear little by little. On the road to the southern pass of Dali Yefu Pass, a carriage stopped at the roadside outside the relay station. A young man in white with a cinnabar mark between his eyebrows stood on the roof of the carriage, facing the north and looking forward. Wang Yifu sat in the driver's seat, silent as usual. The tall young man Yu Lu was checking the items in his bag. The young girl with a graceful figure but a coarse face was the most relaxed. She sat beside Wang Yifu back to back with the young man. She was swinging her legs and eating melon seeds one by one. The young man Chui Dong stomped his foot. "You're finally here." Wang Yifu did not turn around and said softly, "Your Highness, take care in the future." The tall young man who had changed his name to Yu Lu nodded and smiled. "General Wang is the same." Wang Yifu nodded and was about to speak. The young girl who had finished eating melon seeds clapped her hands and said lightly, "General Wang, there's no need to be polite with a lowly criminal like me." Wang Yifu smiled bitterly. "It's us who have let down your sect." The young girl folded her hands on her knees and looked up at the blue sky. She smiled. "Then you can talk to those dead people whose souls have scattered. I did not participate in that war, nor did I commit suicide afterwards. On the contrary, I'm living quite well and will soon be a student of the New Cliff Academy. So, it's quite boring for General Wang to say this to me." Yu Lu suddenly said, "Wang Yifu, ignore her. She's just a child who hasn't grown up. She's angry but doesn't know who to vent it on. At this time she'll stab whoever is easy to talk to." The young girl smiled. "Oh, you still think you're the noble crown prince of the Lu family? You think you have the right to teach me how to be a person?" Yu Lu smiled and did not speak. He lowered his head and continued to pack. Wang Yifu felt a headache coming on. If not for the safety of these 2 children, Wang Yifu would not have agreed to serve Empress Dali. Qin Pingan's group went south along the edge of the post-house road. Then they saw a familiar white-clothed young man running towards them. That kind of enthusiasm was even more exaggerated than a young girl in love. The white-clothed young man with a cinnabar mark between his eyebrows smiled brightly. "Qin Pingan, although it sounds like a joke, I'm actually telling you very seriously that from today onwards, I'm your student. If you don't recognize me as your student, I'll die in front of you. After I die, remember to help me erect a tombstone and write, 'Grave of Qin Pingan's disciple.'" Qin Pingan was stunned for a long time before he recovered. He asked, "What's your real name?" The young man laughed heartily. "Chui Dongshan." Qin Pingan nodded. "Then I'll help you add 3 words on the tombstone." 133. The teenager was not surprised and began to guide him patiently, I know you don't trust me and think I'm a person with ulterior motives. But you can observe me for a while and then decide whether to accept me as your first disciple. I, Chui Dongshan, don't have a high cultivation now, but I'm knowledgeable and knowledgeable. I know the local conditions and customs of the Great Sui Kingdom like the back of my hand. When you go to the Great Sui Kingdom, with or without me, it will be a world of difference. Seeing that the teenager in Mud Bottle Alley was still indifferent, Chui Dong was not discouraged and kept talking. Besides, I didn't come empty-handed this time. I brought a very generous gift for apprenticeship. For example, the cultivator of the Middle Five Realms who traveled the world almost had a volume of map of swamp spirits and monsters in each hand. Mine is even more precious and naturally bred 5 or 6 kinds of spirits and monsters. The teenager counted with his fingers and said one by one, there is also a set of 4 treasures of the study. The pen is a purple pen with a hidden ink fish. Whether it's writing or painting, it doesn't need to be cleaned after it's used. The little fish will help to clean it by itself. How about it? Isn't it amazing? It can be counted as a first-class scholar, right? The ink is made from 3 ingots of Song Tao ink. If you tap it lightly with your finger, it will produce a pleasant sound. Even if it's a withered brush that's only dipped in a little ink, the smell of the ink can still linger for several years. The ink stone is an ancient ink stone left by an unknown old monk in another continent. It's called the life-releasing pond. It has a lot of mysteries. Aren't you tempted? The paper is the golden stone paper. The emperor of a country wants to use this paper to confer the title of the god of mountains and rivers. Only then can it be authentic. When the youth said that, he took a deep breath. The most important treasure is a half-dead intrinsic flying sword. Its quality is excellent and its sharpness is unparalleled. The biggest advantage is that it doesn't need a successor to cultivate sword chi or develop sword intent. It can be used almost immediately. When I got it by chance, I kept it for many years and didn't refine it. It's not that I don't value it, but that I don't want to walk the path of sword cultivation. I'm afraid of wasting it. Towards the end of his speech, Chui Shi's voice, which was originally in high spirits, became softer and softer. This was because he realized that as his gift for becoming Qin Pingan's disciple became more and more generous, Qin Pingan's gaze of rejection became more and more resolute. The handsome teenager with a cinnabar mark between his eyebrows was full of resentment. He held his hands in front of his chest and asked pitifully and tentatively, "Can't I? I sincerely want to be your disciple. If you don't believe me, I can swear that if I have any bad intentions towards you, Qin Pingan, I will be struck by lightning." Qin Pingan shook his head and said firmly, "No." The first time Qin Pingan saw this teenager in the town was in Master Ruan's blacksmith shop. He mistook him for the county magistrate's study companion. The second time, the teenager who called himself Martial Uncle Chui Dong took the initiative to talk to Qin Pingan. At the memorial arch, he told Qin Pingan a lot of strange inside stories. After that, he followed Qin Pingan all the way to the Mud Bottle Alley and stole the Spring Festival couplets that Song Jisun stuck on the door. Qin Pingan didn't sense the killing intent from the teenager like the Yunxia mountain fairy Kai Qinqian. However, Qin Pingan absolutely didn't trust him and hoped to stay away from him. He didn't expect that the teenager would still shamelessly chase after him when he was almost at the border of Dali. Qin Pingan was not stupid. What else could a weasel want from a chicken? Chui Dong silently glanced at the teenager's hair bun. The jasper hairpin had disappeared. According to the previous agreement, the old man would help him to pave the way. At the very least, he wouldn't expose his identity as the Dali imperial tutor, let alone reveal his scheme against Qin Pingan and Qi Jingchun. Chui Dong was too lazy to calculate and deduce why the old man was so generous to let him go and even why he wanted to walk out of the merit and virtue forest when the overall situation was already decided. He was really overestimating himself to compete with a real sage. In particular, now that his soul had been separated, Chui Shi's cultivation and mental strength were not as good as before. He was scared that he might accidentally violate the fundamental rules that the old man had set up if he went too deep into the deduction. If so, he would end up like the original owner of this body and become a complete idiot. Chui Dong asked, "Qin Pingan, didn't you meet a poor old scholar in the Pillow Inn of Red Candle Town? Didn't he tell you the general reason?" Qin Pingan frowned. Chui Dong carefully looked at Qin Pingan and felt that the teenager's expression didn't seem to be fake. "Well, then I have to use my trump card. But let me say this first, Qin Pingan, I am so sincere in acknowledging you as my master, but you are so evasive. Then my gift will be reduced by half. I'll give you one last chance." Qin Pingan was about to turn around without saying a word. Chui Dong quickly took out a black chess piece from his sleeve and threw it high into the air. This is the information given to you by Old Yang. After you crush it, you will know the details of this matter. Then you will help me prove my innocence and tell Qin Pingan that I didn't come to acknowledge him as my master because of greed, but because I sincerely want to establish a master-disciple relationship with him. The Yin spirit did not show his real body. The black chess piece, which could leave behind a voice, shattered in the air and turned into powder in an instant. Soon Lin Shui came to Qin Pingan with a strange expression and whispered, "Senior Yin spirit said that old Yang of the Yang family shop asked you to believe that this guy named Chui Dongshan won't secretly play tricks. On the way to the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, you can generously let him work like a cow or a horse and order him around at will. It would be a waste if you don't accept such a disciple. He also said that this person will share honor and disgrace with you in the future, and that he won't dare to have any bad intentions towards you." Qin Pingan nodded and asked, "They are?" Chui Shi's face lit up with a smile. "Them? The big blockhead is called Yu Lu. The little black girl is called Xie Xie. Her surname is Xie and her given name is Xie. I wonder who gave her this name." Then Chui Dong showed a sad expression that even a blind person would not believe. He sighed and said, "Both of them are survivors of the prisoners of the Lu dynasty. Their backgrounds are very pitiful. Xie Xie had studied at the Cliff Academy for a period of time. Yu Lu was unlucky. Not long after he left his hometown, Ardali launched that war, and the two of them had to return to their hometowns. Now that their country has been destroyed, their identity as students of the academy has become their life-saving talisman. If I don't bring them out, they will definitely die in the mountains west of your Longquan County. They will either be beaten to death by some immortal on the mountain who dislikes them, or they will be exhausted early and die of exhaustion before the age of 30. So now they are very grateful and insist on calling me young master. No matter how I persuade them, I can't persuade them. Alas." Unexpectedly, the tan girl smiled and said, "Since the way we address you has become a burden to you, I won't call you young master anymore." Fortunately, Yu Lu did not add fuel to the fire. He smiled and said, "I'll continue to call you young master. I'm used to it." Chui Dong turned around and laughed. "Thank you, Mississippi." "I thank you." Lin Shui paused as if he had been secretly taught a trick by the Yin god. He said softly, "Old Yang said that we'd better accept these two people. There are only benefits and no harm. If you really don't like the one with the surname Chui, you can use him as a scapegoat in the future. If there are any disasters or difficulties, let him take all of them. He has a Fengsuan item on him. He has a strong family background and can withstand any damage." Chui Dong, who had been eavesdropping, suddenly changed his expression. He stomped his feet and scolded, "Old Yang, you old bastard, how can you cheat people like you?" Qin Pingan lowered his voice and asked with a smile, "If we accept these two people, will they be your classmates in the future?" Lin Shui smiled bitterly and said, "Maybe. Actually, Li Baoping and I don't know the real situation of Cliff Academy. When old Master Ma took us out of town, he didn't say anything about this." Li Huai kept peeking at the tall young man named Yu Lu. He felt that he was an easy guy to deal with. He was definitely easier to talk to than the bad-tempered Li Baoping and the cold Lin Shui. Yu Lu, who was carrying a heavy bag, noticed Li Huai's gaze. The Lu dynasty's crown prince smiled and nodded to salute him. The little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket, who was carrying a small green bookcase, looked at the tall, tan girl from time to time. It was the exact opposite of when they met the blind old Taoist and his disciples. Li Baoping liked the round-faced little girl whose nickname was Jiao Er. She didn't like this girl with a strange name at all. Although Jiao Er had a smile on her face, her true emotions couldn't be seen. However, she didn't like Li Baoping, who was half a head shorter than her. This kind of strange feeling between a little girl and a young girl who met for the first time shouldn't have anything to do with reason. Qin Pingan looked at Chui Dong and said, "Yu Lu and Jiao Er can join us, but you can't." Chui Dong restrained his expression and asked stiffly, "Why?" Qin Pingan replied, "Because I don't think you're a good person." On the courier road, no one thought this sentence was funny or funny. Even the most simple-minded Li Huai felt the pressure of an impending storm. Yu Lu turned his head and looked back. Dust was flying in the distance. The hooves of the horses neatly stepped on the ground, and the ground trembled. The ground was like the body of a lowly person who had been whipped. It was dying and could only bear it silently. The vigorous military might of the Dali Iron Cavalry rushed over. Even if it was only a group of 30 to 40 light cavalry, it still exuded a rough and intimidating murderous aura. This made the tall youth squint his eyes involuntarily. On the other side, Chui Dong stretched out his palms and made a dantian gesture. He tried to be calm and said, "The reason I'm here is because an old scholar wants me to learn how to be a good person from you. It's okay if you don't accept me as a student. I'll follow you as you Lu and Jiu Er's son. Just treat me as if I don't exist. How about it?" Qin Pingan nodded and said, "As long as you don't provoke me and don't say weird things like teacher and student, it's okay." Chui Dong was just about to say something. The Dali cavalry flashed past with a roar. Yu Lu, who had been observing all the details of this cavalry, had already lowered his head. He did not forget to use his arm to block the wind and dust. The young girl had already moved to the outside of the courier road. The youth with a cinnabar mole between his eyebrows, Chui Dong, happened to be wearing a spotless white robe. The majestic Dali cavalry roared past. Chui Dong silently stood where he was. The talkative youth was covered in dust. His mouth was still open, but he could not say a single word. Li Huai only felt that this scene was too horrible to look at. He said in a small voice, "It's a little tragic." The white-clothed youth covered in dust raised his hand to wipe his face. His eyes were dazed as he muttered, "I can't live like this." According to the rules set by Ruanju, now idle cultivators crossing the border, without the amnesty of the Dali imperial court, as long as they passed by the sky above the original Liju cave, they could not cross the sky or fly on their swords. After the famous Qi cultivators paid with their lives, now many forces in Dali tacitly agreed to this unreasonable rule. The cultivator of the Wind and Thunder Garden, Lu Baqiao, landed his flying sword outside the boundary. After paying, he took a luxurious carriage specially provided for cultivators by the courier station and rushed to the county. He found the new school opened by the Qin family in Longwei County and found his good friend Qin Songfeng was personally teaching a dozen children. When Qin Songfeng found Lu Baqiao standing outside the window, he wanted to find someone to help him teach the children. Lu Baqiao quickly waved his hand, indicating that he just needed to wait. An hour later, after the children bowed to him, Mr. Qin Songfeng quickly walked out of the classroom and walked side by side with Lu Baqiao. He looked at the sword and asked curiously, "This is one of the best Taoist talisman swords, the talisman in the dragon-locking well in Dali's capital city?" Lu Baqiao rolled his eyes and held the back of his head with both hands. "Song Zhangqiang, that bastard, said that he would leave the talisman sword for me and wait for me to pull it out. As a result, all I heard on my way to the north was that someone in Dali's capital city had taken the talisman sword. I didn't believe it and thought that Song Zhangqiang had used a trick from the military book to deliberately pave the way for me. As a result, when I arrived in the capital city, well, a powerful woman named Yang Hua had really beaten me to it." The more Lu Baqiao spoke, the angrier he became. "I went to Song Zhangqiang to ask for an explanation. Do you know what happened? Song Zhangqiang just asked someone to pass a message to me, saying that if I had the ability, I should go find Yang Hua myself and take the talisman back. I have never seen a shameless Grandmaster Ji Jing in my life. Later, I heard from the grapevine that now this woman is in your Chefu River and has become a river god enjoying incense offerings. This is fate." Qin Songfeng was stunned. "You came to Longquan County this time to take back the talisman from the hands of that water god?" Lu Baqiao shook his head and said, "Am I Lu Baqiao that kind of person?" Qin Songfeng was even more puzzled. "If it's not to see that female water god, then why did you come to Longquan County?" Lu Baqiao sighed and said, "It's just that on the way back to the Wind Thunder Garden, I took a slight detour and came here. I heard a lot of things about Longquan County before, including that your Longwei County's Qin family has opened a school here, so I wanted to come and see you. I really didn't go for Yang Hua and the talisman." Qin Songfeng smiled and said, "Now that I'm here to teach and dispel doubts, at first I wasn't used to it. I couldn't wait to slap the table and leave, but now it's better. I often tell myself to treat it as training my mind." Lu Baqiao nodded. "It's really good to calm down and do learning. By the way, the change that started in Red Candle Town and ended in Dali's capital city? Have you heard about it?" Qin Songfeng nodded and said, "Of course I've received all kinds of rumors, but there are different opinions within the family. The inside information from different channels contradicts each other, and in the end I can't say anything about it." Lu Baqiao laughed and said, "Have you forgotten that I was in Dali's capital city at that time? Do you want to know the truth?" Qin Songfeng shook his head and said, "No. I'm not a cultivator. I'm not a cultivator, so I'm not interested in your long-sighted and long-lived matters." Qin Songfeng had also traveled to study before, and it wasn't the first time he followed the wanderers to climb mountains to write essays. He wasn't a weak scholar, but when he followed the girl from Ying's Qin family into the mountains in the end, his leg strength and stamina couldn't even compare to a youth in a shabby alley, so he was kicked out of the team by Qin Xiang. Of course, Lu Baqiao wasn't happy that no one came to support him. He exposed him and said, "Young and lethargic, you deserve to be looked down upon by that little girl Qin Xiang." Qin Songfeng laughed out loud, Hey, don't hit my face when you hit me. What kind of hero are you to expose my scars?" Lu Baqiao's face became mysterious. He lowered his voice and said, "Then do you want to know about the shocking news regarding the inverted suspended mountain?" Qin Songfeng replied without hesitation, "Speak." Lu Baqiao teased him, You just said that you're not a cultivator and you're curious about that?" Qin Songfeng looked exhausted. He spoke slowly and carefully, "Any news that comes out from the inverted suspended mountain will only be related to that world. And the commotion from that place will most likely decide the entire world. Even if our Aquarius continent will only be affected by the smallest ripple, the earlier we know about it, the earlier we can make the correct response. Even if we only gain a little, it's better than not doing anything." Lu Baqiao was helpless about it. Everyone had their own positions, and sometimes, no matter how nice the consolation of others was, it would still be easy for them to say it. Lu Baqiao was not willing to be friends with such words. In the eyes of the sword cultivator from Wind and Thunder Garden, a true friend was someone who would not be able to see Lu Baqiao's shadow when you soared, but when you were in trouble and needed someone to stand up for you, even without you saying anything, Lu Baqiao, would already be standing by your side. After that, the trouble would be solved and you don't have to thank me. If Lu Baqiao were to die in this trouble, you don't have to feel guilty. Lu Baqiao pointed to the northeast direction. Actually, I don't know much. I only know that the continent in the northeast is the last territory of the sword cultivators, and almost half of the sword cultivators, under the call of the two great sword immortals, rushed to the inverted suspended mountain. I don't know why, but when these sword cultivators passed by the sky above Pearl Paradise, the two great sword immortals temporarily removed their concealment of qi, allowing our eastern Aquarius continent to catch a glimpse, and witness the sword cultivators passing by like a swarm of locusts. Qin Songfeng laughed, "Like a swarm of locusts passing by? That's not a good way to put it." Lu Baqiao laughed, "So what if it doesn't sound good? Think about it. Is there a more appropriate way to put it? When the swarm of locusts passes by, not even a blade of grass will survive. How imposing." Qin Songfeng hesitated for a moment, but still decided to be honest and told a secret. Qin Xiang once said that there would be a great battle under that city wall about every 100 years. Lu Baqiao nodded, obviously knowing about this before, "So I wanted to contribute, and to say the least, I also had the selfish intention of using the battle to nurture the sword." In the end, the Wind and Thunder Garden quickly sent a letter back to the Flying Sword, and from the Grandmaster to the Master to the Senior Brother, they all scolded me terribly. Qin Songfeng laughed in schadenfreude. Lu Baqiao suddenly asked, "Is that guy called Qin Pingan still in the town?" Qin Songfeng shook his head, "No. Now this young man is amazing. It's said that he alone occupies 4 mountains, one of which is called Luapa Mountain, and there's a mountain god that the Dali Imperial Court has just conferred there. He's a real rich man. Don't you have a good impression of him? When you meet again in the future, you can ask him to treat you to wine and meat." Lu Baqiao wiped his mouth and said, "The pickles he brought are really good. I almost died from the saltiness, but I ate delicacies every meal in the capital of Dali. The more I eat, the more I miss the taste of those pickles." Qin Songfeng said angrily, "Try eating pickles every meal, see if you miss the delicacies in the capital of Dali." Lu Baqiao laughed, "Then it's better to eat fish and meat every meal, just some pickles occasionally, or else I'll be sallow and emaciated. If I really see my fairy Sue in the future, I'm afraid I'll scare her. How awkward would that be?" Qin Songfeng asked, "I've never understood, with your family background and cultivation, no matter how outstanding Xinjiang Mountain Sujia is, once you put aside the feud between the Wind and Thunder Garden and Xinjiang Mountain, you're a good match for her, right? Why don't you even dare to greet her?" Lu Baqiao thought carefully, "Maybe I'm afraid she won't like me once she sees me." Qin Songfeng was even more puzzled. "But if you and Sujia don't even meet, won't she still not like you?" Lu Baqiao turned his head and winked at Qin Songfeng, smiling, "It's different. As long as we don't meet for a day, I'll be filled with anticipation and hope for the next time we meet." Qin Songfeng shook his head, "You're really boring. Aren't you afraid that the next time you meet, you'll be attending Fairy Sujia's wedding?" Lu Baqiao felt like he was struck by lightning. He reached out and hugged Qin Songfeng's neck, fiercely saying, "Qin Songfeng, do you want to die? Children's words carry no harm, children's words carry no harm. God, don't pay attention to this guy, you Lao, don't take it seriously. After crossing the border of Yefu Pass, they would have left Dali's borders. Before reaching the Great Sui Kingdom, they would have to pass through the Great Sui Kingdom's northwest region, which was about 1,200 miles away. Compared to the Great Li City citizens who liked to speak the Great Li's official language, they were not familiar with the Aquarius continent's official language. On the other hand, the Great Sui and Huangting nation had a stronger literary style. Almost everyone knew how to speak the official language of their own continent. The only difference was the accent. A carriage slowly followed behind a group of people. The coachman was the tall young man Yu Lu. Chui Dong was sleeping in the carriage all day. The young lady thanked him. She had completely integrated into the group of people led by Chen Pingan, but her relationship with Yu Lu and Chui Dong was becoming more and more distant. She was able to compare notes with Lin Shui in chess. Although it was called comparing notes, it was actually crushing. The young lady's strength in chess was extremely strong. She could easily kill dragons. She defeated Lin Shui in every game. She could also chat with Li Huai in an unconstrained manner. Together with Li Huai, they used the painted wooden puppets and the 5 clay figurines to arrange the troops and set up the battle formation. The two of them had a lot of fun. The only thing she did not want to talk to was Li Baoping. Of course the latter was the same. Chen Pingan was polite to her and Yu Lu, but he did not pay attention to the young man in white. Along the way, Chui Dong used all kinds of methods. He threw a tantrum and acted shamelessly. He almost hugged Chen Pingan's leg and cried. He even tried to use gifts to entice Li Huai and the others, to let the 3 founding fathers help to plead for leniency. He went to Chen Pingan and asked for his well-being. He tried to reason with him, but he was rejected time and time again. In the end, the young man was flustered and exasperated. It was not that he did not threaten Chen Pingan, saying that if Chen Pingan did not accept him as his disciple, he would die together with Chen Pingan. In the end, Chen Pingan said, "You can try, you are Chui Dong Shan, I am Chen Pingan, there will only be one tombstone, whoever survives will help to write the other's name." This made the young man in white immediately deflated. He almost suffered internal injuries from holding back his anger. He wanted to slap this guy surnamed Chen to death, but once he had this thought, his palm would be beaten red and swollen by the old scholar's unknown technique, as if he was using a feather duster. As dusk approached, the carriage slowly moved along the mountain road. The young man in white lifted the curtain and sat behind the coachman Yu Lu and said loudly, "In front of us is Chen Pingan, brother Chen, uncle Chen, ancestor Chen. This mountain is called Hengshan, we have to be careful. Before the Huangting kingdom, this place belonged to the later Shu kingdom. According to a later Shu scholar's book, Trivial News of the Shu Kingdom, there was a temple of goddess Qing in Hengshan. In front of the temple was an ancient cypress tree of unknown age. Its wishes were very effective, so later generations built the temple. According to legend, a minister of the previous dynasty sacrificed himself for the country. His family fled, only his young daughter refused to leave. She killed herself with a sword, her blood staining the roots of the cypress tree. Her soul then attached itself to the old cypress tree. After that, many strange things happened, but fortunately all the rumors said that she died a good death, so there is no need to be too nervous. Just treat it as a sightseeing tour with a story." Chin Ping's heart tightened. After the incident with the wedding dress ghost, whenever he heard about ghosts or gods, it was inevitable that he would be afraid of them for the rest of his life. Actually, not only Chen Pingan, Li Baoping, Li Huai and Lin Shui, even that Yin spirit, no one dared to let their guard down. Therefore, before dusk covered the mountain ridge, they stopped and chose an empty space on the mountainside as their resting place. After a simple but satisfying dinner, Li Baoping used the light from the bonfire to start flipping through his favorite travel book on mountains and rivers. Usually, Lin Shui would not take out the Cloud Gem book, in front of Yu Lu and Xie. He would only open the mountain search map, given to him by the blind old Taoist, and admire those lifelike mountain spirits and ghosts. Li Huai, on the other hand, would continue to fiddle with those little things. Usually, only Xie would be willing to accompany him, and today was no exception. Yu Lu was very strange today. He actually took the initiative to ask to play a game with Lin Shui. Naturally, Lin Shui would not refuse. In fact, he felt that it was very interesting. Previously, when he sat across from Xie, it was probably because the disparity between their chess skills was too great. It was like a mountain pressing down on him. Although Lin Shui controlled his emotions very well, every time after Xie left, the youth would still feel a little depressed when he reviewed the game alone. But when he played chess with Yu Lu, who had a gentle temperament, he found that this tall young man, who was a remnant of the Lu family, played chess in a way that was similar to his temperament. He was gentle and slow, neither did he make any unsightly moves, nor did he have any celestial hands that would make people's eyes light up. He was very steady. After 2 games, Lin Shui lost both times. Both times it seemed like he was only 1 move behind. Both times, before Yu Lu made the last move, the chessboard was still evenly matched and the outcome was still unclear. When the 2 young men were playing chess, the white-clothed young man Cui Dong put his hands behind his back, glanced at the chessboard, rolled his eyes and did not want to look anymore. But after going around in a circle he really had no place to go. He could only return to the chessboard again and again, either standing behind Lin Shui and rolling his eyes, or standing behind Yu Lu and rolling his eyes. In the end he really could not take it anymore. He said to Lin Shui, who was silently reviewing the game, "Yu Lu, that seemingly loyal little rascal, is purposely walking the dog, can't you see it at all? Do you want to win against Yu Lu and Xie? As long as you have 10% of my power, I guarantee that you can win 10 out of 10 games." Lin Shui raised his head and smiled, "Wait until you become Qin Pingan's student first." But Lin Shui could not help but glance at the tall young man who was hiding his strength. The latter gave him a faint smile, his eyes clear. Then he lowered his head and began tirelessly packing his luggage. The white-clothed young man Cui Dong beat his chest with both hands, his heart aching. In the distance, on a branch of a large tree, there was a young man in straw sandals standing on it. The branch under his feet was pressed into an arc. He lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, slowly closed his eyes. Day after day he practiced the sword furnace stance. The mountain wind brushed his face. It was like the mountain was whispering and the young man was speechless. 134. On the peak of Hengshan Mountain, there was a small temple without a golden inscribed plaque. Outside the temple was a towering old cypress tree, verdant and ancient. The inside and outside of the small temple were brightly lit with lanterns. Outside the temple, there were dozens of men and women who looked like servants and maids. They gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, whispering to each other. Inside the temple there were 5 or 6 men drinking wine. Their ages ranged from 20 to 40. They drank until their faces were flushed and their laughter was loud and clear. Unopened wine jars were scattered all over the ground. These men should be from a proper landowning household. They spoke well, criticizing the current political situation and maneuvering freely. During this time, there were some men who drank to their heart's content. They simply bared their chest and belly, raised their wine cup high, and turned to look at the clay statue of Goddess Qing in the shrine. He laughed loudly and said, "I don't care if you are an immortal or a ghost, I'm not afraid. As long as you dare to reveal your true body, I dare to invite you to drink wine together. Haha, Goddess Qing, if you are really willing to walk down the altar tonight, it will definitely be a good story when it is spread out. The incense will only become more and more prosperous. I will drink first to show my respect." The man who reeked of alcohol hiccuped and trembled. He raised his head and drank a mouthful of wine. More than half of it spilled on his body and the ground. His friends in the surroundings kept on teasing him, and with the help of wine and lust, there were even some who said that they would be able to hug this statue of Goddess Qing and sleep with it tonight. Only then would they be able to share a dream with the deity. Only then would this be a truly beautiful story. These disrespectful words elicited even more joyous laughter. A sigh came from the small temple, so quiet that it could not be heard. A gentle breeze blew. Everyone was drinking wine, so they did not notice anything unusual. Halfway up the mountain, Qin Pingan, who was practicing the sword furnace, was moved. He lowered his head and saw someone on the ground carrying a tree branch. It was the remnant of the Lu family named Xie. Qin Pingan was about to leave the tree branch when he saw the young girl raise her head and smile sweetly. She shook the tree branch and said with a natural and gentle voice, "You don't have to come down. We can chat up here." The girl began to run briskly. With a tap of her toes, she leaped high into the air. After stepping on a big tree, she bounced backward and stepped on another tree. She repeated this process repeatedly and her body continued to grow. After several steps, she arrived at a branch near the big tree that Qin Pingan was standing on. At first glance, one could tell that she was a martial artist. Xie sat sideways on the tree branch and swung his legs. He smiled and said, "You are a martial artist and I am a qi refinement warrior. We are not the same." In the eyes of the arrogant qi cultivators, people who practice martial arts are those who do not have the talent for cultivation. The reason why they practice martial arts is that they have no choice but to settle for the second best. Because your martial arts are divided into 9 realms, you are also mocked as the lower 9 streams. It is somewhat similar to the cultivators who consider themselves as the clear stream while the martial artists are regarded as lowly officials. In the end, both parties detest each other and find each other an eyesore. Qin Pingan asked, "Miss Ye, why do you want to tell me all this?" She placed the tree branch horizontally on her lap and went straight to the point. Cui Dongshan is probably really at his wit's end. He found a small temple and randomly burned incense. He found me in private and said that as long as I can help him put in a few good words in front of you, even if you still refuse to accept him as your student, he will give me a treasure. Of course, I covet his ownerless flying sword, but Cui Dongshan refused. He only agreed to give me a bamboo flute after the matter is settled. He showed me the flute's appearance. It is a veritable fish-bug flute. It was once a secret treasure of the Liu dynasty. It is one of the earliest tokens of a mountain sect to form an alliance with the founding emperor of the Liu dynasty. I am a woman, of course. I like all the beautiful and eye-catching things in the world. That is why I came to find you. With someone interrupting, Qin Pingan stopped practicing his stance. He sat upright on the tree branch like her and looked at her. "Miss Ye, please continue. I am listening." Xie smiled and said, "I have finished." Previously, when I talked about the differences between pure martial artists and mountain cultivators, I was just afraid that there would be an awkward silence. I wanted to throw a brick to attract Jade. To be honest, Cui Dongshan has repeatedly bumped into walls and bumped his nose at your side. I usually feel very satisfied when I look at him coldly. However, when it is my turn to talk to you, I have a headache. I am afraid that you will not listen to me and reject me. Then, the fish-bug flute that is about to be in my hands will grow wings and fly away. Qin Pingan nodded and said, "If Cui Dongshan asks, I will prove that Miss Ye has already pleaded for him. If it is possible, can Miss Ye talk about some things related to martial arts?" The girl narrowed her eyes and looked at the young man's face as if she wanted to see through his roots. She said softly, "I have only heard about martial arts from hearsay. There is nothing that I can't say. The reason why I know about this is because the lower 5 levels of Qi refinement warriors, Qi nurturing and Qi refinement, are actually still within the scope of the skin, flesh, tendons, and bones. This is also the reason why it is called the lower 5 levels." She stretched out a finger and pointed at a few spots on Qin Pingan's body. The human body has more than 300 acupoints connected to each other like a continuous mountain range. The first level of martial arts is the mud embryo level. It is to find that breath and then help it find the most suitable acupoints for resting and nurturing. The level of one's talent can be reflected here. Someone should have told you about this, right? Qin Pingan was listening to the girl's narration attentively. After hearing her question, he replied, "I have roughly heard about this before, but I don't mind hearing it a few more times. So, Miss Ye, please continue. You don't have to care if I have heard about it before." The girl subconsciously patted the tree branch gently and raised her chin slightly, looking at a place higher than Qin Pingan. The so-called martial arts genius, firstly, can find that breath at an extremely young age. Secondly, the acupoints chosen by it are not some remote locations, but some key acupoints. They have an innate advantage. Just like some people occupy a small hill in the wilderness, or a mass grave that no one cares about. Some people occupy the Red Candle Town, which is the key point of land and water, and some people directly occupy the capital of Dali. These 3 scenes are naturally different. Thirdly, there are differences in the thickness and length of the breath itself. Otherwise, even if your Qi residence is located in the capital of Dali, but you don't have the ability to tap into your potential, it is meaningless. Can you understand this description? Qin Pingan said, "I can still understand." The natal flying sword that Cui Dongshan mentioned before is a flying sword that is nurtured in the natal acupoint by the sword cultivator among us Qi cultivators. It is integrated with the spirit of the sword cultivator. When the natal flying sword leaves the body to kill the enemy, it is a real sword. When it returns to the acupoint, it turns into nothingness. It is very mysterious. My master once said that in fact, the Qi residence acupoint can be regarded as a paradise in the world. Innately, one has the magical power of square inch. So, after painstaking practice, once the joints are opened, whether it is the natal flying sword or other magic weapons, even if one's body is as big as a mountain, they can all be accommodated. The second realm of your martial arts is to use the natal acupoint as the starting point to begin to expand the road to the surroundings, turning the originally rugged and narrow meridians into a spacious post road. Why are there so many martial arts in the world? It is because the methods to open up a mountain and open up a path are different. Where does it start, which path to take, how to take shortcuts? Every family has their own secret manuals that are not divulged to outsiders. For example, the meridians that a martial artist opens by practicing boxing are very different from those of sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. Chin Pingan, I can tell that you are building your foundation at the second realm now. No wonder you have to practice boxing diligently every day. With your speed, I believe that you will be able to reach the third realm very soon. Alright, can I know where your natal acupoint is? Chin Pingan shook his head and said, no. The young lady wrinkled her nose and muttered, petty? However, when she thought of the tragic experience of the Dali imperial tutor and the young man Shui Dong, the young lady immediately felt that with Chin Pingan's character, it was normal for him to reject her. To put it bluntly, Chin Pingan's temper was like a rock in a latrine pit. It was smelly and hard. To put it nicely, it was tough and unshakable. Chin Pingan suddenly asked, Miss Ye, why do you say that I will be able to reach the third realm very soon? Xie blurted out, you martial artists only rely on one breath. At the end of the day, you pay the price of harming your body in exchange for killing power. If you want to prolong your life, you have to reach the sixth realm as soon as possible. You can nourish your soul and spirit every day and nourish your body. If you stay at the second or third realm for too long, your breath of Xiantian True Qi will become more and more exhausted. Every time you fight someone and get seriously injured, it is a loss of vital qi. Therefore, there are countless idiots in the world who practice boxing until they die. Even the martial artists of the rich and powerful families can soak their bodies in precious medicinal herbs to heal their injuries. However, it is still a temporary solution and not a permanent solution. It is unable to truly benefit a person's soul. Although your martial arts are not high and you cannot achieve immortality, once you reach the peak of martial arts and reach the 9th realm, or even the legendary peak, the 10th realm, it is not difficult to live for 100 or 200 years. Chin Pingan retorted, that is not entirely correct. Those with good talent can strive for speed. For those with poor talent like me, the more anxious they are, the more likely they will make mistakes. It is better to take one step at a time and not make a single mistake. Then every step will be useful. Besides, I don't practice martial arts to pursue those high realms. It is just to strengthen my body. Chin Pingan changed his words when he was about to say them. Actually, to be more precise, Chin Pingan was using boxing to preserve his life. After the longevity bridge was destroyed by Kai Qinxian's vicious methods in secret, other than the obstruction of his path of cultivation, Chin Pingan's body did not feel good either. After the battle at Chiduan Mountain, he suffered serious damage. The little lifespan that he had gained with great difficulty was wiped out. Fortunately, on the way to the south, Chin Pingan had accumulated some assets by relying on a large number of walking and standing stances every day. He could already clearly feel the improvement in his body. A body that was like a run-down house with air leaking from all sides could still be mended. The young girl smiled and said, the speed of progress in martial arts varies from person to person. If you feel that it is better to fight steadily and surely, I think there is no problem. As a Qi refinement warrior, she did not know much about martial arts. Most of the time, she was used to applying cultivation to martial arts. Although her horizons were higher than Zhu He's, she was definitely not as accurate and thorough as Zhu He, who was a level 5 martial artist. Moreover, Zhu He was personally praised by the Li family's elder ancestor of Fortune Street as a wise teacher. His evaluation was far above that of a famous teacher. This was enough to show how impressive Zhu He was. However, Zhu He was limited by the Li family's background in a small town. Like most martial artists at the foot of the mountain, he firmly believed that a level 9 martial artist had reached the end of the road. Therefore, he hailed level 9 as the end of the road. In reality, there was still level 10 above level 9. The difference of one level between level 9 and level 9 was huge. It was even bigger than the difference between level 6 and level 9. Martial arts were not related to Tao. Even if one's physical body was tempered to be stronger than the Vajra of Buddhism, it was still very difficult for one to achieve great results. At the very least, one's short lifespan was a real and huge bottleneck. It was precisely because of this that in the eyes of Qi refinement warriors, martial artists were people who did not have the talent for cultivation. They had no choice but to settle for the second best. As martial arts were divided into 9 levels, they were mocked as the lower 9 streams. Cultivators were the clear stream while martial artists were the petty officials. Both parties hated each other and felt that they were an eyesore. If martial arts were not related to Tao, even if one's physical body was tempered to be stronger than the Vajra of Buddhism, it was still very difficult for one to achieve great results. One would be old and frail after 100 years. At the very most, one would live for 200 years and still be an insignificant skeleton. Chin Pingan asked curiously, "Thank you, Mississippi? You Chi refinement warriors are carefree immortals in the mountains. Do you also need to train your physique like martial artists?" Back in the small town, Ningyao had reminded him that people like Kai Qinxian of Mount Yunxia and Fu Nanhua of Old Longqing, even if they were restricted by the rules of the small town that forbade the use of spells, their physique was much stronger than that of ordinary people. It was very easy for them to kill Chin Pingan with one punch. On the other hand, if Chin Pingan did not hit the vital parts, it would be very difficult for him to kill the other party. After hearing the words carefree, the young girl's mouth twitched. Her bright eyes were filled with bitterness. After hiding her disheartened emotions, she explained patiently, "The most important thing is to cultivate one's chi. Training one's physique is just a matter of convenience." Well, it's not very appropriate to put it this way. How should I put it? A porcelain bowl can't hold more than 10 kilograms of wine. However, a priceless porcelain bowl can hold hundreds or thousands of kilograms of wine. We Chi refinement warriors have to draw the vitality of heaven and earth to strengthen the skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and blood of our physique to make the porcelain bowl stronger. If the skin of a Chi refinement warrior is too delicate and weak, it will definitely spoil the important matter of longevity. After saying these, the young girl did not have the mood to continue the conversation. She became silent. Under the moonlight, she turned her head to look at the scenery outside of Mount Heng. Chin Pingan did not disturb the young girl's thoughts. Chin Pingan, who was not very knowledgeable, of course could not say the words deep conversation. However, of course he understood this principle. Therefore, Chin Pingan would never divulge a word to outsiders about the scene of the acupoints in his body and the flow of chi. He was even more tight-lipped about the 18-stop sword aura that Alliance had imparted to him. In fact, the flow of chi activity that was like a fire dragon swimming in his body had changed its previous hesitant state. It finally chose 2 chi residences as its resting place, one above and one below. One of the residences was the acupoint where the wisp of sword aura had disappeared after killing the white python on Chiduan Mountain. After the sword aura had left, the flow of chi activity acted as if it had found a precious treasure. It rapidly entered the chi residences and stayed much longer than the acupoint near the lower dantian. Then, Chin Pingan cooperated with the breathing method that old Yang had imparted to him in the early years. He tried his best to let his breathing pass by, or be close to the major acupoints that had been passed by the 18 stops. Bystanders could see Chin Pingan's every boxing practice at a glance. However, bystanders might not be able to see the great effort in Chin Pingan's almost stubborn breathing method. Old Man Yao had said something when he was alive that the young man from Clay Bottle Alley would remember for the rest of his life. Take what's yours and don't throw it away. Don't even think about what's not yours. In the past, when Chin Pingan was poor and had nothing, he thought more about the latter sentence. Now that he had some money and started to pursue something, the former sentence began to come in handy. I, Chin Pingan, will do everything I can to the best of my ability. He often told himself this in silence. On his way south, the straw sandals youth had switched out one pair of straw sandals after another. Even though he had seen a lot of new sceneries, he had never lost a single one of the principles that he had learned long ago, be it big or small. It was as if he had been afraid of being poor since he was young. The principles that might be empty and useless in the eyes of others were especially valuable to the young man from Clay Bottle Alley who had nothing in his hands. As time went by, they would only become more valuable. When he was socializing, he would think of them. When there was no one around, he liked to take them out and chew on them. One of the classics of Confucianism had a saying, "The destiny of heaven is called nature, the straightforward nature is called Tao, and the cultivation of Tao is called teaching. Those who are Tao cannot leave it for a moment. Those who can leave it are not Tao." One day Li Baoping was explaining the teachings of the saints to Chin Pingan. The young man in white, who usually did not show his face, walked out of the carriage and silently came to the two. After listening, he silently left. However, at that time the young girl was speaking in a general and rigid manner. Chin Pingan was even more confused. The two quickly skipped this part. At this time the young girl suddenly said, "Don't worry about me. Chin Pingan, you go first." Chin Pingan nodded and said, "Chui Dongshan said that this mountain is very likely to have spirits. It's already so late. Monsieur, you should be careful." The young girl smiled and said, "Although I'm a small cultivator in the lower 5 realms, I still have some means to protect myself in a life and death situation. Don't worry." After Chin Pingan slid down the tree trunk to the ground, he slowly moved forward with the walking stake of the Hanshan repertoire. It was originally a very simple external martial art, but the young man practiced a little bit of the internal style of moving clouds and flowing water. The young girl held the branch and lightly patted her knee. The young man in white appeared and disappeared mysteriously on a nearby high branch. It was the place where Qin Pingan originally stood. The branch under his feet swayed gently, and the young man's body rose and fell. Cui Dong faced outside the mountain. With a wave of his hand, a bamboo flute spun and flew towards the young girl. The latter reached out and caught it. She looked down with a complicated expression. Xie asked, "Along the way it's been almost 20 years. If even the imperial tutor can't see through Qin Pingan's nature? According to your instructions you let me chat with Qin Pingan. You allowed me to say whatever I thought of. But what can we talk about?" The white-clothed youngster looked into the distance and said softly, "When Qin Pingan sees me, his entire essence, qi and spirit will instinctively shrink. It's like a pass. When he sees the warning of the smoke signal, he has to go into seclusion. Usually when he interacts with Li Baoping and the other two, he will reveal some of his true feelings. But it's not enough. He needs someone to talk to him about some important things." Xie probed, "Where is the bottom line that the imperial tutor wants to determine Qin Pingan?" The young man did not answer the question. His face was full of pain. "The old man imprinted some words on my spirit. For the time being, I only know that they will magnify a certain emotion of mine. It seems natural, but when I look back it's really frightening. If it wasn't for old Yang reminding me, I might still feel that it's natural." The young girl laughed. "You want the imperial tutor to learn to treat people with sincerity?" Cui Dong did not turn his head. With a cold face he said, "Little girl, I advise you not to make sarcastic remarks. My patience has a bottom line. I can't do anything to Qin Pingan. Otherwise he would have died 100 times already. As for a little guy like you who can only go with the flow, a pitiful worm with no one to mark your grave. If I really want to crush you now, it's just a matter of a kick." The young girl was silent. Cui Dong put one hand behind his back and twisted his wrist with the other. "Yu Lu is much smarter and more likable than you." The young girl did not dare to speak carelessly anymore. Maybe it was because the journey was too smooth, and the words and actions of this young Dali imperial tutor beside her were too absurd. That was why she looked down on him without realizing it. The young man's eyes were lost. He muttered to himself, "Tao is high, Buddhism is far, and the rules are great. They can be said to be the foundation of each sect. How can the rest of the 100 schools compete with these three? How can they establish a sect? Is there really no chance at all? Do you really want me to learn from Qi Jingchun, to forcibly rely on my knowledge and experience to become independent from the old man's door of knowledge? But the problem is that I did that in the past. I even thought that I found the right path. But old man, you killed me with a slap. What do you want me to do? Tell me." The young man could not help but cry again. At this moment, when the young girl saw this scene, she did not find it funny at all. Instead, she wished that she was deaf and could not hear anything. The young man turned his head with tears flowing down his face. He smiled, "Little girl. You owe me a life again. Remember, you have to pay me back in the future." When Qin Pingan returned to the leather tent, he felt a headache coming on. There was an unfamiliar face in the group. She was wearing a white dress. Her skin was whiter than snow, her lips were dark blue, and her aura was faint. She did not seem like a living person. The girl sat beside the campfire playing chess with Lin Shui. The Yin spirit with a blurry face was sitting cross-legged on the side, staring at the situation on the chessboard. Li Baoping was also squatting on the side. The little girl did not have the awareness of watching the game silently. Whether it was Lin Shui or the unfamiliar girl, she would comment on whoever placed a chess piece. Only Yu Lu was guarding the carriage, not going near the campfire. Qin Pingan was a little stunned. What was going on? Li Huai quickly ran to Qin Pingan's side and said in a low voice, "This sister is very open and candid. When we met, she confessed that she was a ghost from the Qingyang temple at the top of the mountain. Because she liked to play chess the most when she was alive, and there were a lot of scholars and refined scholars gathered at the small temple, she was annoyed by the noise and went for a walk down the mountain. She happened to see Lin Shui reviewing the game there, so she couldn't help but want to play a game. She is willing to take out a copy of the Go manual and give it to Lin Shui as a reward." After a round of questioning, the Yin spirit felt that it was not a big problem and agreed. Qin Pingan did not have the ability to understand chess, and because he was afraid of making mistakes, he liked to play slowly. So after Lin Shui had two chess friends, Xiesier and Yulu, he did not like to play chess with Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan knew that he was not good at chess, so he did not study it deeply. On the other hand, Lin Shui often played chess alone when he was resting. He was so lonely that he looked like an old monk. At first glance, one could tell that he was influenced by his family. Chen Pingan walked to the campfire and did not get close to the chess game. He added a handful of firewood. However, even Lin Shui, who was playing chess, raised his head to look at Chen Pingan. The cold young man's face was apologetic. After all, the Yin spirit who had traveled with them had explained to them in detail after the incident with the wedding dress ghost. All the gods who were not included in the National Register of Mountains and Rivers could only be classified as ghosts and otherworldly items, no matter how high their cultivation was or how good their reputation was. They were not much better than a lonely ghost like him. Chen Pingan waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's okay. You can continue." The female ghost was very engrossed in playing chess. She held a black chess piece between her two fingers and held it against her chin. She frowned. It was obvious that the female ghost's chess skills were not too high. Otherwise, Lin Shui would not have been able to gain the upper hand. Chen Pingan sat alone a little far from the campfire. He secretly glanced at the Yin spirit. The latter smiled and nodded, indicating that there was no need to worry. This woman could not cause any trouble. Chen Pingan was completely relieved. This Yin spirit was supposed to leave them outside Dali's Yefu Pass and then return to Longquan County. However, he changed his mind and said that he would send them off again. It was not because of old Yang's order, but because of a bit of selfishness. Chen Pingan did not know the reason. Seeing that the Yin spirit was very insistent, he agreed. Chen Pingan began to practice the sword furnace again. When the young man opened his eyes, he found that the Yin spirit was sitting beside him. His back was facing the people and ghosts playing chess. He smiled at Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan asked, "What's the matter?" The Yin spirit nodded and said slowly, "I'm going back soon. I want to say goodbye to you first." Chen Pingan nodded. The Yin spirit suddenly called Chen Pingan. Just as the young man was scratching his head in confusion, his eyes suddenly widened as he saw a familiar face. It was the Yin spirit who had revealed his true face. He quickly stretched out his finger and made a shushing gesture. Very quickly, the strange and blurry face returned. The Yin spirit used a secret technique to speak in the young man's heart. He said softly, "Little Ping An, thank you for taking care of Little Can for me all these years. I'm very grateful. You even gave that loach to Little Can. I really don't know how to repay you. Really, if I could, I would be willing to give my life to you, but I can't do it." Chen Pingan's eyes were a little red. Then he grinned. The kind-hearted young man was sincerely happy for Gu Can. However, he could not help but feel a little sad. The Yin spirit raised his fist and pretended to hit his chest. He smiled and said, "Chen Pingan, I believe in you. One day you will reach the highest and farthest place." Chen Pingan did not know how to answer. The Yin spirit's figure had quietly disappeared. This year Chen Pingan was 14 years old. Cui Dong was 15 years old. Lin Shui was 12 years old. Li Baoping was 9 years old. Li Huai was 7 years old. Yu Lu was 14 years old. Thank you 13 years old. "135, thank you." When she returned to the bonfire, Lin Shui and Lady Qing were finishing their chess pieces. The girl glanced at the chessboard and lost interest. She reached out to the bonfire. Chen Pingan chopped out branches and built 3 simple tents. He came to Li Baoping's side and the girl yawned and went to sleep. Besides, Li Huai and Lin Shui shared a tent. The girl also had her own tent. Yu Lu usually slept on the coachman's seat. He only needed to cover himself with a blanket to get through the night. Of course, most of the time the team was able to find a place to stay. It was either an inn or a temple in the forest. On a stormy night, they finally found a rich family. The owner was the former assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue of the Huangting Kingdom. He was an old man who lived in seclusion in the forest. He was very hospitable. When he saw Li Baoping and the other young scholars, the old man was very happy. Even though he knew that they were from Dali, which was half an enemy country, the old assistant minister still treated them warmly. As for food, the old man scrupulously adhered to the teachings of the sages. Don't be tired of eating fine food and don't be tired of eating fine food. It was an eye-opener for the country bumpkins like Chen Pingan. After the old man got along with the girl Li Baoping and the boy Yu Lu, he seemed to hit it off with them. After knowing that the girl liked to read travel books, Not only did he give them a few travel books from his library, he also insisted on taking them to a famous scenic spot. It was a famous cliff by the river. The cliff was as smooth as a mirror. There were ancient rock carvings on the cliff that had existed for countless years. The words carved on the cliff had never been seen before and were difficult to understand. Throughout history, countless scholars and poets had come here to admire the scenery. The rubbing of the stone carvings was widely spread in the Huangting Kingdom and the Great Sui Kingdom. However, no one was able to figure out the true meaning of the words. There were many different opinions and no one could convince the public. The boy Chui Dong only glanced at the cliff from afar and said that it was carved by the Thunder Lord himself, and the heavenly emperor ordered the flood dragon. The old man laughed loudly, obviously not believing it. The wise scholars of the past dynasties didn't dare to make any rash conclusions even after studying it with all their heart. It was reasonable that the old assistant minister of Huangting country didn't take the words of a 14 or 15-year-old young man seriously. After leaving the old assistant minister's residence, every time Qin Pingan cooked some food with an earthen stove in the wilderness, he would notice that there was something wrong with everyone's eyes, especially the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket. She would even say, "Young Marshal Uncle, the food you cook is delicious. Really, it's not worse than the food at Assistant Minister Ma's house." Li Huai was also a little sleepy. He greeted Lin Shui and went to sleep in the tent. Lin Shui wasn't sleepy at all. He continued to compete with Miss Qing on the chessboard. Lin Shui told Qin Pingan that he wanted to accompany Miss Qing to the small temple at the peak of the mountain to retrieve the precious chess manual hidden in the wall of the small temple. Probably because he was afraid that Qin Pingan would be worried, the boy smiled and explained that Miss Qing wanted to go back alone. He was the one who asked to go with her. Qin Pingan didn't say much. He only asked Lin Shui to pay attention to the road at night. The young man ascended the mountain together with the ghost of the small temple. Qin Pingan looked at the backs of the man and the ghost. Perhaps it was a rule unique to the mountain. Lady Qing's feet did not touch the ground and she walked slowly. In front of her, there was a green ghost fire that lit up the surroundings. Together with the green-robed scholar beside her, the two of them were chatting happily. Therefore this scene was not frightening at all. Instead, it was somewhat similar to the romantic poetry of Li Baoping's travel book about mountains and rivers, traveling at night with candlelight, traveling in high spirits. After the girl thanked him and left, the boy Chui Dong stood alone on a high branch. Occasionally, there would be the sound of night screeching in the mountain. This kind of bird was called wandering bird by the people of Huangting country. It was an ominous sign and was often associated with death announcement or bad news. A black smoke rolled through the forest and flew to the side of the boy in white. It stopped in the air. The boy collected his messy thoughts and said, "Are we leaving?" The Yin god from the small town nodded and said, "The amulets bestowed by Old Man Yang are indeed able to defend against the Yang Qi astral winds and the damage to the soul caused by the city passes. However, with the Great Li's Yefu Pass as the final destination, they will be used up after a round trip. It's already very difficult for me to escort them to Mount Heng in Huangting country. Maybe it'll be difficult for them to endure when they reach Xiuhua River and Wanping County." The Yin spirit's face was like ripples in a lake. It was like a flickering light, constantly changing and blurring. He sighed and said, "Although I don't know what deal old Yang made with you, I hope that before we reach the academy in the Great Sui Kingdom, Imperial Tutor can end well with Chen Pingan." The boy in white was still polite to the Yin spirit. "I'll do my best." The Yin spirit suddenly laughed and asked, "Master Imperial Tutor, do you believe that good and evil will be rewarded?" The boy Chui Dong shook his head and said, "I've never believed it. If you want to persuade me to do good deeds, then let me give you a piece of advice. Instead of worrying about whether or not I will protect your benefactor Qin Pingan, you should worry about whether or not your wife and child will be manipulated by Lu Jimao, the true cultivator of the river severing immortal of the Book Lake, who is far away from you." The Yin spirit sighed and said helplessly, "Even a person's strength is limited, let alone an otherworldly item like me." Chui Dong laughed and said, "There's no dead end in the great Tao. It's just a matter of difficulty. Gathering Yin to become a ghost and Yang to become a god has nothing to do with whether you're human or not. It's not like you don't have a chance to become a god. Just think about those mountain spirits. Their path of cultivation is truly bumpy." The Yin spirit laughed hoarsely and said, "That's true." The Yin spirit was silent for a long time, but it still had no intention of returning to Dali. The boy Chui Dong asked, "What, do you have something to say?" "I know that other than repaying a debt of gratitude, You also have high hopes for Qin Pingan. But you definitely don't know that I've had high hopes for this boy since the beginning. It's just that this involves the inside story of the Great Tao, so I can't tell you in detail. You only need to know that although I was in Dali's capital at that time, the attention and concern I paid to Qin Pingan was no later than old man Yang's, and no less than his. The Yin spirit shook his head and laughed. It has nothing to do with that. The boy frowned and said, I'm not in a good mood now. Spit it out. The Yin spirit didn't mind and said slowly, Mister's words are beneficial to the country and the people. I admire you very much. Although there is criticism within the Confucian school, there is more criticism than praise. But when I was alive, I firmly believed that what will happen thousands of years later can only be left to the future generations to fend for themselves. It is not as important as using knowledge to benefit the common people and to obtain peace and prosperity. The boy in white was a little surprised and raised his eyebrows. He couldn't help but turn around and ask, I didn't expect you to support my knowledge? The Yin spirit made an unexpected move. He actually imitated the Confucian students when they were facing their predecessors and bowed respectfully. He lowered his head and said loudly, This bow of mine is not to the imperial tutor of Dali. I respect Mr. Cui Dong for not only writing moral essays. It was only when the Yin spirit was hundreds of miles away that the boy in white slowly came back to his senses. His face was filled with sorrow and joy. Finally, the boy in white took a step forward. The branches under his feet bent even more. He shook his sleeves and put his hands behind his back. There was no longer any trace of dejection on his face. The boy had a majestic aura. When Lin Shui returned, his face was ashen. He held a yellowed ancient book in his hand and sat by the campfire. Qin Pingan asked, What's wrong? Lin Shui gritted his teeth and said, A group of cultured scum. These scholars from the Yellow Court Kingdom. It's one thing to drink in a small temple, but they actually did such rude things. Shameless and uncultured. If I were Lady Qin, I would have kicked these disgusting fellows out of the mountain. Qin Pingan asked, No matter what happened, Lady Qin didn't do anything, right? Lin Shui nodded. Qin Pingan said, Then do as the Romans do. Lin Shui raised his head, somewhat puzzled. When the boy in a daze saw that familiar dark face, Lin Shui couldn't help but calm down. He sighed and said softly, I understand, Apipap. 136. Once the night was exposed, the night watch was indispensable. Before the pillow relay in Red Candle Town, Qin Pingan was the night watch. As a fifth realm martial artist, he had a strong physique and could stay up all night, so he was in charge of the night watch. Now that he had left, Lin Shui was the night watch and Qin Pingan was the night watch. They tried their best to keep the bonfire burning to prevent any accidents from happening. Qin Pingan wasn't a stranger to this. Watching the kiln fire was an extremely important task. Qin Pingan had been a kiln worker's apprentice for many years. Although old man Yao didn't consider his talent to be good and wasn't willing to teach him his secret skill of making porcelain, Qin Pingan was still able to do the other hard tasks without making any mistakes. Thus, Qin Pingan was all too familiar with the competition of patience and perseverance. In addition, he could also take advantage of the night watch to practice the walking stance of the Shaking Mountain manual. Occasionally, he could also weave straw sandals or take out the small beheading dragon platform to help Li Baoping sharpen the auspicious symbol of the narrow saber. As the erection of the sword furnace gradually entered a state of perfection, the fire dragon of Qi in his body finally chose the two Qi residences as its resting place. Every time Qin Pingan formed a seal with his 2 fingers to form the sword furnace, his mind would slowly sink into a profound state of being half asleep and half awake. Even though this year's spring cold lasted for a long time and the summer heat didn't arrive, Qin Pingan still wouldn't feel any dampness or cold even if the bonfire was accidentally extinguished during the latter half of the night. Every time he put away the sword furnace and stood up to stretch his muscles and bones, his entire body would feel warm. He didn't feel the slightest bit of fatigue during the day. Tonight, Qin Pingan continued to sit cross-legged beside the bonfire, diligently practicing the sword furnace. The qi in his body quickly followed the qi residences in his dantian, like a carp going against the current, and rushed towards the dragon gate. Then it would stop for a while at the acupoint where the sword qi had left, just like a traveler resting in a hostel or a climber taking a breath halfway up the mountain. After that, it would continue to charge in one go, circling around the back of the neck and finally rushing straight to the forehead. After Qin Pingan opened his eyes, he spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. He stood up and lightly jumped a few times before quickly turning his head to look. He saw Yu Lu walk down from the carriage and slowly walk over, holding some dry branches in his arms. He squatted beside the bonfire and learned from Qin Pingan how to build the furnace. He carefully added firewood instead of throwing it away casually. The fire gradually grew bigger. Yu Lu reached out to the bonfire and gently rubbed his hands. He turned his head and smiled. Qin Pingan, can I participate in the night watch in the future? If you want to practice this fist technique, it is best not to be distracted. My body is actually still okay, I believe you can also see that. So if you are willing to trust me, you can hand over the 4 hours before dawn to me. Qin Pingan shook his head and said, Yu Lu, I appreciate your good intentions, but for now, I do not need you to be on the night watch. Yu Lu knew the meaning behind Qin Pingan's words. He still did not feel at ease putting everyone's safety on Yu Lu. The tall teenager did not get angry out of embarrassment. He nodded and said, if there is a need, you can tell me. I also want to do something for everyone, or else I will feel guilty. Qin Pingan looked at the face under the light of the fire. It was sharp and clear and his eyes were bright. One could clearly feel his good intentions. Qin Pingan smiled and said, okay. Yu Lu said casually, according to the time it is already summer, but the weather is still like late spring. Qin Pingan agreed and said, this year is a bit strange. Yu Lu chatted for a while and then stood up to leave. Qin Pingan watched the tall teenager leave. According to Lin Shi's private opinion, Yu Lu's chess play did not seem to have a lot of killing power, and there was never a stroke of genius, but in fact, it was much more powerful than the young girl's bold moves and bloody moves. Qin Pingan had long noticed that Yu Lu was very careful in his work. Lin Shi said that Yu Lu's work was even more stable than the most experienced official in the yamen. Qin Pingan had a deep understanding of this. For example, he had only seen him make straw sandals once or twice, but Yu Lu could quickly make them himself. The shoes on his feet were the result of Yu Lu's own work. Another example was whenever Qin Pingan was fishing, Yu Lu would often stand to the side and watch silently. He watched when Qin Pingan cast the hook, how to cast the rod, how to raise the rod, how to walk the fish when he caught a big fish, how to keep the fish's head above the water, how to carefully move the head of the fish away from the hook when the big fish first saw the light, and so on. Later on, when Qin Pingan had something to do, Yu Lu would ask if he could give it a try. After taking the fishing rod from Qin Pingan, Yu Lu, who had never had any fishing experience, ended up with a pretty good catch. Qin Pingan did not say anything about all this. He only saw it in his eyes and remembered it in his heart. He felt that if this tall teenager, whose real name he did not even know, was a good person, then he must be very good. If he was a bad person, then Qin Pingan could not imagine. The night passed uneventfully. Other than the gradually dwindling bonfire beside Qin Pingan, in the carriage far away, a lamp had been lit early on. It was bright for the whole night. Qin Pingan did not know what kind of book the white-clothed teenager was reading. The sky was just beginning to brighten. Qin Pingan began to hold his breath and concentrate. He came to the place halfway up Hengshan where the view was the widest. As the sun rose from the east, he began to practice boxing. Li Baoping and Lin Shi gradually joined in. Only Li Huai, who did not settle down, practiced for a while and then ran away. Yu Lu and Xie were not surprised by this. Today the white-clothed teenager lifted the curtain and stood on the carriage, watching them practice boxing methodically. In the beginning he would snort at it and would not watch it anymore after a sidelong glance. However, as time went by, the time this young imperial tutor watched from afar became longer and longer. After the group finished their breakfast, they began to walk along the mountain path to the top of the mountain. They passed by the Green Lady Temple that was recorded in the local county records and the old cypress tree that was dependent on the small temple. If one were to only look at the size of the shade and not to mention the depth of the opportunity, it was already comparable to the locust tree in the heavenly cave of Longzhu. Lin Shui originally thought that Qin Pingan would continue their journey. However, he did not expect that Qin Pingan would go to the temple to have a look and then call him Li Baoping and Li Huayan. It turned out that the small temple was in a mess and the smell of alcohol filled the air. Li Huai raised his head and looked at the clay statue standing on the altar. No matter how he looked at it, it did not look like the ghost girl who played chess with Lin Shui last night. Lin Shui had the most interaction with the Yin god and knew a lot of inside information. He explained it to Li Huai, saying that the people in many places were grateful to the gods who had shown up and protected them. The golden statue that enjoyed the incense was often distorted and not even similar to the real appearance. However, this would not affect the incense that was offered to the gods. After spending half an hour to clean up the small temple, Qin Pingan and the others continued their journey. Before leaving, Lin Shui stood alone near the praying mat at the foot of the altar. He clasped his hands and bid farewell to Lady Qin, who had given him a copy of the Go manual. At the same time, the young man in white led Yu Lu over the threshold of the door. Cui Dong looked around and then walked to the front of the altar. He looked at the small incense burner that was covered in ashes. It was an ordinary copper burner. Perhaps it had been through hundreds of years of precipitation. The surface of the copper burner was shining brightly. The incense that burned to the end of the burner was densely packed together. It could be seen that this small temple, even if it was not included in the Huangting country's National Register of Mountains and Rivers, strictly speaking, it was a forbidden temple. With the size of the small temple, it could be said that it was flourishing with incense. The young man in white suddenly said, "Yu Lu, when you see a temple you should pray. This is a good deed that ties you with the mountains and rivers." Although Yu Lu did not understand the reason, he still bowed his head and prayed 3 times. The young woman, Xie, stood outside the door with the bamboo flute tied to her waist. After leaving the boundary of Hengshan, the group came to a county city in Huangting country. Qin Pingan and the rest had seen the majestic scenery of Yefu Pass before. In addition, the Red Candle town, where the 3 rivers converged, was prosperous enough. Now, they were mentally prepared for the tall cities and big towns in the outside world. However, Li Huai was still a little restrained. He even secretly hid the painted puppet that he always carried in his hand back into the small book box. Qin Pingan and the rest's residence records were from Longquan County of the Dali dynasty. The procedures to enter the city were particularly smooth and fast. Although the upper state of Huangting country was the Gao family of the Great Sui Kingdom and not the Song clan, the Dali dynasty had annexed the vast territory of the entire northern part of the continent, and the trend of going south was a foregone conclusion. In recent years, Huangting country had always been preferential to the Dali scholars who went out to study. They were just short of worshipping them as living bodhisattvas passing by. After all, the land of Huangting country might one day become a state of the Dali dynasty. As the overlord of the northern territory of the Aquarius continent in the past, not only were the mountains and rivers destroyed, even the royal family members were all demoted to convicts and pariahs. The bloody lesson of the past was still vivid in their minds. Before entering the city, Qin Pingan carefully asked the local people about the scenic spots inside and outside the city. Because Qin Pingan hoped that Li Baoping and the rest could see as many famous mountains, rivers, Taoist temples and ancient city ruins as possible on the premise of ensuring their safety during this study trip, instead of just looking at flowers. So in the end, when they finally arrived at the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, they actually did not see anything. They only ate in the wind, slept in the dew and hurried along. For example, this time they were going to visit the Xingwang Temple, which was known as the oldest temple in Huangting country. The murals there depicted the scene of the 18 levels of hell. It was said that it could make people feel as if they were there. It was extremely famous. The group asked for directions and walked along a wide street toward the Xingwang Temple. Qin Pingan turned around to look, and he was slightly shocked as he saw a novel scene that was absolutely impossible to appear in the territory of the Dali Kingdom. He saw a group of young men and women with dignified appearances. There were around 7 or 8 of them and all of them wore elegant clothes. They swaggered through the streets under the lead of a white-haired old man. There was actually someone that rode on an enormous black tiger, another person that had a crimson-red snake that was over 6 m long following behind him, and another person carried an enormous oxhorn bow on his back. The bustling street that was originally filled with people quickly moved to the sides. Some children who did not know the severity of the situation were directly pulled away from the street by their parents and hid in the shops on both sides of the street. The red snake that was not deliberately restrained by its owner shook its head and wagged its tail. Its head and tail were covered with scarlet armor, which made this spirit pet of the immortals on the mountain look even more arrogant. It did not move in a straight line. From time to time, it would swim near the shops and occasionally stop to raise its head and show off to the trembling people of the county city. Among them there were timid children. Under the gaze of the snake, they were so scared that they cried loudly. Their parents were so scared that they hurriedly covered their mouths. The snake continued to move forward. Suddenly, it swung its tail and smashed into the face of the man who had just breathed a sigh of relief. The man spun a few times in the air and fell heavily to the ground. After vomiting a mouthful of blood, he struggled to get up and fled with his wife and children, whose faces were as white as snow. Qin Pingan, who was standing in the distance, saw the passers-by around him. Some were gloating, some were trembling, and some were amazed. However, no one felt that there was anything wrong with the way that the beast hurt people. Lin Shui took out the talisman from his sleeve and stood beside Qin Pingan. Li Baoping and Li Huai stood close to the shops. Under the control of the coachman Yu Lu, the white-clothed youth's carriage also deviated from the original path and stopped near the side of the road. The group of immortal masters in the eyes of the people at the foot of the mountain of Huangting country quickly came to the side of Qin Pingan's group. The old man's lips moved slightly, and then all the young people looked over together. Their eyes were full of provocation and curiosity. However, the owner of that red-tailed snake finally let out a soft shout and called that rampaging beast to his side. It was obvious that the elders in charge of this trip down the mountain had already reminded them not to be too rude and unreasonable when they met people of the same sect at the foot of the mountain. When the old man brushed past Qin Pingan and the others, he smiled with the demeanor of an expert, nodding his head at the young Qin Pingan. The two sides separated peacefully and did not interfere with each other's business. The young Cui Dong walked out of the carriage and kicked away the carriage that was not blocking the way. He jumped off the carriage and said indifferently with a voice that Qin Pingan could hear, "Except for Dali, everyone is like this." After Qin Pingan saw that the group of people had left, the officials with sabers came out to maintain order. In fact, it was just a formality. Qin Pingan asked, "Is the government not going to do anything?" Cui Dong smiled and said, "Either they don't want to do anything or they don't dare to do anything, or they can't wait to do something for the immortal masters on the mountain." Qin Pingan turned to look at Li Baoping and Li Huai and said softly, "Let's continue." Cui Dong no longer sat in the carriage. He was sandwiched between the four people and the carriage, slowly moving forward. The young man was dressed in white and had a cinnabar mark between his eyebrows. His sleeves fluttered in the wind and he looked like an immortal. 137. ***** Near the city god temple, there were many good men and women on the street who came here to burn incense. On both sides of the street, there were many stalls selling specialty food and children's toys. Qin Pingan bought Li Baoping and Li Huai a stick of sugar-coated haws each. Then the two children began to compete to see whose stick of sugar-coated haws was bigger. Reality proved that Li Huai's luck was a bit better. He had a total of 6 sugar-coated haws, winning against Li Baoping 4 times. Then Li Huai began to jump around happily, raising the stick of sugar-coated haws high up and running in circles around Qin Pingan and Lin Shui. Li Baoping silently ate the sugar-coated haws, and then quietly stretched out a leg. Li Huai was not paying attention and tripped, falling flat on his face. The stick of sugar-coated haws in his hand rolled out far away. Fortunately, the small green bamboo box was still tied quite tightly. Li Huai sat on the ground and began to cry heart-wrenchingly. The little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket raised her head and deliberately looked left and right. Qin Pingan, who was both angry and amused, rewarded her with a heavy chestnut. Then he went to help Li Huai, whose legs were swaying, up, and bought another stick of sugar-coated haws for the heartbroken child. Li Huai's tears turned into laughter. He took the clean stick of sugar-coated haws, and then picked up the stick of sugar-coated haws covered in mud. With one stick in each hand, this time he moved a bit further away from Li Baoping, shaking the stick of sugar-coated haws left and right. Li Baoping rolled her eyes and said, "Childish." It was very strange. No matter how much Li Huai was bullied by Li Baoping, he never seemed to bear a grudge against this little girl who was his schoolmate. He was not even angry. At most, he was wronged and grieved by himself. Qin Pingan and Lin Shui could not understand this point. Lin Shui could only explain that there was always one thing to overcome another. Li Huai needed Li Baoping to deal with him. The young man Cui Dong had left the group a long time ago, standing alone in front of a sundry stall. Yu Lu wanted to stop and wait, but the white-clothed youth did not appreciate it. He did not even raise his head and waved his hand to signal Yu Lu to follow Qin Pingan and the others. He then looked left and right with some disdain and planned to leave. From beginning to end he did not say a single word. The stall owner was a young man with a lazy expression. Originally, there were customers who burned incense and passed by the stall to ask about the price, but he did not respond, so the business became more and more quiet. Now that he saw the white-clothed youth's wealthy aura, he knew that he was a son of a first-class wealthy family in the prefecture city. Especially when he saw that the youth did not show any signs of being moved, his expression immediately changed. He stood up from the stool in a panic, lowered his head and bent his waist, and said that these 10 or so old objects were all heirlooms passed down by his family's ancestors. They should have at least 200 or 300 years of history. It was just that his family had encountered a great disaster and urgently needed money. Otherwise, he would not have taken them out even if he was beaten to death. At first glance, the young man's body had been hollowed out by wine and women. Seeing that the youth did not speak no matter how he moved his lips and tongue, the young man sat back down on the stool. He did not have the guts to force a sale. There were a bunch of old masters and young masters from wealthy families in the prefecture city. Which one of them would not be able to drown him with just a spit of saliva? Furthermore, he heard that immortal masters from the mountains would come and go almost every year. Every time, they would open their doors to a grand ceremony. The ceremony was even more exaggerated than during festivals. The sound of firecrackers would shake the sky, and everyone in the prefecture city would want to know that an immortal had entered their house. The young man Chui Dong suddenly asked, "Is 10 taels of silver enough to pack all the items on the table together?" The young man shook his head vigorously and said with a sullen face, "Young master, I am really not asking for too much. These ancestral treasures are really good things that have been passed down from generation to generation in my family. It is clearly recorded in my family's genealogy that my ancestor was the young master of the crown prince of the later Shu auspicious Qing dynasty. Even if it were to be sold for 70 or 80 taels of silver, it would not be excessive, right?" The young man's face was flushed red. He picked up a half-inch long colored glaze figurine. Unfortunately, its color was dull and its appearance was not good. The young vendor leaned forward and carefully handed it to the white-clothed youth. "Young master, take a good look. If you have good eyesight, you can even clearly see its eyebrows and the creases on its lapel. Can be said to be very fine." Taking 10,000 steps back, for such a rare colored glaze item, even if the quality of the glaze itself is not high, selling such a large colored glaze figurine for 3 or 4 taels of silver would not be considered going against your conscience, right? Adding in the other big and small treasures, young master's asking price of 10 taels is really too low. "Young master, can you do me a favor and raise the price again?" The young man Chui Dong thought for a moment with a straight face, "Then 11 taels?" The young man was almost choked to death by his own words. He was dumbstruck as he looked at the immortal-like white-clothed youth in a daze. Finally he sighed and said, "Young master, don't tease me." The young man Chui Dong laughed and asked, "Do you know snow-patterned silver?" The young man nodded blankly and said with a bitter smile, "Of course I know. My father's generation was considered rich and developed. On the street next to the city god Temple Street, there are more than 10 shops that were once my family's property." The young man Chui Dong took out an ingot of silver from his sleeve and slapped it on the table, 20 taels of Dali official silver. If converted to the inferior silver of your Huangting country, it should be at least 25 taels. It's more than enough. Is it enough to buy all the junk on this table? The young man had stolen these belongings from his family. He had originally thought that the price would be around 20 taels of silver. Immediately, his face lit up with joy. He hurriedly picked up the ingot and held it tightly in his palm. He secretly weighed it in his hand and then used his fingernails to lightly carve it. There was no mistake, it was an extremely high-quality real silver. Afraid that the young man would go back on his word, after hiding the ingot, he grabbed the corner of the cloth under the table and abruptly lifted it up. In a few moves he rolled it into a package. The items inside collided with each other and made crackling sounds. After tying it tightly, he pushed it in front of the young man in white and grinned from ear to ear, "This, young master, it's all yours." The young man Chui Dong carried the package and jokingly said, "All right." The young man smiled apologetically, "I'm famous for being an honest man in our county. I've always been honest when doing business. Young master, you can rest assured. I guarantee that you'll only profit from this transaction." The young man Chui Dong carried the package in one hand and chased after Qin Pingon and the others at the Xingwang temple. He quickened his pace and after approaching the carriage, he casually tossed the package to Qin Pingon. Then he came to Qin Pingon's side and pointed at the eye-catching roof of the Xingwang temple not far away. He introduced, "This is the largest Xingwang temple in Huangting country. Legend has it that during the last years of the Western Shu dynasty, it ruled over the Xingwang temple of several provinces. Therefore the eaves are covered with green glazed tiles. The standard is extremely high. The original location of the Xingwang temple was not here. After the change of dynasty, the Hong family took control of the country and moved to the current location. Actually, the original location of the Xingwang temple was a pretty good place. There's an old well and it's a spiritual spring. Now it's been transformed into an inn by a mountain gate in Huangting country. It's specially used to receive cultivators and wealthy people from all levels of society. The spiritual energy emitted from the spiritual spring is beneficial to cultivation. This place is a rare opportunity for cultivators. Qin Pingan asked, "Is it expensive?" Chui Dong thought for a moment. "To you it's extremely expensive." Qin Pingan glanced at Lin Shui, who was staring at the ridge beast on the Xingwang temple, and asked softly, "How expensive is it?" Chui Dong smiled. "One night per person, at least 100 taels of silver. The courtyard room closest to the well will probably cost more than double." As the imperial tutor of Dali, Chui Dong was in control of a portion of the dynasty's spy system. It was specially targeted at the mountain powers of Dali and the surrounding countries. For example, the inside story of Huangting country and the history of the Xingwang temple were must-read intelligence reports. As for why he knew the specific price of the original inn, it was just something that the imperial tutor, Chui Dong, used to relieve boredom in his free time. Perhaps when he entered the palace to meet the emperor, it could even be used as an interesting topic for discussion. Qin Pingan lowered his voice and asked, "If I had a gold coin, how many taels of silver would it be?" The youth in white pointed at the Xingwang temple that was getting closer and closer. He did not speak. Qin Pingan was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Chui Dong smiled. "What I mean is that it's worth a mountain of silver." Qin Pingan opened his mouth slightly. He looked at the vast Xingwang temple and stealthily adjusted the basket on his back. When the youth in straw sandals realized that he was carrying a mountain of silver, he suddenly felt that it was a bit heavy. Cui Shi took note of this detail but remained calm and collected. Qin Pingan hesitated for a long time. Before entering the Xingwang temple, he stopped and asked, "Cui Dong Shan, can I borrow some silver from you?" The youth in white seemed to have been waiting for Qin Pingan to say this. He kept his hands in his sleeves and nodded with a smile. "Of course you can. You can think of me as a treasure boy. If you want money, I have money. If you want treasures, I have treasures. There's only things that you can't think of, there's nothing that you can't get." Qin Pingan made up his mind and slowly said, "Then we'll stay in that inn tonight. After that, no matter how long we stay, all expenses will be paid by you. After that, you can report to me a sum. You can decide on the interest. When we return to Longquan County in the future, I'll pay you back with interest. Is that okay?" Chui Dong pulled out his sleeve and waved his hand. "Forget about the interest. When the time comes, just pay me back the capital. Making things convenient for others is making things convenient for yourself." Right at this moment, Li Huai, who was holding half a stick of candied haws, suddenly squatted down and stared at the youth in white's boots with his eyes wide open. It turned out that there was a small snow-white grasshopper standing on top of Chui Dong's boots. After being stared at by Li Huai, the strange grasshopper that originally wanted to climb up the robe immediately became stiff and motionless. Li Huai looked at the little thing and his curiosity was piqued. He was about to stretch out his hand to catch it. The silver-white grasshopper was frightened and did not dare to continue playing dead. It immediately jumped up nimbly and its front claws hooked onto the fine threads of Chui Dong's outer robe. It quickly ran and quickly arrived at Chui Dong's waist. With a final jump, it hung under Chui Dong's sleeve and slightly swayed. The youth in white smiled as usual. He twisted his right wrist and grabbed the grasshopper with 2 fingers. He lightly held it in his palm and stuffed it into his left sleeve. An even more amazing scene appeared. The lively snow-white grasshopper in the youth's palm melted like snow and instantly turned into a silver ingot. However, the silver ingot could even wiggle. After hiding the silver ingot or grasshopper in his sleeve, the youth in white looked around. Yu Lu and Xie Xie, the 2 young men and women from the Lu dynasty, looked calm. However, Qin Pingan and the little bumpkins from Liju Cave Heaven were each more shocked than the other. Chui Dong obviously did not want to say anything more. He turned to Yu Lu and said, "You and Miss Xie go and buy some incense. We will need it when we enter the city god temple later. It's best to buy an incense tube while you're at it. Of course, don't forget to buy a simple and elegant one. Otherwise, I won't pay for the incense tube." The tall youth brought the tan girl together to buy incense. Qin Pingan said, "Chui Dong Shan, this silver ingot is the money you used to buy the things in the bag, right? Why did it turn into a grasshopper and come back?" The youth in white said innocently, "I clearly paid for it. The goods and the money are clear. However, the silver ingot grew legs and insisted on coming back to me. I'm also in a difficult position." Li Huai was still squatting on the ground. He looked envious and said, "It's really good stuff. If I had this silver ingot, it would not be difficult for me to travel the world. The youth in white lowered his head and asked with a smile, "Do you like it? Do you want it? This little guy is called insect silver. It has no use but it is fun. The reason for the birth of this kind of monster is unknown. Anyway, in the large silver vaults of many dynasties, there might not even be a single insect silver in 100 years. Even if there is one, it is not big. The appearance of the silver ingot is at most a slightly larger piece of silver. It is very rare to see one as big as the one in my sleeve. That is why I am willing to keep it with me. Moreover, it is impervious to water and fire. Even if it withstands a great force, it will not be damaged. Even if you cut it into dozens of pieces, as long as they are stacked together, it will quickly recover its complete appearance. Li Huai, if you want, I can give it to you." Li Huai stood up and answered seriously, "I only have one sister. Her name is Li Lu, but she is still Alliance's wife for the time being." The youth in white knew this little brat's style of speech. "Do you want it for free? I don't have any thoughts about your sister." Li Huai asked, "Then in the future when I pay for my meals and take Qin Pingan and the others to eat and drink delicious food, will it be able to run back by itself every time?" Cui Dong nodded with a smile. He shook his sleeve and shook the silver ingot out of his sleeve. He handed it to Li Huai. Li Huai wanted to take the silver ingot, but he paused and turned to look at Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan said, "Of course you have to pay for your meals. You can't change your way of paying. I don't care what Cui Dongshan is like, but you, Li Huai, are Mr. Qi's disciple." Li Huai immediately put his hands behind his back and tightly stuck to his buttocks. He shook his head at the youth in white and said, "Ah, forget it." Qin Pingan continued, "Li Huai, I haven't finished speaking, but you can take the silver ingot. They are kind enough to give you something good. You should take it first. As for how to use it in the future, we will follow the rules in the future." Li Huai's eyes lit up. He snatched the silver ingot from the white-clothed youngster's hand and was about to stuff it into his bosom when he thought for a moment. Then he hurriedly turned around with his back facing everyone. He opened the small box and threw the silver ingot inside. Cui Dong took back his hand and said helplessly, "I've been hunting for eagles for years, but now I've been pecked in the eyes by them." Yu Lu had already bought a finely made boxwood incense tube and filled it with incense sticks. It was enough for everyone to burn incense in the temple many times. Other than thanking for taking care of the carriage by the roadside, the rest of the group walked into the Xingwang temple. After they finished burning incense, they saw a couplet in the main hall. When he was about to die, he was left alone. When he went to the underworld, he asked for the safety of his children and grandchildren. In the end, he left behind an eternal infamy. Only when he came to the underworld did he know that everything was over. Lord Xingwang was in the middle and high position. On both sides of him were his subordinates. They were lined up in an orderly manner. There were as many as 8 clay statues with the title of general. They were the heads of the 8 departments: Yin-Yang Department, Courier Department, and Sushi Department. Cui Dong had said that the highest standard Xingwang temple in the Aquarius continent stopped here. However, the largest Xingwang pavilion in the world had as many as 24 departments. There was even an inspection department, an epidemic department, and an education department. It was almost comparable to a small country's imperial court. Lin Shui looked at it with great interest. Li Baoping was not very interested. Li Huai was the most timid and only dared to follow closely beside Qin Pingan. After looking carefully at the famous murals on the walls of the main hall, the 18 levels of hell, they felt that this trip was not in vain. After that, they walked out of the main hall. At the back of the hall was a large hall similar to the county court. Lord Xingwang was sitting behind a large table. There were civil and military judges standing on his left and right. Outside the hall, there was only half of the couplet. "If you are sincere, you don't need to kowtow. Quickly leave." However, the second half of the couplet was blank. Li Baoping was now interested. She began to blindly think about the contents of the second half. However, she was not satisfied. She frowned and was unwilling to admit defeat. Young Cui Dong and Yu Lu were also standing below the blank couplet. Qin Pingan brought Lin Shui and Li Huai to the door and looked into the hall. Inside there were clay statues prostrating and kowtowing. Some statues were wearing shackles and some statues were kneeling. There was a green-robed old man who did not bring his family along. When he saw Li Baoping's group's eye-catching green bamboo book box, he smiled knowingly and came near the young man Cui Shi. He looked up at the blank couplet and asked with a smile, "Young masters, have you thought of a good second half?" Cui Dong turned a deaf ear. Once Li Baoping was seriously thinking about something, she would be completely focused. She really did not hear anything. Only Yu Lu smiled and replied, I thought of some, but I'm not satisfied. It's really too much of a dog's tale. I won't embarrass myself in front of old Mr. The old man laughed heartily. He raised his hand and pointed at the couplet. Regarding this couplet, there has always been an unwritten rule in the county city. No matter if it's a person or a ghost, a spirit or a strange creature, as long as they can write a second half that can convince the masses, they can become an honored guest of this old Xing Wang. Yu Lu asked doubtfully, Old Mister, how can it be considered convincing the masses? Young Chui Dong languid said, Ask yourself. Li Baoping had just thought of a question. She killed a tiger that was blocking her train of thought. Coincidentally, she heard the question and answer. The little girl subconsciously added, In the dead of night, with a clear conscience, ask yourself and blurt it out. The white-haired green-robed old man slowly nodded his head. Although the red cotton-padded jacket little girl could not think of a suitable second half in the end, the old man still insisted on sending them all the way out of the Xing Wang temple. Standing at the doorstep, he smiled and said goodbye to everyone. After leaving the ancient Xing Wang temple, Qin Pingan asked the people where the inn was. In the end, no one knew where it was. It was as if this place did not exist in the county city. He could only look at the white-clothed youth. Young Chui Dong smiled and asked, Why don't we just let it go? I've only heard some rumors. I don't think it's true. Besides, if there really isn't a place that eats gold and silver, you don't need to borrow money from me. Qin Pingan looked at Lin Shui. The latter was confused. Qin Pingan persisted, You guys take your time strolling around the market. I'll ask again. The straw sandals youth with the basket on his back trotted forward alone. In the distance of the group, he asked one person after another. Young Chui Dong walked towards the carriage. His expression was faintly unhappy. He could not help but curse silently. Even if you, Qin Pingan, have a mountain of gold and silver on your back, you're still spending money like water. In the end, you're still working for someone else. Do you need to be so attentive? When the white-clothed youth bent over to lift the curtain of the carriage, he turned his head to look at Lin Shui, who was still in the dark. The youth with a gloomy expression suddenly felt a little jealous at this moment. (138) In the end, Qin Pingan only asked about the old site of the city god temple. No one had heard of the inn that Chui Dong mentioned. This county was a big city in the north of Huangting country. To reach the old city god temple, one had to walk through almost half of the county. When everyone followed the last person's directions, it was already close to dusk. They only found a high vermilion wall. After spending a long time, they finally found an inconspicuous entrance with great difficulty. It was barely enough for 2 carriages to pass through. The deeper they walked, the more it gave people a feeling of being in a different world. Between the cracks of the green brick road under their feet, a faint mist was emitted from time to time. It drifted into the high walls on both sides and leisurely gathered. It was like a clear spring slowly flowing on the wall. There was a faint sound of flowing water. When the young man Chui Dong saw that Qin Pingan and the others were suspicious, he explained, This alley is one of the signboards of this inn. It's called Flowing Clouds and Flowing Water Alley. Next, after entering the mansion's gate, you should be able to see a bright moon shadow wall immediately. This is because there are spirits of unknown origin residing in the shadow wall. Their forms are indefinite, but they generally correspond with the moon. Their moods are all revealed on the shadow wall. However, the truly valuable shadow wall has to be the combination of the sun and the moon. If by any chance it can add some celestial phenomena, I'm afraid that the immortal mansion with the word sect in it will give up their face and madly snatch it. At the end of the alley was a large gate. On the gate there were 2 tall and big painted door gods. They were even taller than young men. They were mighty and awe-inspiring. They were burly and wore golden armor. One of them was holding a sword while riding a tiger. The other was holding a blade while riding a dragon. The 2 door gods glared at the alley. Because they were carved from wood and not the paper of ordinary people, they gave people a strong sense of oppression that was about to come out. Li Huai secretly swallowed his saliva. He felt that it would be more comfortable to sleep on the mountain. The gate slowly opened. A beautiful woman with a pair of peach blossom eyes swayed her waist as she stepped over the threshold. Behind her there were 2 young girls with twin hair buns. Each of them had a long sword in a green scabbard hanging from their waists. They did not follow the woman to the group of guests but stood at the gate. The beautiful woman curtsied elegantly. I'm Lu Jiahui. My name is Jiaqing and Hui from Flower. It's really difficult for my name to be elegant. Honored guests, please call me Jiahui. Honored guests, are you going to stay in our autumn read-in? Do you have a prior reservation? As the woman spoke, her gaze was fixed on the young man in white, who made everyone's eyes light up. The beautiful woman and the beautiful young man looked at each other. Although the beautiful woman and the beautiful man looked, and the two maidservants were clearly angry. Within the county city, who would dare to be so disrespectful to his wife? Even the county governor, who was a high-ranking official of a region, would always treat the madam with respect if he met her on an excursion or when burning incense. He would politely call her Madam Lu or Second Master. If he had a request and needed the help of Autumn read-in, he would respectfully address her as Immortal Master Lu. The beautiful woman quickly glanced at the indifferent Lin Shui from the corner of her eyes. She did not notice anything strange. She continued to look at the young man in white clothes and asked softly, "Young master, do you think there's something wrong between me and the Autumn read-in? You only feel disappointed after arriving here. Is it because you don't live up to your name?" Cui Dong was a little impatient. He pointed at the young man in straw sandals beside him. "You're worshipping the wrong bodhisattva. The one in charge of money is this person." The woman was surprised. She quickly curtsied to Qin Pingan alone as an apology. Without waiting for the woman to speak, Qin Pingan looked at the gate. After retracting his gaze, he took a deep breath and made up his mind. "We have a lot of people. Are there enough rooms?" The woman smiled sweetly. "Enough. How can it not be enough? Although the triennial sacrificial ceremony of the water deity temple is coming soon, and immortal masters from all over the world will come to support the county governor, and the business of the autumn read-in is not bad, my humble abode is honored by the presence of so many distinguished guests. Even if I have to vacate my little courtyard and temporarily move to another inn, I will never dare to disappoint my distinguished guests." In the end, Qin Pingan asked for a large courtyard called Clear Dew. It was located closest to the old well of the old city god. It was considered the heavenly courtyard of Autumn read-in. The reason why it was empty until now was because the price was too high. It was not based on the number of people. In any case, it was 2,000 taels of silver a day. There was no lack of cultivators who had obtained the identity of Qi refinement warriors. However, when it came to cultivation, if one did not know how to calculate carefully, did not have a strong family background and backing, or did not have the means to make a lot of money every day, they would be extremely short on money. They were completely different from the immortal masters who were as rich as the commoners imagined them to be. The old well of Autumn read-in was indeed the source of the spring overflowing with spiritual energy. However, to Qi refinement warriors, paying 2,000 taels of silver a day for this was definitely not a good deal. Therefore, this courtyard was mostly used by the rich and powerful to entertain the big shots of the official circles and the heroes of the pugilistic world. Madame Lu personally led this group of people. Message, already subscribed, /book_67088/L. Mobile version of reading website. 139. The night gradually deepened. Outside the main entrance of the Autumn read-in, the sound of hoofbeats could be heard. Madame Lu stood alone outside the door with two tiger-shaped gold ornaments hanging from her waist. A carriage stopped outside the door and a middle-aged man dressed in a green scholar's robe walked down. He was not angry but he was dignified. He faintly revealed the demeanor of a scholarly general. However, the man looked tired at the moment. When he saw the beautiful woman, he smiled. "I've made you wait. Let's go in and talk." The woman's expression was neither cold nor warm as she turned to lead the way. The man glanced at the tiger-shaped token on her waist and frowned. "Do you need to be so nervous?" The woman sneered and said, "My place is just a small inn. It can't be compared to your excellency's county governor's residence. 2 days ago, someone tore down my signboard, so I can only swallow my anger. Now, the culprit has brought a large group of disciples and grand-disciples to stay at my place. I can only pinch my nose obediently and serve these immortal masters with a smile. All of this is due to the governor's good governance." The man slightly increased his voice. "All right, Joey, I know you're angry. However, I'm not much better now. For this ceremony of worshipping the water deity temple, I've been busy from dawn until now. My throat and eyes are burning. The reason why I'm resting here and not returning to the governor's official residence is because I want a moment of peace. I'm not here to listen to your complaints." The beautiful woman's eyes were filled with hidden bitterness, but she knew when to advance and retreat. Soon, she collected herself and changed the topic. "You've been busy for half a year for this sacrificial ceremony. You need to make it grand. Old provincial governor is sick. Although he can't come in person, his trusted subordinate, Lord B, will show up. Plus those famous literati, famous monks and hermits, it's enough to show up. What's more, the private funding from our county is enough to worship the two river deities in other places, isn't it? The man nodded. That's the reason. The woman asked softly, then our Hanshi River god has finally taken a liking to you this time? Agree to lend you a hand and help you fight for the position of provincial governor? The man put his hands behind his back and walked into an elegant and quiet courtyard. He shook his head and sighed. That individual cultivator appeared at the wrong time. He wanted to avenge the innocent people who died unjustly. He came to your Autumn Reed Inn and found the cultivator of the Lingyun sect. After a big battle, he seriously injured the cultivator of the Lingyun sect and even destroyed the foundation of the screen wall of your inn. In fact, if things only reached this point, I could still control the situation. For example, as a county official, I could report to the imperial court and put the blame on the individual cultivator. I could remove the cultivator of the Lingyun sect who caused the trouble in order to appease the deeply rooted Lingyun sect in our Huangting country. However, at the same time, I would secretly let the individual cultivator go. At least the pursuit and encirclement in this county was just a superficial effort to delay time and let him take the opportunity to fly away. Since he is an individual cultivator, it shouldn't be difficult for him to make the Four Seas his home. Speaking of this, the man revealed a trace of annoyance. But it happened before the Hanshi River sacrificial ceremony. Not to mention the attention of the public, who doesn't know that the river god relied on the help of an ancestor of the Lingyun sect to gain a foothold in the early stages of becoming a god. The Lingyun sect has carefully maintained this relationship for more than 200 years. They have never troubled the water god with anything. Instead, in these 200 years, they have come to visit with heavy gifts once a year. Other than the calamity of the sect, they have never stopped. So, who do you think the water god will side with this storm that has shaken the county? The woman looked at the county governor who was constantly pacing in circles and unwilling to sit down. She handed over a cup of hot tea and joked, "My county governor, Sai, can you sit down and talk? If you continue to walk like this, I will be dizzy." After the green-robed man sat down, he laughed at himself and said, "I found out about the hidden location of that rogue cultivator 3 days ago. Originally, I thought that I would drag it out for as long as possible. No matter what, I will drag it out until after the sacrificial ceremony. Maybe I can still keep my life." Jiahui, do you know what the water god of the Hanshi River said to me after he revealed his golden body in the water god temple today? The woman shook her head. Of course, she couldn't guess the thoughts of a righteous god. As the manager of the Autumn Reed Inn, the sect that the woman belonged to wasn't much inferior to the Lingyun sect. It was just that every sect that had a bigger reputation had their own fixed territory. In the 3 prefectures in the north of Huangting country, the Lingyun sect was the leader of more than 10 large and small cultivation sections. However, no matter if it was the woman's sect or the cultivators of the Lingyun sect who could do whatever they wanted on the mountains in the north of Huangting country, they were extremely respectful towards the water god that was personally conferred by the emperor. After all, Huangting country wasn't a great dynasty like the Song clan or the great Sui kingdom's Gao clan. Since the founding of the country, the Hong clan of Huangting country was one of the 12 vassals of the great Sui kingdom. The number of mountain and river gods that could be conferred could be counted with one's fingers. To put it bluntly, even if the great Sui kingdom released the restrictions and allowed the Hong clan of Huangting country to wantonly reward and order the mountain and river gods, Huangting country didn't have such a foundation. Firstly, their territory was limited. Secondly, those mountain immortals who were independent towns, controlled most of the mountains and rivers with outstanding spiritual energy. Therefore, to the county governor and even the provincial governor, the river god who controlled the water was an important character that they had to try their best to curry favor with. The man put down the teacup and rubbed his temples with both hands. The water god told me in person, the day before the county governor found out about the hiding place of the itinerant cultivator, I had already found out. Although the county governor isn't willing to enforce the law impartially, since I'm the water god of the Hanshi River, I have to abide by the rules of not easily interfering with the secular officialdom. In addition, the county governor has been diligent and meritorious in governing the local area all these years. If the next county governor is a fatuous official and causes a lot of trouble that others have to clean up, it will hinder my meditation and cultivation. Therefore, I won't report to the imperial court. The woman's face was slightly pale. This river god's words mean that he won't help you take another step forward? The man smiled bitterly and said, "This is based on the premise that I arrest that person tonight." The woman was a little regretful. "I shouldn't have vented my anger on you just now." She then said angrily, "This water god of the Hanshi River has a good reputation for hundreds of years. When it comes to his own interests, isn't he still helping his relatives and not reason?" The person that the itinerant cultivator injured was only a third-generation disciple of the Lingyun sect. He dared to have designs on women in the city god temple and coveted beauty. He first killed a couple outside the city. After he found out that a child ran away, he pursued them through the night. The entire village had more than 30 people and they were all killed by him. Such a tragic act was coincidentally discovered by the itinerant cultivator. Before he took revenge for that family, he cleverly chose to spread the news without restraint. He even pasted a notice at the entrance of your office. After the itinerant cultivator did all this, he found the autumn reed in and fought with the murderer. Both inside and outside the city are the spies of the water god. How could he not know anything? On the contrary, the man was not as aggrieved and resentful as the woman. He only sighed softly and said, "The laws of the country and human relationships. What cultivators pursue is the Tao of heaven and earth. What about the laws of the country and human relationships? In front of a chi cultivator, what does it count as? Taking a step back against this water god of the Hanshi River, the laws of the country are not completely useless. It's just that in the hands of a fourth-rank official like me, it's useless. In the hands of the old provincial governor, it's a little useful. Only in the hands of the emperor, it's a little useful." The woman muttered softly, "What if your position as the county guardian was in the Dali dynasty?" The man's eyes turned cold and he heavily slapped the armrest of the chair. "Lu Jiahui, don't talk nonsense. No matter how strong the Dali dynasty is, they are still barbarians. If the Song clan really unifies the north, it will be the day when the Aquarius continent's northern civilized bloodline will be cut off." The woman said angrily, "If you are really unyielding, why don't you just go against the wishes of the water god and protect that itinerant cultivator to the end? I don't believe that this water god is known to be omnipotent and can really cover the sky and cover the sun in the north of the Huangting country. If it really can't, at the very most I'll just use the influence of my sect and come and wrestle with the Lingyun sect, this local snake." The man stretched out his hand and pointed at the woman. He laughed angrily and said, "How old are you? Still so childish and laughable. Do you think that Emperor Dali was able to have today's prestige because he had a smooth journey? Our county is already like this. Think about the vast territory of the Dali dynasty. How would they weigh the pros and cons? As the emperor of a country, the filthiness and forbearance is definitely something that you and I can't imagine." The woman didn't say anything. The man drank a mouthful of tea and leaned back on the chair. He looked exhausted. He pulled his collar and said to himself, "I'm a disciple of the Confucian school. Therefore, I cultivate myself and my family. I will definitely try my best to abide by the rules. However, I'm still an official of the Huangting country. There are millions of people under my jurisdiction and I need to help them live a peaceful life. Therefore, I won't act as an official with benevolence, righteousness, and morality. This is because I need to lower my head and beg the immortal forces for help and treasures to resist all kinds of droughts, floods, and natural disasters. I need to visit them and send gifts. I need to beg those arrogant gods of mountains and rivers to intercept as much fate as possible in my county. Whether it's the poor commoners or the aristocratic families, they have suffered losses and were bullied by the immortal masters. I can only mend and repair them, tear down the east wall to repair the west wall, and try my best to appease them." The man closed his eyes. "If it wasn't for this shameless pursuit of personal gain, I would have resigned or thrown away my official title." In this way, when that itinerant cultivator posted the first notice, he would have been taken down by a certain county governor who took the initiative to communicate with the water god with troops and cultivators. If it wasn't for this, after the itinerant cultivator died tonight, there wouldn't even be a tombstone. Of course, since he's already dead, what difference does it make if there's no tombstone, no toast, and no one remembers the good deeds he did when he was alive? The county governor stood up and came to the window. He said in a low voice, "In the second year of the Huangting country's Jialu, which is 10 years ago, the 3 prefectures in the He prefecture shook non-stop at midnight. The He prefecture was the most serious. The thatched cottages, city walls, and ancestral temples all collapsed. More than 60,000 people died. In the following month, it shook every few days until the end of the year. All the rivers in the northern part of the Hanshi River were turbulent. Almost 100 people drowned in my county alone. In the 4th year of the Jialu, the Maozhou in the south had a strange phenomenon of moving mountains. In the 8th year of the Jialu, the Heng prefecture in the southwest had a net of water and countless boats were moored. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, a huge fire suddenly broke out. The fire spread for a long distance. More than 1,000 boats and more than 10,000 people's corpses were burned to ashes. The man's expression was mournful. His lips moved slightly. Are these natural disasters really natural disasters? The common people don't know the truth, but I do. The man turned his head and looked at the woman. I even know that before that rogue cultivator was captured and killed, he would definitely scold me as the lackey of the Ling Yun sect and the Hanshi River's water god. He would hate me more than him. The woman wanted to say something but stopped. The man's face gradually became calm. I can already be sure that after the death of this rogue cultivator within the county city, there will soon be rumors deliberately spread by those powerful families. They will say that in order to curry favor with the Ling Yun sect, I painstakingly found the hiding place of that cultivator and surrounded and killed him. The woman sighed. That's most likely the case. The man smiled. I'm not saying this for you to hear. I'm saying it for myself. In the old well of the autumn reed inn, although white mist constantly rose in spirals and then spread in all directions, the water level was actually very low. The inner wall was covered with dark green moss. Suddenly the water level rose rapidly and the water level was level with the mouth of the well. Then a tall man wearing armor and holding a short halberd stepped out. The man had a long beard on both cheeks. Other than that, he was no different from an ordinary person. The man looked around. As for the youth who was meditating in the pavilion, he didn't pay any attention to him. His figure rose from the ground and instantly landed in the courtyard where the county governor was staying. He said in a clear voice, "County Governor Wei, that rogue cultivator's head has been personally chopped off by me." At that time there were many outsiders who were watching the show. That hateful bastard didn't know what was good for him and scolded County Governor Wei before he died. It was very unpleasant to hear. County Governor Wei, many of your shameful secrets have been completely exposed by that bastard. He even dared to splash dirty water on my lord. I was really angry. I originally wanted to give him a quick death, but I really felt that it was unfair for you, County Governor Wei, so I first poked a few holes in him before I chopped off his head. After this matter, when I return, I will report the situation to my lord. Don't worry, I will not let that bastard's words before he died ruin your relationship with my lord. This subordinate of the Hanshi River's water god left after he finished speaking. He didn't hesitate at all. The woman stood at the entrance of the courtyard in a daze. According to the rogue cultivator's style and character, according to the man in the room, it was normal for him to curse him as a lackey before he died. However, it was very unreasonable for him to endlessly expose him in front of the Ling Yun sect and the many forces in the county. This was because the man had private contact with him before. Both of their thoughts were clear in their hearts. If the man, as the county governor, betrayed the cultivator and betrayed him, it was very strange. Then the rogue cultivator's superfluous last words were also very abnormal. What I thought before, I still underestimated him. The county governor who was standing at the window had cultivated for many years. He understood the knack of it faster than the woman. He said softly, "There is chivalry at the foot of the mountain." (140) Within the borders of the Great Li, all of the upright deities of mountains and rivers conferred by the imperial court, in the common people's eyes, were nothing more than a clay sculpture of a golden body and an ancestral temple. Even the 5 great mountains deities were the same, there was no exception. However, if it was the eastern vase continent outside of Dali, not to mention the Dragon Spring Tiefu River, Red Candle Town, and Chongdan River, even the lesser gods like Dragon Whisker River could build a mountain and river mansion openly as long as they could build a good relationship with the local government and there were no powerful immortal sects nearby. The mansion standard was no different from the secular imperial court's Huangzi Palace or even better. The water god of Hanshi River, as one of the few gods in Huangting Nation, spent many years to build a luxurious mansion with a plaque with the word, Great Water, hanging on it at a section of the river where there were no towns within a radius of 100 miles. It occupied an area of 1,000 acres. However, it was announced that the owner of the mansion was the descendant of the Chu clan, the founder of Huangting country. The descendants of the Chu clan were good at making money and that was why they had such a huge property. In fact, the real owner was the Hanshi River god. Tonight, the mansion was brightly lit. Orioles sang and swallows danced as cups intertwined. Riches and honor filled the hall. Everlasting lanterns were hung on the two walls. This item was also a rare treasure in the mansion on the mountain. It was not the ingenious lamp but the drop of ambergris. Everlasting lanterns were mostly used in the emperor's secret chamber and mausoleum. It only required an ordinary candle and a drop of oil from the deep-sea ambergris whale oil. If the quality of the ambergris was good enough, the flame of the lamp would not be extinguished for 100 years. Moreover, the fragrance would last for a long time and could concentrate the mind. It was not inferior to high-quality sandalwood. A man in a green robe sat on the main seat. He held a white jade wine cup and gently shook it. The wine was golden, thick, and fragrant. There was a round patch embroidered on the chest of the man's robe. It was a golden dragon. There were more than 20 guests in the hall who came from afar. They were all cultivators of high status. However, they still appeared humble and polite in front of the man in the green robe. Occasionally there was a hint of fear in their eyes. It was not as simple as the guest respecting the host. Autumn read in. Inside the house, the white-clothed youth had already left for a long time. Under the bright light, Qin Pingan finished carving the first white jade hairpin. He raised his head and looked at Li Huai, who was lying across from him. Do you like to carve the words Li Huai, or Huayin? If the name is engraved like treasure vase and shui, it is simple and clear, and Huayin has a little meaning. Li Huai had a lot on his mind. After hearing this, he smiled and said, whatever you want. Qin Pingan picked up the black jade hairpin. How about this one? The color matches well with the shade of Huayu. Li Huai nodded, then mustered up his courage to ask, Qin Pingan, will you kill Lin Shui because you're angry? I feel that although Lin Shui has become a chi refinement warrior, if he were to fight with you, I think it would be a matter of 1 or 2 punches. Actually, Lin Shui's temper is a little bad. He is more taciturn than us, but he doesn't have any bad intentions. Qin Pingan did not know whether to laugh or cry. What are you thinking about? Why would I fight with Lin Shui? Li Huai added timidly, if Lin Shui takes the initiative to fight with you, Qin Pingan, you can fight then. Just teach him a lesson. Remember not to hit him too hard. Lin Shui is from a rich family. He is not as thick-skinned as me. He will be fine even if Li Baoping punches him a few times. I don't think he can take it. Qin Pingan did not know how to explain some things about people's hearts. He could only say, I will take note. Li Huai was completely relieved now. He immediately got up and ran to the small bookcase with a face full of smiles. He took out the painted wooden puppet and the silver ingot, then returned to the table and sat down. After letting the wooden puppet step on the silver ingot, he casually asked, Lin Shui told me earlier that all the provinces and counties in the world will follow the etiquette set up by the Confucian dynasty and build city god pavilions. The county towns will have city god temples. The county governors and county magistrates will be in charge of guarding the world of the living. The city god lord is in charge of the security of the netherworld, patrolling the territory and preventing ghosts and evil from secretly causing trouble. Qin Pingan, the city god temple that we went to previously is already so big. It is even set up in the county city. Why is it still called a temple? Shouldn't it be called City God Pavilion? Besides, we walked around the City God Temple for so long in the day. Could it be that we have already met Lord City God but we did not recognize him? Qin Pingan thought for a moment. You have to ask Cui Dongshan about this. Li Huai shook his head vigorously. I don't like that guy. He is so mysterious and weird. In a house, 2 ladies, one big and one small, sat opposite each other with an oil lamp between them. One of them was wiping a bamboo flute while the other had her arms crossed in front of her chest, glaring at her like a tiger watching its prey. The red cotton-padded jacket said, Thank you. You like to snore at night. I sleep in my own tent at night. I am so far away from you but I can still hear you. The tan girl looked up and smiled. Sorry, I don't snore when I sleep. Li Baoping raised her eyebrows. How do you know that you don't snore when you sleep? Thank you used the pad of his finger to gently stroke the bamboo flute, deliberately imitating the action of the red cotton-padded jacket girl raising her eyebrows. Because I am a chi refinement warrior. In your eyes, I am an immortal on the mountain. Li Baoping raised her chin high and asked, Then do you have a small bookcase? Thank you was speechless. In the end, the young lady returned victorious. She took out a stack of books from the bookcase and began to read by the light at night. It was her favorite travel book about mountains and rivers. It was about strange mountains and rivers, mountain spirits and ghosts, and about scholars and fox immortals. The young lady was engrossed in reading. Sometimes she frowned, sometimes she was enlightened, sometimes she was excited, and sometimes she was in a daze. Think you saw all of this in his eyes. Subconsciously, he stretched out a finger and gently tickled the edge of his cheek. Lin Shui sat in the small pavilion with his eyes closed. He was meditating and concentrating. He breathed in and out, carefully feeling the water flow between heaven and earth. The big waves washed the sand, extracting the essence and removing the impurities. He collected the essence of the water vapor that seemed to be floating around the well bit by bit and absorbed them into his aperture acupoints. Even though there was quite a bit of commotion coming from the old well, the young man still remained indifferent. Fortunately, the demons that floated out of the well were clearly not targeting Lin Shui, so the two sides did not interfere with each other. Lin Shui had taken a fancy to a Taoist secret manual on the cultivation of the Five Thunders spell at a glance on the Chiduan mountain. It involved the specific cultivation of the five lower realms. There were only some general descriptions. However, in the hands of Lin Shui, who was good at calculation and deduction, the effect was amazing. Soon Lin Shui felt that several qi dwellings in his body were bulging. Lin Shui was still unwilling to give up. He had traveled through mountains and rivers. Lin Shui did not want to miss out on such a rich and clear aura. After an hour, Lin Shui's face was rosy. He was like an ordinary person who could not endure the hunger. He did not know how to control himself and ate until he was full in one go. Suddenly, someone slapped Lin Shui on the shoulder. Lin Shui burped and took the opportunity to exhale a mouthful of turbid air. It was truly turbid air, filthy and smelly. That uninvited guest quickly waved his snow-white sleeves to disperse this mouthful of turbid air that had accumulated. He grumbled, "You are really bold. Aren't you afraid that you will die from eating too much?" Lin Shui was stunned. He asked doubtfully, "Qi refinement warriors absorb the spirit energy hidden between heaven and earth. Isn't it better to have more?" The teenager in white said in a bad mood, "Like what Xie said, how can a wine cup contain 1,000 caddies of wine? The more the better? According to what you said, those guys who established sects and claimed to be the ancestors had already swallowed the spirit energy of a few worlds into their stomachs. How can there be other qi refinement warriors? Of course they have to do it step by step. The number of cave abodes they excavate will determine how much spirit energy they absorb." Lin Shui felt some lingering fear in his heart. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat on his forehead. The teenager in white sat cross-legged and looked at the old well where spirit energy was rising. However, this ethereal scene could only be seen by qi refinement warriors who had attained a higher level or martial Dao grandmasters. For ordinary people, even if they stuck their heads into the well, they would only feel that it was cooler than other places. The teenager Cui Dong turned his head and smiled. "I saved your life. Can you lend me a talisman? It's a loan. I will return it in the future." Lin Shui hesitated for a moment. The teenager Cui Dong's lips twitched. "Don't worry. It's not the most precious for. It's just a very good but not the best gold powder talisman." Lin Shui nodded. "Sure." Cui Dong snapped his fingers. A gold talisman slid out from Lin Shui's arms and landed in his palm. Cui Dong lowered his head and looked at it, his eyes filled with admiration. Talisman paper was one of the foundations of the Talisman sect, a major branch of Taoism. The ordinary talisman paper in the world was the yellow biao paper. One level higher was the hard yellow paper known as the yellow seal, which was commonly used by Taoist sects in the world. There were some special cases, such as the green talisman paper with the reputation of clear skies after rain, as well as some colorful talisman papers. Many of them were specially made by the emperor's family. They were often used to reward civil and military officials during festivals. Ordinary rich families could not buy them no matter how rich they were. Talisman paper was usually used by Taoists to draw talismans. The Taoist talisman was the most authentic and fundamental talisman in the world. It was known as the ancestor of many talisman lineages. However, talisman paper was not limited to yellow paper. Taoist perfected persons and land immortals did not need real talisman paper. They could draw talismans out of thin air and create a spiritual talisman. The militarists also had killing and suppression talismans. The Confucians also had scriptures. Compared to the militarists, it was slightly more complicated. Most of the words were written in regular script. The regular script was divided into 7 to 8 calligraphy grandmasters. There were many sayings such as 8 strokes and 9 strokes. The Buddhists were known for their hand seals. Although there were also talisman papers, they were relatively rare. Lin Shui asked curiously, "What kind of spell is this?" Cui Dong carefully kept the gold talisman paper in his sleeve and said casually, You will understand when you reach the middle 5 states. By then, Qi refinement warriors can condense their thoughts into heartstrings. The level of their cultivation and the depth of their cultivation will determine the number and thickness of the heartstrings. This is the so-called telekinesis. Lin Shui was now at the peak of the 3rd state of Qi refinement warrior. Within a few months he had reached the peak of the 3rd state of Qi refinement warrior. It was because the young man was born to cultivate. It was also because of Alliance's pot of wine. Rich people liked to buy big snakes from woodcutters in the mountains. They would cut open the gallbladder and mix it with wine. The medicinal effect was amazing. Then one could imagine the mystery contained in the medicinal wine that was made from the demon core of an ascendant realm demon. The young man in white stood up and said with a smile, "Alliance is your guide in cultivating and climbing the mountain. You have to cherish this opportunity. If you don't, I will." Lin Shui asked directly, "What will you do?" The young man in white changed his words and said with a smile, "You will be unhappy." The young man Shui Dong's original words were, "I will kill you." After the swelling feeling gradually faded, Lin Shui began to close his eyes and concentrate again. He used his body to hide wind and gather water to build his own longevity bridge. The young man in white tipped his toes and jumped out of the pavilion. He walked towards the old well and pinched the gold talisman paper that he borrowed from Lin Shui with 2 fingers. Lin Shui shouted in a low voice, "Chui Dongshan, what are you doing?" The young man in white had a playful smile on his face. He walked to the mouth of the well and faced Lin Shui in the pavilion. The young man Chui Dong raised 2 fingers and shook the talisman gently. He stepped back and slid into the well. At the same time he said silently, "Avoid water." (141) Although it's dark, it's not too late. Besides, the courtyard of the Autumn Reed Inn is exquisitely and elegantly decorated. Li Huai doesn't feel sleepy at all as he touches everything. While Qin Pingan is carving the jade hairpin, the child simply takes out the wooden box given by the lord of the land of Chiduan Mountain and puts it on the table. He puts the painted puppet and the 5 clay figurines given by the sword was Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple into the box. Then he throws the book bought from the Red Candle Town into the box. After moving, the long box made of yellow and gloomy wood still has room to spare. The wooden box is red. Wei Pai of Chiduan Mountain said that because it has been buried in the soil for countless years, the color gradually changes from yellow to red. Not only does the wood not decay, but it also produces a strange fragrance. At this time, Li Huai puts his head close to the wooden box and smells it carefully. The fragrance is still the same and has not faded. It's not worse than when he took it out at the Pillow Inn. Li Huai began to count with his fingers. He had left his hometown and small town to travel far away to study. Along the way he had to eat and sleep in the open. Li Huai relied on hard work and endurance to gain a small harvest. Other than the most precious small green bamboo book box at the corner of the wall, there was also this delicate yellow wooden box, the wooden puppet and the clay figurine. In fact, inside the book there were also a few very valuable silverfish and the dark fish that was slapped into the book by Liang. However, Li Huai did not like to read, so he rarely flipped through this book that cost Qin Pingan nearly 10 taels of silver. At this moment, looking at Qin Pingan who is concentrating on carving words on the hairpin, Li Huai thinks that he spent so much money but didn't read the book. When he bought the book he even promised Qin Pingan that he would read it. This makes the child feel a little guilty, so he takes out the seemingly brand new book from the wooden box, casually turns a page and begins to read the words silently. Li Huai wants to make his conscience feel better. Li Huai pats his head and remembers something. He quickly reaches into his collar and touches a pocket that his sister Li Lu sewed herself. He takes out an oiled paper bag and shakes it at Qin Pingan. He grins and says, "Qin Pingan, do you know what this is?" Qin Pingan carefully puts down the hairpin and carving knife. He rubs his eyes and asks, "What is it?" Li Huai's face is full of pride. He takes out a neatly folded piece of paper from the oiled paper bag and explains, "At that time people were constantly leaving the school. In the end there are only 5 people left. Me, Li Baoping, Lin Shui, Shi Chuanjia and Dong Shuijing. In the last class the teacher gave each of us a copybook. There is only one word written on it and he asked us to copy it carefully, saying that it is homework. Later the teacher didn't take back the original copy. During this trip, my mother thought that although the word written by the teacher is not as good as the big characters on the Spring Festival couplets next door, the ink is thick and the strength is strong. But in any case Mr. Chi and I were teacher and apprentice so I kept it as a memento. So I asked my sister to secretly sew a pocket inside my clothes and put it in an oiled paper bag. Later I asked Li Baoping and Lin Shui. Li Baoping said that she didn't know where she lost it, and Lin Shui said that he put it at home, afraid that it will be lost and destroyed if he takes it out. Li Huai unfolds the folded paper and gently smooths out the creases. He sees the small Qi copybook, square and palm-sized. Li Huai stares at the word for a moment, then raises his head and says seriously, "Qin Pingan, this Qi copybook is for you. It's useless for me to keep it. Besides, I often lose things." Qin Pingan shakes his head and says with a smile, "If you are afraid of losing it, I can temporarily keep it for you before we arrive at the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. But since this is the homework given to you by Mr. Qi, then as Mr. Qi's student and apprentice, you should treasure it well. Even if Mr. Qi is gone and you don't have to copy it, just like what your mother said, keep the copybook for yourself. It's a memento." Li Huai nods, puts the copybook between the pages, closes it and throws it into the wooden box. Unbeknownst to them, the 3 moose fish and the green nether fish that were hidden in different pages of the book had all left the original words in the book. Through the gaps between the words, they swam rapidly and finally entered the Qi word sticker. They were truly like fish in water, extremely cheerful. Compared to Li Huai's bumper harvest along the way, Lin Shui is actually not bad. He has a large pile of ancient talisman of different grades and materials. One of them is a painting of more than 100 kinds of mountain spirits and ghosts, which was given by the blind old Taoist. Because Qin Pingan gave the lad a very good snake gall stone, the old Taoist took out this painting, which is claimed to be the ancestral treasure of his sect. Qin Pingan then gives it to Lin Shui. As for Li Baoping, he has the auspicious symbol of the famous saber and the silver blade strengthening gourd. There are not many things, only 2, but they are immortal treasures coveted by the world's cultivators. Only Qin Pingan, who put in the most effort, seems to only have that slightly withered pale golden lotus seed in the end. Now he doesn't even know what it is used for, and now he owes a lot of money to the white-clothed youth. Li Huai leans on the table and repeats the old tune. Lin Shui's family is very rich, but the identity of the illegitimate child is very awkward, so this guy's mind may be more sensitive. Qin Pingan, don't lower yourself to his level. Qin Pingan nods, I'll talk to him later, then everything will be fine. Li Huai says for no reason, good people and honest people are always at a disadvantage. My father is like this and so are you. Qin Pingan, don't be a good person in the future. Think more for yourself in the future, you don't have to tolerate everything. Otherwise, you won't do anything, but Li Baoping, who recognizes you as young martial uncle, will die of anger first. At the mention of Li Baoping, Qin Pingan can't help but ask with a smile, Baoping always bullies you, why don't you fight back? Li Huai blurts out with a look of righteousness, I don't dare, I can't beat her. Qin Pingan laughs, the tiredness of painstakingly carving words is suddenly swept away. Li Huai looks at Qin Pingan, who laughs happily. The child also laughs happily because in his impression, Qin Pingan doesn't laugh like this. Usually, no matter what Qin Pingan does or says, he is always restrained and reserved, afraid that he will say or do something wrong. Li Huai immediately thinks of his father. He seems to be like this too. His mouth is pursed. Even if he is happy, his eyebrows are drooping, indicating that he is not very happy. Li Huai hesitates for a moment, but still decides to tell Qin Pingan some of the things that are hidden in the bottom of his heart. The child, who has his head on the table, stretches his neck, lowers his voice and asks mysteriously, Do you know why I always give in to Li Baoping? Qin Pingan jokes, You like her? Li Huai rolls his eyes, How is that possible? I'm still so young. Besides, I'm not Lin Shui and Dong Xuejing, those 2 perverts. Every time my sister comes to school to help me bring things, those 2 guys stare at me until their eyeballs fall to the ground. Especially Dong Xuejing, every time he finds an excuse to go to my house to play, when my sister isn't home, he is sick. Every time my sister comes home, Dong Xuejing is like he was injected with chicken blood. He can't wait to fill 2 big water tanks in my house. My mother likes Dong Xuejing more, she thinks that he is honest just like my father. My sister probably likes Lin Shui more, he is gentle and cultured, more like a scholar. After saying bad things about Lin Shui and Dong Xuejing, Li Huai's face turns gloomy. Back to the main topic. In school, everyone laughs at my father. They say that my father is the most useless man in town, that he married into the family. He is useless, he doesn't do his job, he lives off a woman. He is even more useless, stupid, and stupid. Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. A rat's son only knows how to dig holes, so his son, which is me, is the most useless in school. Every time in the teacher's exam I am at the bottom. Li Huai grins and smiles. Li Baoping's family background is the best in school, but including Lin Shuyi, she doesn't play with anyone. Every day she's like a gust of wind, flying around. She's always the last to come to class, and the first to disappear after class. Although she thinks I am noisy and likes to beat me for no reason, she never laughs at my father. But she never laughed at my father. There was one time when my father came to the school to look for me. Everyone despised him. Only Li Baoping was willing to lead the way for my father. She even called him Uncle Li, which made my father happy for many days. Every time someone deliberately makes fun of my father in front of me, Li Baoping will always stop them. She won't let them say bad things about my father. Qin Pingan sighed with emotion. So that's how it is. By the way, Li Huai, do you have a person you hate the most? Li Huai stares blankly. No, every time I come home I eat a delicious fat chicken leg, and listen to my mother scold my father and sister with trivial things. All my unhappiness is gone. Qin Pingan directly twists the wick of the lamp with his finger to make the light brighter. He smiles. You are awesome. Li Huai is puzzled. What's so awesome about me? Li Baoping was such a wild girl. She liked to climb trees when she was very young, and then she would shout, fly, fly, fly. And then she would fall to the ground with a plop. She never cried. She stood up by herself and finally limped back home. She was afraid that the elders at home would notice that she was not walking properly, so she would deliberately delay coming home until very late. Even she, who is not afraid of anything, thinks that you are the most awesome person in the world. Qin Pingan picks up the carving knife again. When you grow up, you will know why you are awesome. Li Huai does not understand. Looking at the hairpins, he becomes more and more envious. When will you give us the hairpins? Qin Pingan stops carving. When we arrive at the Great Sui Kingdom Academy. Li Huai asks, then why did you give it to Lin Shui? I can see that you like it very much. Qin Pingan holds up a jade hairpin. Using the light, he carefully stares at the fine lines on the hairpin. I am afraid that I can't hold the good stuff. You are not outsiders, so I don't feel bad about giving it to you. Li Huai touched on his sore spot and asked tentatively, don't you feel any heartache about spending 2,000 taels of silver a night? Qin Pingan puts down the jade hairpin and the carving knife, put them back in the box and said with a straight face, I have to go out for a walk and enjoy the scenery. Just take it as earning back a few taels of silver. Li Huai turns his head and looks at Qin Pingan's back, secretly laughing. Li Huai waits for Qin Pingan to close the door, then silently tells himself that in the future, he must give the best thing to Qin Pingan. Because this guy has walked through so many mountains and rivers. He has only accompanied the timid me to a place far away to pee and shit, and then stood not far away to talk to me. Qin Pingan doesn't dare to wander around. He goes to the pavilion and sees Lin Shui sitting there as expected. He doesn't dare to disturb the mountain immortal who stood out first in the team. He looks at him from a distance for a while. When he is about to turn around and leave, he sees Lin Shui standing up and waving at him. Qin Pingan walks into the pavilion. Compared to the handsome young man before entering the autumn read-in, the current Lin Shui seems to be more elegant. Lin Shui picks a topic that is not awkward. That Cui Dongshan borrowed a talisman from me, broke the rules of the inn, walked out of this pavilion, jumped into the old well and disappeared. Qin Pingan whispers, whether Cui Dongshan is dead or alive I don't care and I won't care. Lin Shui holds back for a long time, then turns to look at the well. About staying at the autumn read-in, I know you have good intentions, but you should have told me in advance. Qin Pingan nods, I will in the future. Lin Shui turns his head and carefully looks at the straw sandals youth's face and eyes. That's it? Qin Pingan asks back, otherwise? Lin Shui says self-deprecatingly, I thought you would reason with me or be straightforward, roll up your sleeves and beat me up. I was actually prepared to not fight back. Qin Pingan shakes his head and doesn't speak. He leans against the pavilion pillar and looks at the well in the ruins of the old Qinghuang. Qin Pingan can't see anything. Lin Shui looks at Qin Pingan, I'm sorry. Qin Pingan smiles and waves his hand. He sits cross-legged, then stares at the old well without blinking. Lin Shui feels relieved, then asks, what are you doing? The straw sandals youth says seriously, I want to see the silver back. The cold youth who is already a cultivator quickly reaches out to rub his cheeks, just to prevent himself from laughing out loud. Hanshi River Big Water Residence. The green-robed man on the main seat looks at the guests in the hall. There are people who constantly stand up to toast and sing praises, inevitably showing some complacency. Just now, there was a famous literary giant who stands up to toast again, saying that the county's good weather for so many years is all thanks to him, the water god. In his words, whether the county's people are good or bad has nothing to do with the governor's surnamed Wei. The key is that this kind of chi, there was a person who was dressed in Huangting Nation's secondary class, rank 3 official uniform. He stood up without hesitation and offered a toast to the literary tycoon. His mouth was full of praises. As a secondary class, rank 3 high official, the person with the highest rank in this sacrificial ceremony, when facing him who was sitting high up in the main seat, he still kept on calling him Lord Water God. Once one becomes a god who enjoys the incense, his name and family when he was alive are all hidden. As for those who can meet the gods, it is a taboo. Normally they need to pay attention to this point and won't mention the name. The term master is a more reliable term of address. As for why it is so, there are different opinions. One of the most convincing is that among the 3 direct disciples of the Taoist ancestor, one of them likes to call his master as master. The Taoist ancestor happily accepts it, so it has been passed down to this day. The green-robed man slowly retracted his gaze. There are 4 confidants sitting on the left and right sides of the hall. They have followed him on expeditions. The longest one is more than 300 years, the shortest one is more than 100 years. Before one of them transforms into a human, his original body is a bright red carp. He is brothers with a carp spirit in Dali Chongdan River and they have a close relationship. However, this carp spirit has a mission at this moment, so his position is empty. One of them is a water snake that cultivated into a spirit. He uses a pair of iron maces, which is a celestial relic that he obtained by accident. Every time he fights with others, he likes to use the iron maces to smash his opponent's head. He likes to devour young boys and girls, but he is restrained by the green-robed man. He occasionally goes out to look for food, so he does not dare to be too unscrupulous. There is another one who was born as a water-blocking toad. He has the best talent, but he is lazy by nature. His realm is the lowest, but he is gifted. He will easily swallow a large amount of river water at the fork of a large river. As long as it is not in his mouth, he can keep drinking water and will never burst his stomach. Therefore no one dares to humiliate him. He is highly regarded by the green-robed man. Once there were 2 river gods who joined hands to rebel. They gathered many forces and tried to overthrow the green-robed man's position. This capable general of the Hanshi River god was ordered to sneak ashore and sneak into the source of a river. Then he revealed his true body. His body was the size of a mountain and he swallowed the source of the river. He forced the river god to surrender without a fight, causing the other river god to be isolated and helpless. In the end, the green-robed man destroyed the temple and the golden body. All the fragments sank to the bottom of the Hanshi River, never to be reincarnated. The last one is somewhat out of place. He has a beautiful beard and scholarly clothes. He is gentle and refined. If not for his dark face, which is different from the living people of the Yang realm, he would look like a middle-aged scholar from a scholarly family. Hanshi River is 800 miles long. It passes through 3 prefectures and 8 counties. Therefore, the northern part of Huangting country needs to rely on the nourishment of this river. Although this person is not known for his combat power in this great water mansion, he is the publicly recognized chief military advisor. He always hides behind the scenes and gives advice to the water god. He also does not like to form cliques and be a maverick. Half of the beautiful maids serving tea and wine in the main hall are beauties of the mortal world. The other half of the maids who apply special makeup to conceal the aura of death are water ghosts who fell into the river and died. Of the water ghosts in the world, no matter if they died by drowning or committed suicide by jumping into the water, not everyone can become a water ghost. After death, they must have an innate physique before death and the time of death. These are all things that need to be paid attention to. If one is lucky enough to have a soul that does not disperse, then there is the possibility of being taken in as a maid by the great water mansion. Among them, there are also water ghosts who are destroyed by the strong wind and constantly dissipate. For example, the soul-slapping wind and the soul-blowing wind that blow in the golden autumn season. Among the 5 elements, gold is the main killer. The 2 winds, one in the day and one in the night, take turns to drift. They are one of the natural enemies of ghosts. This is one of the origins of the so-called soul scattering in the mortal world. The 2 winds usually only pose a threat to otherworldly items. However, if a living person is extremely weak and has little fortune, they can also be injured by the wind. There is also the so-called execution after autumn. The imperial court usually executes the execution in autumn. This is the reason. It is to prevent malicious ghosts from running rampant. Other than that, the spring thunder that the mortal masters have heard is really like a drum pressing for death to otherworldly items. It is also a difficult juncture. From this, it can be seen that if it is not easy to be a human, it is also not easy to be a ghost. Other than the 4 trusted generals of the Great Water Mansion, the rest are the guests who came to congratulate him. The most pleasing person to the eyes of the green-robed man was, of course, the famous literary giant. Back then he was just a poor scholar who accidentally slipped and fell into the water. It is a pity that this person is not suited to be an official. Even with the support of the water god, he was still only a 6th-grade imperial censor. In the end, he simply announced to the outside world that he resigned and lived in seclusion. In the mountains of Huzhou in the north of Huangting country, he built a luxurious mansion and became a carefree prime minister of the forest. After more than 20 years of management after his resignation, he was already known as the cultured sect master of the northern scholars of Huangting country. He has always been advocating for the water god of Hanxi River. There are more than 20 poems about Hanxi River alone. Every 2 to 3 years, he would invite a large number of scholars and poets to hold a poetry festival on Hanxi River. He spent a lot of money, had good wine and delicious food, beautiful women and beautiful maids, and was extremely romantic. As for the son of the literary giant who rose up the ranks in Huangting country's imperial court and the grandson of an ordinary person who became a cultivator, no one was willing to investigate. Or rather, they did not have the guts to get to the bottom of it. The sect master of the literary world who called himself Old Huang Daoist was currently chatting happily with the other lord, laughing heartily. The other lord was the nominal 3 leaders of a state. The first seat was of course the provincial governor, followed by the general who was stationed in the area and held military power. The military power of Huangting country was weak. The imperial court valued military power more than military power. Therefore, the other lord's official prestige was often above that of a state's general. The other lord's existence was more to be used by the emperor to restrict and balance the provincial governor. At this moment, everyone subconsciously stopped talking and turned to look at the direction of the door. They saw an armored man with 2 strands of long beard on his cheeks striding into the hall. He clasped his fists and laughed, reporting to the old master, that rogue cultivator who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth is already dead. His head was twisted by me personally. There are no accidents. The green-robed man first glanced at the expression of a white-haired old man in the hall. He noticed that the burly man with a short halberd at his waist wanted to say something but stopped. He smiled and said, "If you have something to say, say it." He grinned and said cheerfully, "Before that young rogue cultivator died, he exposed a lot of scandals. Some about you, the old master, some about the big families in the county city. Of course, most of them were about that provincial governor with the surname Wei. It was very unpleasant to hear. 18 generations of his ancestors were scolded several times. If I didn't act quickly, I'm afraid that guy with the surname Wei would have revealed that he peed in his pants when he was young. If there are no accidents, the whole county city will be in a storm tomorrow." The green-robed man was obviously surprised. The burly carp spirit was about to speak when the green-robed man waved his hand, indicating that he should quickly return to his seat and not talk nonsense. The burly carp spirit could only sit down obediently. He glanced at the scholar-like man. The latter smiled and nodded, indicating that he should not be impatient. Only then did the burly carp spirit relax and eat large pieces of meat and drink large bowls of wine. Hearing the news of the rogue cultivator's sudden death in the county city, there was a young man with a sickly face in the hall. He immediately could not hide his hearty smile and frequently poured wine to his heart's content. In the county city, the provincial governor with the surname Wei was depressed. The young rogue cultivator died without an intact corpse. The guests in the Great Water Mansion were all happy. The contrast was stark. The green-robed man suddenly raised his head and looked at the door. This Hanxi Jiangjingshan's eyes were gloomy. There was a handsome young man in white standing quietly outside the door. He was patting his sleeves and flicking off some water droplets. Finally, the young man stepped over the tall threshold, looked around and said with a mischievous smile, "Not a human, not a ghost, not a god. Strange, very strange, very strange." 142. What a killjoy. The sudden appearance of the young man in white was really untimely. The guests were all quick-witted people. They quickly sized up the green-robed man's ugly expression and understood in their hearts. Then they turned their heads to look at the young man's eyes and were very playful. In the northern boundary of Huangting country, it was difficult to distinguish between mountains and rivers. Who didn't give face to the golden name of the Great Water Manor? There was actually someone who dared to cause trouble at the Hanshi River God's place. Moreover, he swaggered into the territory of the Great Water Manor. Was he tired of living? Sitting at the top of the weak scholar's seat, the feminine man who cultivated the body of a water snake raised his orchid fingers and slowly raised a wine cup to face the uninvited guest. The man's eyes were burning hot. He had a handsome face and young boys and girls. They were always his favorite. However, he couldn't help but feel pity in his heart. The young man in front of him was most likely dead. He didn't dare to take the young man back to the manor to enjoy. He could only hope that the young man in front of him was a dead end. He had disgraced the water god and he didn't dare to take the young man back to the manor to enjoy. He could only hope that the young man in front of him would be moved away and become the supper tonight. The man's voice was sharp as he smiled and said, "The wine in this cup is the unique golden jade liquid of my Hanshi River Great Water Manor. A cup of wine for a cultivator is equivalent to 10 days of bitter cultivation in the paradise. If an ordinary person drinks it, it's not difficult at all to cure illness and eliminate disasters. There's still half a cup left. Do you want to try it?" The young man in white stepped over the threshold and didn't continue to move forward. He stood in the same place and only cared about looking around. He didn't pay any attention to this notorious and fierce water spirit at all. The feminine man was so angry that he laughed. He stuck out his naturally long tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. Finally he laughed and said, "You don't want to do it the hard way." Dot. With a flick of his wrist, half a cup of golden wine splashed out. The eye-catching wine suddenly stopped in the air and then scattered. Drop by drop, dozens of drops of wine broke through the air and flew straight at the white-clothed youth. The speed was faster than the strong bows and arrows within 100 steps. A series of buzzing whistles sounded, and the momentum was terrifying. If the young man in white didn't dodge in time, his body would definitely be full of holes. Just this water-controlling ability made some of the young chi cultivators in the seats feel apprehensive from the bottom of their hearts. Almost everyone felt that the outcome was already decided. The white-haired old man was no exception. When he first saw the young man he was surprised, but he quickly shook his head gently. The newborn calf was not afraid of the tiger, but the Great Water Mansion was a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. It was not a place where one could come and go as one pleased. What a pity it was a waste of such good looks. In the northern part of the Aquarius continent, everyone knew that in the small Huang court country, the emperor of the Hong family would first look at the handwriting before looking at the content of the essay. If both were good, then the most important thing would come. His Majesty would look at who among the high scholars in the court examination, who was the most handsome and dignified. When the old man was on the streets of the county city, he had already seen the group of students with the white-robed youth. The old man knew a bit about physiognomy. Judging from the white-robed youth and his aura, he should only have an outstanding appearance. He was far from being comparable to the other person standing next to the basket youth. The calm-looking green-robed youth was the real deal. The old man no longer looked at the young man who was destined to have a miserable ending. He turned his head and looked at the young practitioner opposite him who he knew very well. The old man's eyes were full of haze. The latter was keenly aware of the gaze of the elders in the sect and slightly retreated. But soon he remembered that he had found a real big backer. Things were different now. He straightened his back and smiled calmly as he raised his cup of wine. The old man smiled insincerely and turned a blind eye. The old man was well-mannered, but the two young people beside him were furious when they saw this scene. They glared angrily at the proud traitor of the sect. The Ling Yun sect cultivator sitting alone opposite was the culprit of the previous disturbance. At the end of the massacre, he was encountered by a passing rogue cultivator. Among the inner disciples of the Ling Yun sect, his aptitude was average and he was not good at killing. He could not fight against the rogue cultivator who was good at catching and killing, so he quickly fled into the city. After that, he was in a leisurely mood and leisurely stayed in the Autumn Reed Inn. He probably had the intention of using the inn and Madame Lu as a protective talisman. After his whereabouts were discovered by the rogue cultivator, this rogue cultivator who acted righteously, even if he had to take the risk of being regarded as an enemy by the Autumn Reed Inn, still insisted on breaking in and fighting with the righteous cultivator of the Spirit Charm sect. As a result, not only did he break the moon image wall, he was also deliberately taken to the nearby streets by the Ling Yun sect cultivator. The latter threw out magic weapons and spells, injuring more than 20 innocent people. Since then it gave the rich families of the county city an excuse to put pressure on the government. The rogue cultivator was identified as the one who started the fight, so they killed him first. As for the hidden reason, since he was dead, no one said anything. Even if there were some rumors, it was just wind from an empty cave. Those rogue cultivators who did not want to be recorded by the government had always been disliked by the countries. They did not dare to be treated as a rat crossing the street, but they all hoped to stay away from them and not cause trouble in their own country's territory. Once these rootless duckweeds had a conflict with the local snake, as long as it was not a dragon crossing the river with an exceedingly high cultivation base, the local government and Jianghu forces would definitely choose to side with their acquaintances. To a large extent, this was equivalent to the young rogue cultivator who had betrayed his sect. At this moment, when he saw the senior of his sect that he had originally respected, he did not appreciate it. The young rogue cultivator smiled slightly, raised his head and drank more than half of the cup of wine. After wiping the corner of his mouth, he lowered his head and smiled happily. Even if I cultivated bitterly in the Lingyun sect for 100 years, I still have no hope of entering the middle 5 states. Now that I have been favored by the water god, there is hope for the great Tao. Therefore, from the first time I saw the military advisor, I had decided to set up my own sect. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that can only be encountered by chance. Why do I still care about the useless reputation of my sect? Can it be eaten? Even if it can be eaten, so what? I have never been able to eat a large portion. It is just the leftovers from you guys. This young rogue cultivator burped and laughed to himself. No one saw the helplessness in this person's eyes. He slowly picked up a piece of delicious fish and glanced at the military advisor of the Great Water Manor from the corner of his eyes. The young rogue cultivator murmured, "If one doesn't look out for himself, the heavens and the earth will destroy him. Moreover, such a great opportunity is placed in front of me. I am just a small rogue cultivator of the lower 5 states. How many lives do I have to reject the gift of the water god?" The white-haired old man opposite him was the grand elder of the outer sect of the Lingyun sect. The Lingyun sect was divided into the inner and outer sect. The old man was in charge of the outer sect. In fact, many of the secular affairs of the inner sect were handed over to this person. This time, it was the old man who led the team down the mountain to participate in the worship ceremony of the Hanshi River god. The main purpose was to help a few direct disciples to sharpen their minds and to roughly understand the customs of the world below the mountain. He also used this opportunity to contact other forces. It would be best if he could form some good karma. Tonight, the 2 young rogue cultivators who followed the old man to participate in the banquet were both young talents of the Lingyun sect. Behind one of them was a giant crimson-red snake that was curled up into a ball. Beside the other was a giant black tiger that was crawling on the ground. The 2 of them sat next to each other and there was an unusual atmosphere of dragons and tigers crouching. But just when almost everyone thought that the young rogue cultivator was dead for sure, the white-clothed young rogue cultivator's performance shocked everyone. He stood where he was and did not move at all. He allowed the golden jade liquid to split into droplets of wine to shoot towards him. But when those droplets of water hit the white-clothed young rogue cultivator's clothes, they were like snowflakes that crashed into a blazing furnace and instantly dissipated. The green-robed man nodded his head and muttered to himself, "Impenetrable by water magic. Interesting. No wonder he dares to cause trouble." He leaned forward slightly and looked at the scholar. He asked with a smile, "Is there something mysterious about the young rogue cultivator's robe, or is there something else strange?" The scholar below retracted his gaze from the young rogue cultivator and turned his head to answer, "It should not be related to the robe. I guess that this person is hiding a high-grade Taoist water-repellent talisman. It is very difficult for ordinary water magic to break the natural restriction of the talisman." The green-robed man laughed involuntarily. "You don't think that with this talisman by his side, this little baby can run amok in my great water estate?" The scholar smiled. "Most likely there is something else he can rely on." The green-robed man who had been lazy and bored sat up slightly. "I can't wait." Then he smiled and ordered the water snake spirit. There was not the slightest bit of blame in his words. "You have made a fool of yourself. You are allowed to fight, but you are not allowed to use that pair of iron maces so as to avoid the scene of heads exploding. You are happy, but if you disgust the guests, you cannot afford to be punished." The feminine man smiled and stood up. "Thank you for your reward, master." The young rogue cultivator in white took a few steps back. It turned out that he wanted to sit on the threshold to rest. After sitting down, He waved his hand to the water snake spirit who came out of a few tables. Don't worry, wait for me to finish my words first. The literati in the hall and the guests looked at each other. The green-robed man held his belly and laughed, raising his cup to drink. Among the guests, there were two people sitting at the head of the Ling Yun sex traders. They were about 30 years old, high-spirited and showing off their abilities. After seeing the young rogue cultivator in white style, they were still disdainful. One person carried a long sword on his back even when he was drinking, while the other placed his sword horizontally on the table. The distance between the sword and the right hand holding the sword was at most a few feet. These two people were obviously two famous sword cultivators. Although one could not tell if their respective natal flying swords had been nurtured to great success, sword cultivators were widely acknowledged to have the greatest killing power among the Qi refinement warriors and had the best cultivation experience. Even the cultivators of the Middle Five States would not dare to belittle any sword cultivator of the Middle Five States. This was because every time a sword cultivator ascended a state, the power of the flying sword would increase, and the growth of cultivation base would far exceed that of ordinary Qi cultivators. Especially in the lower 5 states, the life source flying sword was extremely fragile. Once a sword cultivator successfully ascended to the Middle 5 states, it would usher in earth-shaking changes. Every sword cultivator who had ascended to the Middle 5 states or had the potential to do so, especially the young sword cultivators, would be the distinguished guests of various forces. There was a popular saying on the mountain, in the Middle 5 states, a 60-year-old Qi cultivator is a 100-year-old young sword cultivator. The implication was that a 60-year-old immortal in the Middle 5 states was no longer a genius figure, but a 100-year-old sword cultivator was still a stunning Qi cultivator. Among the two sword cultivators who visited the Great Water Mansion together, one was an itinerant cultivator. It was said that he had received the true teachings of a wandering master, belonging to the Taoist lineage. He was bestowed with a divine weapon that could cut iron like mud, and the seal script was hand blade. The other was the reclusive disciple of the head of the Crouching Dragon Temple. The orthodoxy of the Crouching Dragon Temple belonged to the external elixir lineage of the Taoist Dan Cauldron sect. They collected heavenly and earthly treasures, built cauldrons to refine elixirs, and used medicine as bait to aid in cultivation. The treasure of the temple was an ancient ink stone, called the Old Dragon Ink Stone. It was one of the 10 famous ink stones of the Vase continent. At the edge of the ink stone, there was a small and old skinny dragon, sleeping and snoring softly. It was said that the ancient Shu country was a place where dragons lurked everywhere, stirring up trouble. There were legends of immortals slaying the evil dragons and dragons everywhere. It was said that this small old dragon sleeping on the ink stone was an ancient seed that escaped the calamity. As for the young sword cultivator who laid his sword on the table, as the disciple of the Crouching Dragon Temple, he came here to represent his sect and secretly discuss with the Hanshi River god, who had connections in the imperial court, to upgrade the Crouching Dragon Temple from a temple to a palace. It was not easy for a Taoist sect to obtain a palace, as the sect's suffix. It was like a country's monarch bestowing the title of true sovereign. There was a limit to the number of true sovereigns, and it would not become a disaster. It was not that the monarch could have as many true sovereigns as he wanted, and it was not that any random Taoist who gained the monarch's recognition could obtain this special title. The Taoist sects of the Vase continent would send people to investigate and determine if that true sovereign had the qualifications to be the country's true sovereign. The young man in white who had been behaving strangely from beginning to end coughed, sat on the doorstep and said loudly, "I came here today to teach you how to be a human, and also teach you how to be a god and a ghost. So I'm a little tired." The young man had just started talking, but his face was full of listlessness. He was the first to feel bored, to the extent that he said the last 3 sentences weakly. To be a human, to have a breath of noble spirit, to be a man of indomitable spirit. To be a god, since I fought for that incense, I want to benefit the common people. Even if the path of Shen has collapsed, I want to prove that the incense will not cease, and my path will not be lonely. To be a ghost, the heavens and earth do not want me to live, but I want to achieve immortality amidst the astral winds and spring thunder. Originally, there was a bit of chewiness in his words, but when it came out from the young man in white's mouth, it completely changed its flavor and seemed very harmless. The young man in white sighed, curled his lips and said to himself, "Big Brother Alliance, you can say these words but I really can't." The young man in white sighed again and stood up again. "Forget it, I'm not playing anymore, I'll do my own business." Then he turned his head to look at a place where there was no one and said, What bullshit ability, you dare to learn how to be chivalrous? Do you really think you are Alliance? Now look, your soul is gone and the light is flickering. If you didn't meet me who is proficient in the divine soul technique, you don't even know where you are now. You can't see the sun tomorrow, and you still have to see whether your ancestral grave will emit green smoke. Why bother? After the young man in whites but left the threshold, he stretched out his hand and pointed at all the people in front of him. To be honest, in my eyes, all of you are ants. There was complete silence. The young man asked, "You don't believe me?" A moment later, the wine cup in the man in green's hand shattered with a bang. In the whole great water mansion, only this river god saw that behind the young man in white, there seemed to be a saint statue several feet high, whose noble spirit filled the world. The statue stood on the altar, overlooking all the ants under its feet. The man in green's lips trembled. The 11th floor? Or the 12th floor? "143. Is it really a scholarly sage who has come to the great water mansion? And this scholarly sage is not an ordinary master of the academy?" The green-robed man sitting on the main seat gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. His sitting posture was stiff and his body was tense. This god of the Hanshi River, who had been tyrannical in the north of Huangting Nation for hundreds of years, had to clench his fists and hit the armrest of the chair heavily to resist the urge to get up and beg for mercy. Huangting Nation was just one of the vassal states of the Great Sui Kingdom. This seemingly immature, uninvited guest in front of him was definitely not a native. He had long been familiar with the chi cultivators of Huangting Nation. He knew who he could provoke and who he should befriend. After hundreds of years of hard work, the green-robed man was very confident about all of this. The masters of each of the 72 academies of Confucianism had to be at least at the 10th realm to be qualified to control the academies. The powerful chi cultivators of the upper 5 states were usually elusive. Therefore, the 10th state chi cultivators who were relatively close to the dynasties of the secular world, such as the master of the academy, were already qualified to be respectfully addressed as the scholarly sage by the secular world. Other than that, there was also the golden arhat of Buddhism and the land immortal of Taoism. This small group of top chi cultivators was like the statue in the ancestral temple. The position of the statue was high enough but not too far away. One could worship it by burning incense and kowtowing. Otherwise, those old immortals of the upper 5 realms who were hidden in the clouds would not be able to find the temple even if one carried a pig's head. The green-robed man's eyes gradually turned red and filled with blood vessels. A faint golden glow appeared in his eyes. He still tried his best to stare at the statue of the sage behind the white-robed young man without blinking. In his vision, on the altar, there was a majestic old man in a snow-white robe who was shining brightly. The rays of light seemed to contain the truth of the great Tao. Every ray of light, if one looked closely, was connected by countless golden words that flashed and disappeared. They were written with the etiquette and rules of Confucianism. The Dharma form of the sage was wearing a laurel belt. Its sleeves were as wide as a bird's wings and swayed without wind. There was a shining jade pendant hanging on its waist, which was particularly eye-catching. It was like a small pocket-sized moon in the human world. It couldn't be faked. It was the genuine aura of a saint. The green-robed man's background was actually very deep. He had been influenced by what he saw and heard since he was young, so he knew a lot of secrets. He just happened to be someone who knew what was good for him, so when he saw this scene he became even more frightened. If it was an ordinary cultivator of the middle 5 realms from the mountain sect, they might have thought that it was some sort of deceitful trick. The tall man in green robes with golden dragons embroidered on them finally blinked his eyes. He had no choice but to avert his gaze. Due to the piercing pain, tears slowly slid out of his eyes, but they quickly dissipated. Naturally, he didn't want to show any signs of cowardice in front of his subordinates and guests. In his long life of cultivation, he was able to reach where he was today and sit firmly in this high position. Just by relying on his good foundation and good fortune, without the support of a persevering and indomitable mind, all his achievements would have been washed away by the torrential waters of the Hanshi River. Someone had once taught him that the knowledge of a saint would only grow stronger if one drilled into it. The statue of the saint was extremely high. In today's world, the rules set by the saint of Confucianism were becoming more and more complicated and meticulous, and the ritual was becoming more and more stable. It was no longer the ancient Shu kingdom that had existed for a long time. At that time there were many flood dragons on the territory of the ancient Shu kingdom, and they refused to be controlled by the heavens and earth. It was said that only the ancient sword immortals with astonishing killing power liked to come here to sharpen their swords. They used their swords to overturn the river and water, and they were proud of killing the flood dragons. Wasn't Qi Jingchun dead? The saint who was now in charge of the Pearl Grotto heaven should be the military Ruanju who had broken away from the Wind Snow Temple. Then who exactly was he? It seemed that those who were kind would not come here with good intentions. No matter what, even if the heavenly king came to his territory, there was no reason for him to stretch out his neck to be killed. The green-robed man forcibly dispelled the haze in his heart. He took a deep breath, raised his left fist slightly, and gently knocked on the armrest of the chair. It seemed to be an understatement, but the entire Great Water Mansion shook. The section of the Hanshi River that was adjacent to the mansion suddenly had huge waves without warning. Layer upon layer they slammed on both sides of the river. The green-robed man slapped down. Everyone in the hall swayed along with it. The long swords in the scabbards of the two young sword cultivators could not bear the burden. They were struggling like trapped beasts. Only the white-robed youth did not move at all, and the Dharmakaya statue behind him was as stable as a mountain. The youth raised his head slightly and looked at the green-robed man who was sitting in the north and facing the south. The corner of his mouth was full of sarcasm. Although the Great Water Mansion was built near the river, there was in fact another mystery under the mansion. A deep and wide water channel had been chiseled out long ago, so it was closely connected to the fate of the Hanshi River. It was a large-scale formation in itself. Although it was not as good as the protective formation of some top immortals, or the protective formation of the capital city of the dynasty, the green-robed man, who was extremely skilled, could have a mysterious blessing similar to a small world as long as he stayed in it and did not leave this place without permission. To be able to make an exception to this, other than fate, it had a lot to do with the green-robed man's strange bloodline. Ordinary Qi cultivators would only be able to enter the 10th realm. For example, the three sects of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, and the school of the military. These three sects were a family with four forces. Once they were in their home ground, they would be able to sit on the right time, place, and people. The Confucian Academy, Buddhist Temple, Taoist Temple, and the ancient battlefield ruins of the school of the military were equivalent to the owner of that small world. When other cultivators entered, it was equivalent to living under their roof. They had no choice but to follow the rules of the owner. The hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The atmosphere was strange. This Hanshi River god was able to see the strange phenomenon at the entrance, but the rest of the people were kept in the dark. They were all confused. Why was it that after the white-clothed youth spoke such arrogant words, our Lord Water God began to stare blankly? Could it be that the handsome youth who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth was actually born in a rich immortal clan that had good relations with the Great Water Mansion for generations? Was that why he dared to be so arrogant? Although the feminine man had already walked out of the few tables that were filled with delicacies and wine, he should have captured the youth. However, he stopped at this moment. If one did not have a discerning eye, how could he work under the green-robed man? This water snake spirit who had always been cunning and sly had already realized that the situation was not normal. As the owner, the green-robed man still refused to speak. Previously when he slammed the chair, although the momentum was great and it seemed to be a warning, it seemed to be a bluff. The white-robed youth still stood at the same spot, with a look of, "Come and beat me if you have the ability." This set off the strange situation of the Great Water Mansion. The green-robed man finally opened his mouth and smiled. "You are a guest. May I ask what advice you have?" He quietly attracted part of the river's momentum that was contained in the Hanshi River and shook the chi dynamic of the entire mansion. He tried to use this to test the actual situation of the idol. After all, seeing is believing. If he did not personally verify it, he would have to lower his head to an outsider in his own home. The arrogant green-robed man would never do that. Once the idol had the slightest fluctuation, the green-robed man did not mind personally smashing the youth's head. If he dared to play tricks in the Great Water Mansion and deceive him, what else could it be other than courting death? It was a pity that the idol was as immovable as a mountain. This shocked him and he quickly restrained all his wishful thinking. On the path of cultivation, it was true that one should advance bravely and vigorously against the current. It was even more true that one would become braver after encountering a strong enemy. However, it did not mean that cultivators were inflexible, stubborn, and did not know how to be flexible. The white-robed youth had one hand behind his back and the other clenched fist on his abdomen. He still had an arrogant look that deserved a beating. He twitched the corner of his mouth and sneered, "You have already attacked once. Now it should be my turn, right?" The green-robed man's expression turned ugly. That water snake spirit really could not stand this youth's face. He strode forward with his back facing his master, the water god. The feminine man raised an arm and flew over with an iron mace. He said in a shrill voice, "I can't stand it, I can't stand it. Even if master punishes me heavily after this subordinate will still beat this kid's head until it explodes. Then I will collect his brain matter and mix it with the golden jade liquid in the wine cup. Then the saying of bejeweled nectar will be complete." The green-robed man's expression was gloomy. "Ching, do not be rude to the guest. Quickly return to your seat." The feminine man holding the iron mace did not listen to the order. Instead he quickened his pace. "Master, don't be so kind. An evil guest has come to visit and doesn't know etiquette. Let this subordinate teach this kid how to be an honored guest of our great water mansion." After the water god of the Hanshi River spoke out to stop him, the water snake spirit knew his master's true intentions. If he really did not want him to offend the honored guest, with his master's seemingly restrained but actually violent temperament, he would have already kicked him out of the door with a wave of his sleeve. Why would he deliberately say those empty words of courtesy? The water snake spirit thought that his luck tonight was not bad. That stupid carp had snatched away the first merit. However, if he could give face to his master in front of everyone, with his master's usual generous temper in front of outsiders, he would not be able to run away with a jar of the great water mansion's specialty, the golden jade liquid. This water clan spirit who had cultivated the grin form with great difficulty definitely did not know that his master, the water god, who was fair in his rewards and punishments, was deliberately sending him to his death this time, just so that he could try his best to reasonably probe the situation once again. At this moment, all the guests were filled with curiosity and anticipation. The previous exchange of blows that was like a cloud of fog made people unable to raise their interest. Even if the white-robed youth was just an embroidered pillow and did not have any backup plans, it was not bad to see the scene of the general under the water god's command. Piled up soil into a mountain, the wind and rain rise. From beginning to end, the white-clothed youth did not even bother to look at the water snake spirit. He was all smiles as if he was dealing with a teacher reciting a classic. He appeared very lazy and casual. However, after saying this inexplicable sentence, the youth's expression suddenly became solemn. He changed from a frivolous and dissolute young master to an extreme pedantic scholar in an instant. His entire body emitted an aura of righteousness that inspired reverence. In the end, the youth raised his foot and stomped down heavily. He shouted, "Accumulated water into an abyss, the flood dragon is born." The Dharma idol behind the white-robed youth raised its foot high and stomped down quickly. At this moment, the green-robed man could not move. He found it difficult to breathe. His face was filled with fear. His throat moved slightly. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he could not say a single word. It was as if he had met his natural enemy. No matter how deep one's cultivation was or how high one's realm was, once one encountered it, one would not have the ability to fight back. One could only obediently wait for death. The incomparably dignified and solemn words, "The flood dragon is born," were like spring thunder that exploded in the green-robed man's ears over and over again. Above the lake in his heart, it was pointed directly at his heart, stirring up waves that could not be controlled. The golden dragon on the green-robed man's chest seemed to have been given a finishing touch by an immortal. It actually became a living creature and began to rapidly spin and swim. The green-robed man's green robe was like a green lake. However, the golden dragon's frenzied rampage did not have the leisure of a flood dragon swimming in water. There was only madness and pain. As the golden flood dragon that was half an arm's length rampaged around, its originally bright golden luster gradually dimmed. Furthermore, there were constantly golden threads that peeled off from the green-robed man's body like fine feathers. They fell to the ground and turned into ashes. The white-robed youth smiled as he took a step forward. Then he raised his foot again. "A tiny pond worm dares to test me time and time again? You tried to test me twice before. Then I will stomp your Hanshi River into 3 sections. Let's see how you will control the 16 rivers in the future." Just as the youth was about to stomp on the ground for the second time, the chair under the green-robed man's buttocks shattered with a bang, turning into fine powder. This insufferably arrogant Hanshi River god staggered up. One of his hands tightly clutched the golden flood dragon on his chest, preventing it from continuing to rampage around like a headless fly. His other hand was raised high and slapped down with great difficulty. The corner of his mouth was full of blood. He said in a hoarse voice, disobeying orders and offending an esteemed guest, "Death is not to be regretted." There was a bang. The head of the water snake spirit exploded just like that. After the corpse fell to the ground, it returned to its true form. It was a slender, multicolored water snake. The sound of the immortal's relic iron mace, falling to the ground was especially crisp and ear-piercing in the empty hall. The white-robed youth's feet were less than half an inch from the ground. The green-robed man did not bother to wipe the corner of his mouth. He stood up straight and was about to bow down and apologize. The white-robed youth, who had stopped stomping, had a glint in his eyes. He slowly retracted his foot. But in an instant the youth chanted again, "The flood dragon is born." He stomped on the ground. Clean and efficient. The divine statue naturally followed suit and stomped on the ground. The white-robed youth's foot stepped on the green brick floor of the Great Water Manor. And when the statue behind him stomped down, it would be stepping on the providence of the Hanshi River. The green-robed man's 5 fingers that were clutching the golden flood dragon had already pierced into the skin of his chest. Even though he was in excruciating pain, he was still unwilling to let go. This was where the dawn of his Tao was. It was the condensation of his willpower and the crux of his heart. He could not let go even if he died. The white-robed youth loosened his tightly clenched fists and shook his sleeves. His movements were incomparably elegant. He slowly walked forward and circled around the pitiful corpse of the water snake spirit. He raised his head and looked at the main seat. He raised his foot and stepped on the iron mace, causing the immortal weapon to roll around on the ground. He chuckled, "Master Water God, are you very surprised?" Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. The green-robed man with a miserable expression stabilized his swaying body. He tilted his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he lowered his head and glanced at the dark golden flood dragon that was wailing non-stop in front of his chest. After slowly raising his head, the water god, who had not personally killed an enemy for almost 200 years, muttered with a dazed gaze, "Perfected immortal, can't you let me off? If immortal master kicks me again, I'll be no different from death." Everyone in the hall did not know what had happened. They were all dumbfounded. In their eyes, the righteous god of the river water, who was almost invincible, was being toyed with by someone. The white-robed youth began to look around in boredom again. His gaze stopped on the scholar in a Confucian robe. The latter immediately bowed and did not even dare to straighten his back for a long time. As expected of a scholar. He knew how to judge the situation and be humble. The youth looked at the fatty who was really a river-blocking toad. The latter knelt on the ground without a word and kowtowed with all his might. He shouted loudly, "Greetings, perfected immortal." Only the burly armored carp demon widened his eyes and looked straight at the white-robed youth. The white-robed youth did not wait for the green-robed man to berate his subordinate. He had already taken the lead and said with a smile, "Kill him. I'll count to 3. 3-1. Although the white-robed youth was deliberately playing tricks and was obviously going to kick him again. He had learned this from a certain someone. Unexpectedly, the green-robed man was even more decisive. The number 1 general under him was killed just like that. In the blink of an eye, he was standing behind the carp demon. Only his hand, which was holding the carp demon's heart, extended from his back to his chest. He slowly withdrew his bloody arm and pressed on the head of the burly man who had died with his eyes wide open. With a gentle push, he pushed the corpse away. The heart quickly turned into a red pill the size of a goose egg. The green-robed man threw it into his mouth and swallowed it quickly. The white-robed youth was still a man of his words. He resentfully retracted his foot. He smiled and looked at the elder and 2 children of the Ling Yun sect. "Do you recognize me?" The outer sect elder of the Ling Yun sect hurriedly got up and bowed his head. "We were blind before. Please forgive us, immortal master. May I be so bold as to invite immortal master to our Ling Yun sect as a guest?" Without waiting for the white-haired elder to finish speaking, the youth began to give orders again. "Then dig out your eyeballs." The next moment, a pair of eyeballs appeared in the green-robed man's hand. The elder held his face with both hands. Blood constantly seeped out from between his fingers. The elder actually bit his lips with all his might to prevent himself from screaming. The white-robed youth glanced sideways at the 2 pale youths of the Ling Yun sect. "You 2 brats are lucky. This is Huangting country and not Dali territory." The 2 young cultivators with bright futures heaved a sigh of relief. However, the youth said again, "But your luck is also bad." From the sect master to the elders of the Ling Yun sect, Almost all of them are one-track-minded idiots. They are determined to be loyal to the Huangting country's Hong clan. So you two can die together. The green-robed man hesitated for the first time. The youth placed his hands behind his back and sneered. Your great water estate set this trap not only to test whether the local governor is smart enough, but also because you already have a conclusion in your heart. The Ling Yun sect is inextricably linked to the Huangting country's Hong clan emperor. They are like grasshoppers on a rope. However, you are unwilling to accompany the foolish Ling Yun sect and Huangting country's Hong clan to be buried under Dali's iron hooves. Thus, you intend to use this opportunity to sever your relationship with them so that when Dali's army invades the south and the Hong clan is destroyed, the Great Water Estate will be implicated in the flames of war. The youth clicked his tongue and said, only country bumpkins like the Ling Yun sect can't see through such a clumsy trick. They are blind, they really are blind. Well said, but they still have to die. The green-robed man's expression was uncertain. However, he laughed out loud and his mood was much better. He slapped the 3 people from the Ling Yun sect and smashed their skulls instantly. The 3 of them didn't even have time to use any spells or skills. The white-robed youth walked forward slowly and walked towards the main seat of the hall. As he passed by 2 young sword cultivators, he didn't stop. He turned his head and smiled. One of them is a wandering cultivator with an unorthodox background. Whether he lives or dies, don't be anxious. Will depend on my mood later. The other one is the closed-door disciple of the dragon-subduing temple sect leader. His identity is passable and he has some weight. Let me think, the reason why you are here should be because of that gong word, right? Is it strange that I guessed it? Can you not look like you just ate sh*t, okay? If you continue to be like this, the water god will make your head explode. The 2 sword cultivators felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. They had never seen such a soul-stirring scene. At this moment they even had the heart to die. The young man in white continued to walk forward. Suddenly he stopped and looked at the literary tycoon who gave people the impression of flattery. He smiled and said, your real name should be Tang Jiang on the C-grade secret file in the Green Bamboo Pavilion, right? If that's the case, you have been hiding in the Huangting country for many years. You have worked hard but you didn't contribute much. It was just a little bit of unnecessary hard work. And then tell your water god about the spy report that you just received and the mission that the higher-ups gave you. Now the 2 of you are really brothers on the same boat. The latter no longer had the attitude of flattery. His aura was calm and he cupped his fists. Green Bamboo Pavilion's 3rd-grade Death Warrior Tang Jiang greets. At the end, this Dali Green Bamboo Pavilion's Death Warrior was a little awkward. He didn't know how to address this important person who had exposed his identity. There were only a few people in the Dali dynasty who knew about the secret of the Green Bamboo Pavilion. Therefore, Tang Jiang no longer tried to hide his identity. Moreover, even if he took a step back, the young man in white was really the archenemy of the Li dynasty. If Tang Jiang's identity was exposed, only death awaited him. It all depended on whether he would die happily or painfully. The white-robed youth waved his hand dispiritedly and said, forget it. There's no point in calling me anything now. The youth stared at the provincial lord whose legs were trembling and didn't say a word. Most of the other lords were from the local counties. The Hong family's emperor felt that this was the only way to balance the provincial governor who was an official from outside. The 2 sides restrained each other. No one could form a situation where the military town was independent. This was another strange thing in the Huangting country. The white-robed youth thought for a while and pointed at the other lord. The latter had already knelt down and kowtowed. I only ask for Dali's mercy. I'm willing to do anything for you. If there's any falsehood, may I be struck by lightning. The youth Chui Dong pointed at that person with his finger. Get up. You don't have to die. After walking out of this Deshui mansion, go find that old provincial governor. You can ask him directly if he wants to continue being the provincial governor. It's just that the provincial governor of the Huangting country has changed to our Dali dynasty. If he's sensible and agrees, that's naturally the best. You'll still be colleagues in the future. If he doesn't agree, then kill him. Remember, when the time comes, send this old provincial governor's head to the Autumn Reed Inn in this county city. Go find Xiang Mansion's cultivator Lu Jiahui. You don't have to say anything. She'll understand everything. Everyone knew that Dali's move to the south was the general trend. It's just that the pace was slightly faster now. The youth Chui Dong looked at the other lord whose face was covered in tears and snot, shook his head and said, how pitiful. Hurry up and scram. Don't be an eyesore here. The man dressed in official robes immediately stood up. The youth suddenly asked, "Are you happy?" The man was so scared that his face turned pale. He didn't dare to move. The youth waved his hand, indicating for that guy to scram quickly. Then he didn't look at him anymore. He walked straight to the main seat and sat behind the big table. With a shake of his sleeve, a simple white jade chair appeared out of thin air. The white-clothed youth sat on the white jade chair. The Hanshi River god who had his nest taken over stood respectfully in the hall. The youth Chui Dong looked outside the door and said languid, "Other than the cultivator of the Ling Yun sect who betrayed his master and ancestors, the rest of the unrelated people are worse than ants. I'll have to trouble you to kill them all so that they can accompany you on the road to the Yellow Springs." The white-clothed youth picked up a pot of wine, raised his hand and shook it. "That's right. Do you want to drink a cup of golden jade liquid before you go on your way?" Someone in the hall finally cursed loudly. Some people were so scared that they fell to the ground. Some people began to run away. The youth Chui Dong began to raise his head and drink the wine. He held the wine pot with one hand. His other hand clenched tightly. There was a piercing pain in his palm. Time after time the whip hit his soul. The youth allowed the wine to pour. After all, he still had the talisman that was resistant to water. The wine rolled down his white clothes to the ground, like the tilted lotus leaves in the rain. The youth Chui Dong gently threw the wine pot forward and leaned back on the white jade chair. After raising his head, his face was a little distorted. He muttered in his heart, "Old man, stinky scholar, old thing. Even if my soul is separated, I'm still Chui Dong. If you have the ability, just kill me. Who said that human nature is evil? Isn't it you?" He turned his neck as if he was talking to someone, just like when he first appeared outside the door. "Are you disappointed that I didn't kill your enemy? You thought that I was going to seek justice for you. You didn't expect that I was even more evil than them. Are you even more disappointed?" The white-clothed youth did not wait for the soul to give him a reply. He waved his sleeve and completely dispersed the remaining soul. Ever since he appeared at the post road at Yefu Pass at the border of Dali, how could he accompany a group of children to play? There was a massacre in the hall. The white-clothed youth quietly placed the hand that was in pain on his abdomen, while his other hand covered his mouth and yawned. It was easy to change mountains and rivers, but it was difficult to change one's nature. (144) Autumn read in at the old well not far from the pavilion. A young man with straw sandals sat there quietly as if waiting for someone. In his room, the child Li Huai was already asleep, and the lamp on the table was extinguished. The young man put away the maps of mountains and rivers. There were maps of the southern provinces of Dali and maps of the Great Sui Kingdom. They were all given to him by Ruanxiu. After he put the maps back into the basket, he sat at the table and began to think about the same problem. There was no doubt about Miss Ruan. However, the young man with the mole between his eyebrows and the magistrate of the Yamen, Wu Yuan, had appeared together at the blacksmith shop. And these maps, according to Miss Ruan's unintentional words, were generously given by the Yamen. His group went south and met outside Yefu Pass. The two groups met and entered Huangting together. What they saw and heard was strange. In the end, Qin Pingan walked to the pavilion again and came to the well. He sat at the mouth of the well and waited. In the Great Water Manor, the atmosphere was gloomy, and the floor was covered in blood. The lively hall, which was originally filled with singing and dancing, was now empty. The young man in white was still sitting on the white jade chair, his mind wandering. The green-robed man stood in the hall and was using the water technique to disperse the blood stains and the smell of blood. The young maidservants of the Great Water Manor, whether they were drowning ghosts or living people, were all dealt with by the green-robed man. If the ruler did not keep it a secret, he would lose his officials. If the matter was not kept a secret, he would lose his chastity. The green-robed man shook the 18 rivers in the northern part of Huangting and forged this small country into a solid bucket. He obviously understood this principle. Among the two trusted aides, the military advisor of the Great Water Manor, the scholar in a scholar's robe, sat upright. He neither drank nor ate meat, like a lifeless clay Buddha. The bloated river-blocking toad had a dispirited expression. He sat in his seat obediently as if he was frightened by today's tragedy. Dali's green bamboo pavilion, Tangjiang, sat in his original position. He held chopsticks in one hand and a cup in the other, eating the dishes that were gradually cooling down with relish. How many years has it been since he was so happy? If he continued to bend his waist for a few more years, he would be completely used to being someone's lackey. Perhaps, Even if Great Li's cavalry crushed Huangting Kingdom's territory, he would not know how to be a proper person anymore, right? Although the cultivator who betrayed the Lingyun sect did not die, he was sweating profusely. In addition, there were two lucky survivors. They were the two young sword cultivators with different backgrounds. The white-clothed youth had given them a chance to live. There were still two beasts left by the cultivators of the Lingyun sect in the hall. The two sword cultivators who had not reached the middle 5 realms, if they could kill one beast with their life source flying sword without using a sword, they could become the real distinguished guests of the Grandwater Mansion from then on. The young man in white even promised them that they could be brothers with the Hanshi River god. This honor would undoubtedly help the two of them to become powerful figures in the north of the Huangting nation, especially the Qi cultivator from the Crouching Dragon Temple. Previously, he was only one of the beloved disciples of the sect leader. From today onwards, he would most likely be the next sect leader and no one would dare to compete with him. The two sword cultivators were both at the peak of the 3rd realm. Their life-bound flying swords were still extremely weak and short of breath. Their battle against the two beasts was a dangerous one. It could only be considered a Pyrrhic victory. They were both heavily injured. Fortunately, not many of their life-bound flying swords were damaged. The young man in white was in a daze. No one dared to disturb him. But it was not good to be in an awkward silence. The man in green could only ask softly, "Immortal?" Chui Dong came back to his senses. He looked around and said to the two cultivators, "Since you won, it means that you are qualified to continue walking on the path of Tao. Go down and recuperate. The Great Water Manor will give you the best elixir and provide all the materials needed to refine the sword. As for the unorthodox cultivator, you can be a consecrator in the Great Water Manor. As for the cultivator from the Crouching Dragon Temple, when you go back, tell your greedy and lecherous master that the Crouching Dragon Temple will be upgraded. From the prefectural and provincial officials to the Hanshi River Mansion, as well as a few court elders, they will all help. Just wait for the good news at home." The two of them were overjoyed and gratefully took their leave. Chui Dong turned to Tang Jiang and said, "When you go back, don't do anything unnecessary. You and the rest of the spies and men of sacrifice can continue to lie low." Tang Jiang quickly got up and accepted the order. When he was about to leave, he heard the young man in white said angrily, "Don't you know how to steal some of the remaining golden jade liquid from the Great Water Manor?" Tang Jiang was a little hesitant. Chui Dong said impatiently, "Just take it that Dali owes you. It'll be a waste if you don't take it." On Tang Jiang's ordinary face, there was a strange expression for no reason. He cupped his fists and turned around, leaving in large strides. After crossing the threshold, he turned his back to the young man in white on the main seat. The young man cupped his fists high up, his shoulders high. He didn't dare to turn around. Looking into the distance with red eyes, he said in a clear voice, "Sir, the Great Li has never owed Tang Jiang anything. Even if I can only watch my Dali prosper from afar, the power of the country flourishing, this feeling is more than 1,000 times better than the golden jade liquid." The young man laughed and scolded, "Oh, this skill of flattery is really good. It's a pity that I don't buy it." Scram scram scram. Outside the door, the man from the Great Li dynasty who was no longer young, laughed loudly in a foreign land like the wind under his feet. Chui Dong looked at the empty hall and said, "My surname is Chui. I come from the capital of Dali." The fat man who was the real river-blocking toad was at a loss. The green-robed man was slightly stunned. The otherworldly ghost-like scholar quickly got up and bowed respectfully, "Greetings to Sir Imperial Tutor." The green-robed man was shocked and said with admiration, "So it's Dali Imperial Tutor who came to my humble home." The river-blocking toad, who was slow to react, once again prostrated itself on the ground and continued to kowtow. Thud, thud, thud. It was filled with sincerity. Chui Dong asked, "Does that county chief Wei have a hidden background? Is it possible that he will become a roadblock in the future?" The green-robed man shook his head and said, "That Wei Li is only from a cold family in the south of Huangting. He doesn't have a big backer in the government. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pretended to be polite to me in my county. He could only rely on his scholarly spirit to flatter the Great Water Palace." Chui Dong held his chin with one hand and tapped the chair with the other. He said slowly, "When Dali annexed the northern countries, they paid attention to an irresistible force and killed those who didn't surrender. Song Jianqiang massacred cities and dug graves for tens of thousands of people to establish their power. However, he could not be so straightforward when he went south. The Huangting nation was the first big obstacle, so he could not make it a mess. After all, The entire Aquarius continent to the north of the Lakeview Academy and the Great Li dynasty to the south of the Yefu Pass were watching the development of the situation. There will be more and more loyal and filial sons like Wei Li in the future. The key is whether Wei Li's group will occupy more of the country's imperial court, or that other emperor's group will occupy more. Depending on the situation, the Great Li's border army's offensive will have different degrees of severity, urgency, and slowness. The scholarly man in the hall nodded slightly. Cui Dong suddenly looked at the scholar. You comment on Wei Li. The scholar smiled. Wei Li is very smart but not smart enough. If he was really smart enough, he wouldn't have tried to curry favor with both sides in the previous storm. He wanted to live with his conscience, but he also wanted to have a prosperous career. There's no such thing in the world, at least not in my Great Water Prefecture's territory. He pointed at the trembling traitor of the Ling Yun sect. This person was slightly coerced by me. Shui Shi interrupted the words of this Hebo scribe and said with a smile, a little? It's easy to say. After all, the same rice can feed all kinds of people. Not everyone can be like you, Sui Bin, who is loyal to the old country, unyielding, righteous, and willing to die. Not only will you die, but you will also drag your whole family to die with you. The scholar's expression was normal. He clasped his fist and said, Imperial tutor, you flatter me. Cui Dong raised his hand and motioned for the scholar to continue the previous topic. The scholar said tirelessly, this county is the base of the Great Water Palace. In these few hundred years, so many things have happened. For example, we secretly caused the dam to burst, a certain county had a drought and so on. Not only is that person surnamed Wei well aware of it, those provincial governors and county governors might have had their suspicions. It's just that they didn't have irrefutable evidence and they were afraid of the power of the water god. That's why they have been at peace. They only said that the archives of the county governor's official residence had many floods and burned things. Whatever was written on it, our Great Water Palace definitely wouldn't be willing to make it public. It's not that we are afraid of the government's encirclement and suppression, it's just that our reputation would be bad. At this point, the scholar turned to look at the green-robed man and smiled. Our master still cherishes his reputation. The water god of the Hanshi River laughed angrily. You Sui Bin, how can you be so sarcastic to your savior? Back then your remnant soul was wandering on the river. If I hadn't collected your soul and reconstructed your body, you would have reincarnated many times. The scholar just smiled and acted like he was begging for mercy. He wasn't afraid of the power of the water god at all. Under the eyes of the white-robed youth, this black-faced scholar bent down to pick up a wine cup and drank a mouthful of wine. He then said again, that Wei Li has ambition and ability. He relied on himself to reach the high position of county governor and was willing to lower his head and endure. Once such a person breaks free from control and becomes a provincial governor, he will be promoted to the head of a department when he enters the capital, especially the Ministry of Rights. He will become the trusted aide of the emperor of the Huangting country. In addition to the grievances he accumulated in his early years, aren't we afraid that he will be ruthless and target our Great Water Palace? That's why I told the water god that such an official can be used. As long as he still has a breath of righteousness in his heart, he can't be used. The white-robed youth looked at the scholar from the corner of his eyes. What a good sentence. If you didn't become an official back then and went to the mountains to cultivate, you might have a chance to reach the 10th realm. The scholar Hebo smiled. There's no medicine for regret in this world. Cui Dong stood up and shook his sleeves. Half a stick of incense slid out from his sleeves. This made the people in the hall feel puzzled. What was the imperial advisor of Great Li, who had appeared in the image of a young man, trying to do? The youth hovered the half-burned incense stick in the air and then snapped his fingers. The incense stick was lit and smoke curled up. The smoke didn't dissipate in the air. Instead, it slowly condensed into the graceful figure of a young woman in the air. The scholar Hebo's expression changed drastically. He finally couldn't maintain his calm state of mind from before. How is this possible? The green-robed man narrowed his eyes and sized up his trusted advisor from the corner of his eyes. Although he was surprised by the young imperial tutor's mysterious ability, he still had a relaxed attitude of watching the fire from the other side of the river. The figure of the woman gradually stabilized, and her face became clearer. Finally, she floated down in the hall. She was the woman worshipped in the temple of goddess Qing in Hengshan. She once played chess with Lin Shui. In the end, the young man in white asked Yu Lu to offer her a stick of incense. It should be known that the young imperial tutor was even praised by old Yang in the small town as proficient in the art of godly soul. Therefore it must be Cui Dong who stole the woman out with his unique secret skill. This kind of obscene god who was not recognized by the imperial court, especially the woman whose god position was extremely low and her cultivation was shallow, could never leave the boundary of the earth without permission under normal circumstances. The scholar who used to be named Sui Bin before he died suddenly became furious. His face became more and more pale. He pointed at the woman with trembling fingers. His elegant face became extremely ferocious. Shameless bastard, you still have the face to leave Hungshan? Have you forgotten your vow? You're really a bastard who betrayed your country and your loyalty and filial piety. After the young woman saw the scholar, her face was full of fear. She said timidly, "Father." After saying this word, the woman was ashamed. She covered her face and cried pitifully and helplessly. The young man in white sat cross-legged on the chair and said gloatingly, "Are you surprised?" He then turned to look at the man in the green robe and laughed. "I've read a book before. Among the ghost stories recorded in it, there was a mention of the goddess Qing temple in Hungshan. It said that a minister of the previous dynasty who brought his family to the ancient cypress tree in Hungshan committed suicide. His family did not want to die with him, so they all escaped. Only the youngest daughter followed her father and committed suicide with a sword. Her blood splattered on the ancient cypress tree, and her soul was able to reside in it. In the end, she became the goddess Qing of Hungshan." The man in the green robe picked an empty seat and sat down. He smiled and said, "It's just a rumor. The truth is the opposite of the rumor." When Sui Bin decided to stop running in that small temple and wanted to use his death to show his sincerity, his whole family followed the minister and committed suicide. Most of the women in the family were hung from the beam, the rest were smashed into the wall and died by swallowing gold. Only the youngest daughter did not want to die. She ran out of the small temple and was caught by Sui Bin. She was stabbed to death under the ancient cypress tree. She became a resentful spirit, but her spiritual aura did not dissipate. After death she was still kind and kind. The man in the green robe drank a mouthful of wine. Later, her father became a ghost under my command. Later, under my recommendation, he became the Hebo of a river near Hungshan. I don't know if it was because Sui Bin felt guilty or something else, but the resentful spirit who was about to be destroyed by the strong wind and the scorching sun, with Sui Bin's help, found someone to build a clay statue of a golden body. That's how she managed to survive until today. The young man in white was amazed. The Hebo Sui Bin was even angrier. "You are worse than a beast. I Sui Bin have been honest and upright all my life. My Sui family has been upright for 300 years. How can there be such an evil creature like you in the end?" The young man in white returned to his lazy posture. He looked at the miserable scene of the father and daughter turning against each other and suddenly said, "Sui Bin, that's enough." The Hebo scholar was furious. He did not care whether the young man was imperial tutor or not. He retorted, "What's wrong with me, Sui Bin, disciplining my daughter?" The young man said indifferently, "Because I think it's enough. How about this reason? Sui Bin, don't be rude. If you dare to say one more word, I will break your teeth." The man in the green robe begged for mercy for his subordinate for the first time tonight. He stood up again and bowed his head to the young man in white. "Please, imperial tutor, don't lower yourself to Sui Bin's level." The young man in white jumped down from the chair and stretched himself. "Let's go. If we don't go back now, we will be suspected." He walked around the big table and walked down the stairs. Facing the girl who did not dare to raise her head, the young man folded his sleeves and laughed. "Don't listen to your father's nonsense. You are a weak girl at your age. Don't you just want to learn the 4 arts? When you are in love, you hide in your room and think about your lover. That's the right thing to do." What's shattering the mountains and rivers? Destroying the country? It's your father who is useless. So it's Sui Bin who is shameless. He even dares to drag you down with him. What are you ashamed of? It's your father who should be so ashamed that he hangs himself. Don't worry. Master Water God will protect you. If your father scolds you, let Master Water God slap him. The Hebo scholar was dumbfounded. The man in the green robe felt a headache. The girl gathered her courage and raised her head. She quickly glanced at the face of the man in the scholarly robe. Then she lowered her head again. She sobbed and said softly, "Father, your daughter is unfilial." The young man in white was so angry that he walked over quickly. He slapped the girl's head and scolded jokingly, "You are useless." The man in the green robe saw that the Dali imperial tutor was about to leave. He quickly followed behind and asked softly, Master Imperial Tutor is not going to rest here tonight? The young man in white said, such a strong murderous aura. I'm scared. The man in the green robe did not know whether to laugh or cry. When he reached the threshold, the young man in white first looked at the silent father and daughter. Then he said to the Hanshi River god, you are much luckier than her. You have a father who is not so pedantic and inflexible. The man in the green robe became more and more submissive. Master Imperial Tutor has already met my father? The young man in white nodded and said, he even treated us to a few delicacies in the wild. To be honest, it's much better than your ordinary dishes. The man in the green robe smiled and said, how can I be compared to my father? The young man in white stopped and patted the shoulder of the water god. The damage to my legs, when Dali takes over Huang Ting country, they will compensate you even more. That white jade chair is still useful to your race. I will give it to you. The man in the green robe bowed and said in a deep voice, I am willing to die for Master Imperial Tutor. This Dali Imperial Tutor clearly did not take it seriously. He told the man in the green robe not to send him off. He walked out of the great water estate alone and jumped into the Hanshi River. The young man in white was in the river. He did not need to move his hands or feet. He was able to swim agilely. His posture was elegant. He was like a white dragon that lived on the territory of Gushu in ancient times. He finally followed the flow of the river and came to the bottom of the well at the old city god's old site. He did not immediately go to the autumn reed inn that was close by. Instead, he stopped and did not move for a long time. The young man in white had his hands behind his back. He stood in the well and looked up at the sky. At the mouth of the well, someone suddenly asked, why are you not coming up? The young man in white smiled and said, I don't dare. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.